Late, sorry, but we are ready to proceed. Mr. State, you may continue.
Thank you, George. Appreciate it. Frank Judge Nessa, you've been on stand for a little while here and we're testifying yesterday. So at this point, when we're watching the video, we cut it off yesterday. We have from search, correct?
Yes, sir.
We have now detained Tanner Horner. We're not questioning him. That's the first video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now we have the jail interview video we watched yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now we have the last portion of the recovery of Athena's body video. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, just to make sure, when we get done with that little portion of it, do y'all go back to the jail and have further discussions at the jail?
Yes, sir. At that point, after we leave the field, we come back to the Watts County Sheriff's Office and we conduct another short interview at the Sheriff's Office interview room.
All right. And so that we're clear, and I wanted to ask you something on this video. The second time that y'all went out there to the scene when it was dark, Mr. Horner was walking you around the bamboo and telling you where he had put, or where he had supposedly put her body. What did we hear of above going at that time?
That was DPS aircraft, a helicopter that I had initially requested. My instructions to them were to fly until fuel was low, refill, and keep flying until we found Athena.
And so going back to the end of this video before we started up again, by this point, how long have you been playing along with this zero charade?
Objection, Your Honor, to that characterization.
Sustained, rephrase your question.
How long have you been playing along with Tanner's story about being zero?
Going into approximately 6 hours at that point.
All right. But now we've seen you've recovered Athena's body, right? And we've seen that happen. Why continue to play into that?
It's a matter of playing along with this game if it means getting Athena home. It's also a common practice in interview. If, as I'm assessing the interview, I know that if I don't play into this game, he could potentially shut down on me. And then the odds of recovering Athena, the window gets smaller. So I have to play into this game. I have to just take the lies he's given me. I have to continue that interview and maintain that rapport because ultimately at the end of the day, it's about finding Athena.
So once you've found her, and we'll see that in this video here, is there an additional video after you go back to the jail and have that short conversation?
Yes, sir.
And when does that occur?
That occurs on that same night. Are you talking about the additional video that's occurring there?
Let me clarify. We have the short video you talked about when you get back from the jail in a second, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there any additional interview of Tanner Horner after that final interview on the second?
Yes, sir. There was an additional interview with Mr. Horner where he asked to speak to me on December 7th.
And can I ask you that who requested this interview?
The defendant, Mr. Horner, requested it.
Now, at this point, other than telling you where Athena was located now, is there anything else truthful that Tanner Horner has told you?
No, sir.
Now, let me just ask you, up until this point, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you of how things went down at Athena's residence?
He's given me numerous different versions of how the events of that day transpired.
And up to this point, before we start this video again, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you up to this point about whether he did or did not remove Athena's clothes?
He's also given me numerous versions of what happened to the clothes, if she was clothed or wasn't clothed.
And then also, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you up to this point as to where her body's located?
He gave me two versions. One was at that bamboo, and obviously when he finally decided to take me to her.
Now, when we watch this this video, you're still talking to this alter ego zero during this time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
At some point, do we get Tanner back?
Yes, sir.
Well, how does that happen?
At one point during the course of that interview, after we located Athena's body, he pretends to come out of this psychosis or whatever was going on at the time, and then I get Tanner back for a little bit. And of course, the only time I'm getting the truth is when I'm playing into his game of zero. So I asked to speak to zero because I feel like that's the only time I'm getting the truth.
And do you do that?
Yes, sir.
And what happens?
Zero comes back.
So all you got to do is ask.
Yes, sir.
Now, throughout all of this, who does Tanner Horner continue to blame for what happened to Athena?
Everybody but himself.
And has that been a consistent thing throughout all of this?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you, when we're doing this, and I'm trying to figure this out here. So when Tanner Horner wants a cigarette, or he's telling you the story about how he wanted to leave her on the scene, who is he then?
I feel like in that time, he's Tanner.
But when you start digging in and asking him what happened to Athena and what's going on, who is he then?
That's going to be zero.
When he's telling you that he's worried about his kids and wanting to see his child and things of that nature, who's he then?
Tanner.
But when you guys start challenging him regarding some of his inconsistencies, who is he then?
Zero.
And is this a pattern that continues throughout what we're going to see today?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Throughout the course of the interview, that's obviously, like I stated before, something that I acknowledged based on the interview. And it's very strategic for us because, again, we want to maintain that rapport. We don't need him shutting down because we're trying. Now that we've found Athena, we still need to get to the truth. So if getting to the truth is playing this game, I'm willing to play it.
And so let me ask you just a little bit about this interview on December 7th. We're going to talk to you about it a little more in a minute, but I just want to get an idea here. You said that Tanner Horner asked for this interview, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you go to the jail on December 7th and interview him. Is that audio and video recorded as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is it in the same room that we saw before yesterday?
Yes, sir, it is.
And during this time, did Tanner Horner tell you what the primary purpose of this interview was with you on December 7th?
The only purpose of that interview, which I quickly learned from speaking to him, was that he wanted to cut a deal.
Just go ahead and finish the video.
Yes, go ahead.
Get that? Oh. Yeah, okay. I need to keep it. You don't mind me? Sorry.
Zero. We were talking about, it was Hannah talking earlier, about trying to break her neck. Did y'all really trying to break her neck? It didn't work. Was it you trying to break her neck, or was it Tanner? Did you? Did you choke her from behind like you said earlier? Did she defecate on herself? Did she struggle? She trying to claw you or anything like that? How's she trying to claw you? Trying to kick you? She actually did a kick on you? She's screaming on? Wasn't able to. So about it. Is it in quick? So you talked about a stock being in the truck. Is that her stock? You remember where you talked about it at? You don't remember, just some random place for sure? And I thought so. What's in the faucet when you threw up?
Hold on. It's zero. Very important. What times of her did you take? James house.
Did you take any of her clothes or anything to your house, to Tanner's house? You didn't take anything over there? She was wearing her clothes?
Oh, no, I still close all the highway.
You were throwing clothes all over the highway? You think maybe Tanner took some home?
Are you saying you stripped her naked to throw her clothes out the window on the highway? Is that what you're saying?
That was cool.
You thought it was funny? You take all her clothes off of her? Shirt, pants, panties, everything? Panties on?
So did Tanner take any of the clothes home, you think? You don't think so? You think Tanner did? You think Tanner took anything home? I think Tanner made a statement to me earlier that he doesn't shit where he eats. Is that why?
That was me.
That was you? You don't shit where you eat? So you didn't take anything back to Tanner's house? Okay.
So the only thing she's wearing when she went to water was her panties? How long did we talk to you, Zero? The whole time? When did you take over?
When he addressed me as such.
So when we were in the building earlier, was Tanner talking to us?
So if I'd addressed you as Zero from the get-go, you would have talked to me?
Probably, it's only respectful.
I apologize for not referring to you as Zero sooner. But it clicked to me. Tanner, you've been talking. I need to talk to Zero. Thank you for talking to me. You asked to talk to me. You heard on the board. You know, I remember acknowledging that. You were trying to get me to talk to you the entire time. I just wasn't seeing it until I was there on the side of the road. I saw it. I heard you calling my name. I just wasn't listening. Zero. He's got one more question.
So we're flat pants, you know, little pants, if you're at the house.
Okay,
Remember that now?
I'm here with you on my way.
And in the trash at your house. At your house, in the trash?
I'm just in the trash.
Just in the trash, okay. Okay, anything else there at the house?
Checkmate.
You're being truthful.
Hey, Zero. When you took her, was she wearing a jacket or anything? No jacket, no shoes?
The jacket and shoes.
Was she wearing little pants and a shirt? Was it long sleeve, short sleeve?
I think it was short sleeve.
Maybe it was short sleeve. What color was it?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Who's talking?
Did she tell you she didn't want to go with you?
Of course.
What'd you tell her?
Going on a ride.
She was trying to fight you when you told her you were going on the ride?
No. She did keep asking questions.
What'd you tell her?
I don't know. We're just going on a ride.
What's going on the ride? So did you hit her before you dropped the package? I'm sorry, did Tanner hit her before the package was dropped off or after?
Oh, I'm talking now.
No, I want to talk to Zero. I want to talk to you. Because you're being more honest, you're being more helpful. I want to talk to you.
No, I'm not.
Okay?
I took this promotion and I'd be able to send me on my.
I don't want to do that. I mean, I don't want you to die.
He wants to die. I want him to die, but I want to live.
So if he dies, you die. That's not helpful for you. You know what I mean? You're being helpful to us right now. I really appreciate that. You said it was funny throwing clothes out on the highway. Which highway was you throwing out on?
114.
114, so before you got out of West County?
Why'd you take the clothes off, Zero?
It's funny.
That form of humiliation?
She was gonna tell.
So you got to punch him?
Did she tell you she was gonna tell? She did? When she tell you she was gonna tell?
She said she was gonna tell
At the house or after y'all left?
at the house.
At the house? I understand. I'll be a little upset too.
Zero. That question.
You produced a jacket with that.
I'm not into that.
Okay. Where did you show her?
In the back of the truck.
Okay, and where were you parked at that time?
On the road.
If I were. And then, when were the clothes removed?
Garage.
Okay, and then what?
I drove off.
Okay, and what was done with her, the clothes at that point?
He did.
So, her clothes were taken off and you're driving down the road and she's not wearing clothing, correct? Am I correct? Okay, and then what? What did you do next?
Had a place to go.
And where was that?
I agree.
Okay. And then what direction did you go?
And I started heading back to the station. And I'll take her back over.
Tanner doesn't remember times. Do you remember about what time it was?
About 6:30, or something in the back, I believe,
When did you put it, remember how the time that was?
a little bit before 7.
When did you turn the phone, when did you turn his phone back on?
And I'll have to check that out.
Do you remember what time that was? Do you remember being back at FedEx back at his work?
No, I'm not just,
You went to sleep, so you don't remember?
he went.
You got any questions for me?
Yeah,
It's not. I want to get to know you a little bit.
well, don't answer.
I do.
Okay, so,
You intrigue me, Zero. Does that make sense?
I'll give you a different perspective, I guess it does.
Let's get inside for some water.
What happened? Yes. No, sir.
Get this over, show you what it's. Terry, why the pants and sock out there in the back shed?
Is it Tanner found in the backpack? Tanner found him in his backpack? So Zero put him in Tanner's backpack. You put him in Tanner's backpack, and that's how they got to the house? Let's see, Zero, we'll be back, okay? Yes, sir.
I'm just going to show you Market States Exhibit 38. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what's that?
It's going to be the interview from the White County Sheriff's Office interview room, which I've initialed.
And that initial again means that you reviewed it, and is that a true and correct copy of that interview?
Yes, sir.
And just to clarify, since we've got several videos here, this is the one that we're going to see right after where the video just ended. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, the body camera stops and then the interview room camera will take over. So essentially you'll see the transition.
Should we offer States 38?
Any additional objections other than those previously mentioned?
No further objections.
Okay, those objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 38 is admitted.
So this one's fairly short. Any purposes?
Absolutely.
Commissioner Hobart. Commissioner Hobart.
Where do you shower and go to the bathroom at in your house?
This,
Okay, where's that at?
the same property.
Okay. What about the bathroom?
What about bathroom?
Yeah, where do you go bathroom at?
My brother's.
Okay. So have you told us everything?
Who, what?
Have you told us everything?
Me?
Zero.
He went away.
No. So is your,
It's me, like just me.
okay.
You got those zero.
It's not zero.
Tanner,
Yes,
welcome back. You okay?
I'm a little flabbergasted, I guess.
Why's that? How's that?
Because I was in the back seat watching everything happen and I'm kind of freaking out.
All right. Is there anything here that tells us you can remember, or we wouldn't have?
I mean, I've been in and out the entire time. He hasn't really let me come out at all.
Okay. Since I brought him
He
out.
has like a weird, this is a weird type of respect because you actually, how should I put it, you address him, which I think is, he's, okay.
Yeah. There's lots of process, Tanner. There's a lot that happened. So we're gonna step out for just a second, okay? And give you a second to process that, okay? Give us just a minute. Tanner? Tanner? Hey, what's the passcode of your phone? What's the passcode of your phone?
My finger.
There's no numbers?
Yeah, give me a second. 1561.
1561?
Fine.
1561?
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, we'll eventually need it to, look at your phone.
No,
All right, hey, we're gonna let you get some rest, okay?
I won't talk to Cassie.
I'm gonna talk to Cassie. We'll let you make a phone call to Cassie in a minute, okay?
I want to be a chair.
Okay.
I want to do this in the phone.
We'll do that for you, okay? But right now you need some rest. All right?
Well, she's still waiting on me in her car.
You got something handy? Just write down Cassie's number real quick.
It's on the phone.
Is that a phone, you know it?
What's her number? You don't know, oh, you don't know it? Okay, we'll get it. We'll get it.
It'll be under my recent calls. It'll be under my name because I can never say the number.
Okay. Almost.
I used to be able to do that.
Fingers knows before we get to this next video, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that. In the very beginning of this, there was a question asked to Tanner Horner about, did he take any items from the house? What was his initial answer?
No.
And then when, I believe it was, Danny Bradley was asking about her panties. What did he say that he did with those?
He stated they were still on her.
What do you know about that statement?
That was a lie.
And why do you know it's a lie?
I visually could see her body and I was privy to information of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor, that is hearsay.
Overruled. Just don't testify what the information was.
The clothing was located at Tanner's house.
Objection, Your Honor, that's
It's
based
the
on
same.
hearsay.
That's the same.
Now, let's talk about that. As part of this interview, one of the officers mentions to Tanner Horner that there were some pants located at his house. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
And does then Tanner Horner now remember that there might be some pants at the house?
Yes, sir. I believe he stated they were placed into a backpack.
And did he state what he had done with the pants at the house?
They were thrown in the trash.
I want to clarify this here. When asked why he took her clothes off, what did he say?
It was about humiliation.
Objection, that is mischaracterization.
Overruled.
You say it was funny?
Yes, sir.
Now, any of this information that we have as to what he said about throwing the clothes out the window, is that what he said? He threw some clothes out the window?
Yes, sir. With the statement he made.
So all of this information about that, if we wanted to know if that information is true or not, what would we need to know if that true information is true or not?
Based on the course of this investigation, I knew that was a lie.
And in this particular investigation, did you have taken any additional evidence at a later date that would allow us to determine if any of the things he is saying is true or not?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Video evidence.
Now, let's move on to this next interview here, because I want to make sure, there's been a lot of video evidence here. This next video is about 2 hours, right?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
And this was the interview that Mr. Horner requested of you.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about, in the beginning of that, and how did you come to find out that he wanted an interview with you?
On that particular day, I was contacted by the Wise County Sheriff's Office and advised that Mr. Horner had sent up a kite, which is basically a letter that says, I'd like to speak to the investigator.
And do you remember about what time that you arrived to conduct that interview?
I can't remember the approximate time.
Secondarily, you said that's on December 7th. So how many days is that after you located Lena's body?
Approximately 5 days.
And how many days after he had murdered her was that?
That was going to be approximately 7 days.
So a week after he's kidnapped and murdered Athena, he's wanting to talk to you again.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said earlier that he had indicated to you the purpose of his interview. Let me get a little bit of feedback there. Purpose of his interview was he wanted to cut a deal. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir, I did.
And let me ask you a couple of questions about that. When people say that they want to cut a deal, what does that mean?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
I'll let him answer. Overruled.
Basically, obviously, in my time in law enforcement, with my experience, we always have people that want to essentially have us be a conduit to the district attorney's office as far as if I'm truthful, will the district attorney's office show us some type of consideration or maybe lessen our charge or do something if we're more helpful, which is a common practice that people do in order to reduce their time.
And in this case, is that the case here?
Yes, sir.
And so as part of this, who arrives to conduct this interview?
Myself and Investigator Oliver.
Again, same interview room we saw before.
Yes, sir.
And so on the first part of that video, is that where we see you guys discussing what this proposed deal he has? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then later on, is there also a discussion about Tanner Horner telling you about things, for example, his work history?
Yes, sir. That's common in interviews. What we do is, especially on this one, it's more controlled, kind of things are settled down now. What we'll do is we'll obviously get through the constitutional rights, and then we'll go through some historical questions. Obviously what you want, and then we wanted to learn a little bit more about him, work history, family history, things like that.
And in this case, did you go through that with him, his work history, his family history?
Yes, sir.
And did you go through his dating history and, for example, his having a baby with Cassie, his girlfriend?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that would encompass some of that family history.
And were you able to discuss with him as far as work, the locations and places is where he works?
Yes, sir. Yeah, previous employment, things of that nature.
And then also scattered through this interview, is there also still references to this whole zero thing?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about the deal he wanted to cut, okay? Prior to talking to him, did you advise him of his rights or have a discussion about his rights at that point?
Yes, sir. We did.
And he had asked for this interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Initially, what is his basic proposal that he makes to you as far as this deal he wants?
Basically, just a brief synopsis of it is I want to be freed with an ankle monitor. I want to spend Christmas with my family. You guys can monitor me, keep track of me, and I'll fully cooperate in this investigation.
So that's his proposal. If you'll let him out, then he'll tell you the truth.
Yes, sir.
Now, during this time, did you ever agree to anything about that?
No, that's another thing. We can't make any promises. We can never do any guarantees. That is not in my job responsibilities. And I am 100% forthcoming with people on that. I can't make you any promises. I actually told him that's not going to happen.
And as part of this interview, you said he wants to have Christmas with his son.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, he says that if he can do that, he'll tell you everything. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So he wants you to give him something for him to be truthful about what he did to Athena on November 3rd.
That's correct.
Now, as part of this investigation and questioning, do you ask him some questions during this process about the why and what happened to Athena?
Yes, sir, I do.
And at all points in this, does he volunteer any additional information about that?
No, sir. Usually when we start talking, he diverts back to this deal, refers back to it, and then it's more me essentially trying to pry information out of him. Just, hey, be honest with me, talk to me, tell me about this.
And so does this process of you trying to question him and then him wanting you to give him something to tell the truth, does that repeat several times?
But yes, sir. Yeah, throughout the course of the interview, you could kind of see how that plays out.
And that's in the first part of the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
The middle part of the interview is what you're talking about when we discuss all of the history. Is that right? His family history and things of that nature.
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of this, do you also have another detailed discussion about this whole zero thing?
Yes, sir. We speak about it.
And let me ask you a couple of questions about that. At any point during all of this, does Tanner Horner ever take responsibility for what he does, what he did?
No, sir.
And during all of this, do you ask him questions about whether he feels remorseful or not?
I do.
And at any point, does he directly express remorse for what he's done?
No, sir.
Does he ever say that he's sorry for what he did?
Not that I can recall.
Did he ever ask to apologize to Athena's family?
I believe I asked him if he wanted to say anything to the family.
And what was his answer?
He just said he wanted to give him a hug, I believe was the response I got.
Judge Brown?
Yes, sir.
Just another, a little out of order on the numbers here. I'm going to show you things exhibit 275. Same questions as before. Do you know what that is and how do you know what that is?
It's going to be the reinitiated interview, and it's going to have my initials on it with a date stamp of December 7th.
Indicating you reviewed this?
Yes, sir.
And is this a true and correct copy of the interview that you did on December 7th with Dan Moore?
Yes, sir. I believe this one may have a redaction that was requested by the defense based on my review.
That's included here?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we would offer State's exhibit 275.
Any further objections other than those previously?
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Okay, those objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 275 is admitted.
Judge, this video is about 2 hours.
I anticipate what we'll do is we'll start, and about halfway through or so, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back in and finish it, okay? Yes, ma'am. You need a break? All right, let's take 10 minutes and we'll get started. All right, 5 after 10, we'll start it back.
Those all here, and then we have other formalities, okay?
So did you get the big deal yesterday or what?
Okay, it's, before we kick off into anything, I have to, obviously, have constitutional rights, and you have been appointed as attorney, so that, first and foremost, the reason we're here is because you were to speak to us, is that correct? Okay, who did you ask to speak to us?
Oh, they are.
The guard, you were,
I can tell them.
okay, so, okay, so you know, Jailer, you remember what time it was?
9 o'clock, look at it.
Okay, then, that's understandable. So this is 9/11, around 9 o'clock, you must not request to speak to the investigator and register your case, and we're gonna make you break your rights again, okay, you have constitutional rights regardless of the fact you have to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, that's really, so you have the right to make any mistake, it needs to be issue trial. It will raise that needs to issue court. You have the right to have a lawyer come to advise you prior to your question, so you can stop it. If you can't afford this, or anyone be appointed to advise you prior to your question, you have the right to raise it anytime you understand that. Do you know who your attorney is?
I can't remember again.
Okay, but you have an attorney, you have consulted with and have asked to speak, that's correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and you do understand your rights and you waive those rights, correct?
I mean, I understand the rights.
Okay. You understand your rights and you know you have rights to counsel, that you have rights to understand the anytime, right?
Sure, I'm sorry.
I'm here for you.
I'm sorry, I have a lot of female chambers, so it's.
Name it.
Obviously.
Okay, perfect. All right, Tanner, so obviously you have some questions for us, right? What's going on today?
You know, I've been thinking about this for literally hours and I don't know.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Yeah, okay, well, you answer it for days.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure.
He's here?
Yeah, it's gonna relax.
I mean, maybe, I guess. It just felt weird being inside.
It's okay. I've done it numerous times. Is that gonna help you relax?
Okay. Somebody just made that for hours.
Use that, what was that straight? I'll use that to drink. No, that's straight. Do a little bit in there. What do you think about Travis?
So I imagine you have basically a list of bullet points that you want to know from me, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's only one thing in this world that I want.
What's that?
I want a month. If you can't do that, I understand.
You don't look like
I want a month.
a month what?
Even if you don't have to put ankle monitor on your GPS monitors, check out people, like, if you give me a month with my family, so I can have Christmas with my son,
Yeah,
I'll tell you everything.
I'll be completely honest with you, Tanner.
That's beyond your power, I understand.
Yeah, no, it's something that I can't even easily think that's possible, but I don't know that for sure, because I'm not the prosecutor, I'm not, the courts, I don't know that. So if, yeah, it's above my head, it's a question I have to ask,
Like, I'd be willing, like, even if y'all set up cameras outside the house, like,
You know what, Tanner, give me some good faith. We talked a bunch that night, you were completely honest with me. Completely honest with me. I mean, and I think that goes to trust, because it's a two-way road. I think you trusted me and I trusted you to do the right thing, tell me the truth, and you did. Literally, I'll tell you right now, that, it's okay, don't worry about that, that's my tip. Don't worry about it.
So,
Listen to me. Small detail, right? Remember I could tell you that I did, small piece of a bigger picture, right? So you told me the truth, and you walked in, obviously, today's modern world and with our capabilities, we can make a lot of things, we can corroborate a lot of things, right? We can put all pieces together, see if you're telling us the truth, and you are telling us the truth. We literally, we got everything nailed down, you go into the store and we get clean material, all that, we know all those things, right? So a lot of the what has been answered, I think I told you that from the beginning, right? What happened has been answered, what path you took has been answered, where you put her has been answered, right? That's the biggest thing for me. I think I told you from day one. It's like, just let me bring her home, right? I think that was the statement I made to you, and that was my solid intent. I just want to bring her home. And we got her home now. But a lot of why this happened hasn't been answered. And I know that you want some good faith and some things that are beyond my power to do, but I think you got to give me some more good faith on why this happened. Why did this happen?
the thing is, I'm willing to tell everything, even if you have to make this whole big video entries of every detail of everything. If you can somehow give me a month, just to be with my family, that means if you can talk to somebody, anything, that's all I want. I just want to be able to have one Christmas.
I can't promise you anything. I can't tell you that that's even possible, nor am I going to begin to give you any false illusions. Because I think from day one you asked, how many questions did you ask me on the outside road, and I answered you truthfully?
I didn't count.
But how many times, you asked me several questions, did I avoid your questions?
I'm sorry.
I answered you directly, correct?
No, I appreciate you.
Yeah, and I was true with you.
on this.
Well, it's a two-way road, Tanner. It's, that two-way road means that when I expect of you, you should expect of me also. So I'm not gonna,
That's why I'm not like upset that you're telling me that it might not be possible.
Yeah.
If there's like a sliver,
I'll tell you where we're at right now, is you gotta give me some good faith and answer that question for me. You gotta answer me why, right? Because that's what's waiting on me, is why this happened. We don't have to get back to the details if you don't want to right now, but that's the big question I have, why this happened.
sir, I want to answer everything you have to say. But the main motivation behind me wanting to talk to you is I really just want to see my son. I
understand
I
that.
want to be there for him on Christmas. I want to give him that good Christmas feeling. I want to be able to be,
Tanner, answer me this.
they can look back on.
Absolutely, I put 100%, if I was in your shoes, I would want to do the same thing. But you gotta answer me something, you gotta give me some good faith, right? Are you willing to do that for me? No, hang on, listen to what I'm asking. I didn't ask you what I'm asking. I'm just asking, are you willing to do that for me?
It's the only thing I want. And that'll be anything you want.
Did you know what you did for him?
Of course. Now, I haven't been on the medicine in 5 days, it's starting to wear off, I've actually been crying. Do you know what that's like? Not being able to cry for months and months and months.
Tanner, are you remorseful for what you did? Obviously, you're telling me you're crying, but I mean,
I'm a father. I took away something from someone if I did something here. Oh, that was jail, I guess. All I want is just to spend one last Christmas with my son, and I'll tell you everything. Like, all
Tanner, you got distracted, you didn't answer my question. I said, are you remorseful for what you did?
I'm a father.
Tell me about that. Are you hurting inside for this, for anything?
Hurting for her, I'm hurting for her family. But even if this was some random person, I'd still be hurting for this child.
What would you want to say, for mom and dad, we're here right now, what would you want to say to them?
I don't think this because you are questions, by the way.
What's that?
Is there a sliver of a chance?
Hang on, Tanner, I told you that. One, I'm not gonna promise you, that's way above my head, and I'm gonna shoot you straight, just like I want you to shoot straight. I don't think there's that possibility. Now, is there a possibility for you to receive equipment and things to make videos for your son and things like that? I believe so. I believe that may be a possibility. Obviously, you're gonna need to talk to your family, there's, there'll be a time and place for that.
I mean, I have a lot of friends that get along with my whole family. Like, you probably seen what that background was like. My grandmother was telling me she needs acting up for over a decade, and if I'm on like house arrest, something like that, I'd be able to right those wrongs. If I was on house arrest, I'd be able to actually, so my kids might son at Christmas, I'd be able to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, where'd you come up with this idea? Is this your idea or just something you saw someone else or somebody's idea?
Pray about it.
Pray about it. God speaks to you? He said this is what you should ask for?
So Tanner, let me ask you something. I'll answer your question just now. You said I'd answer him, but I didn't answer him. My question was that I told you that, one, I didn't know if this was possible, and two, it was way above my head. And so I'm not gonna sit here and give you false hope, right? Because you and I started from day one on shooting each other straight. That was our relationship from the minute we met. And I'm not gonna begin to start jacking that up right now and not shoot you straight. So I've answered your question. The only question I have is, and you gotta help me out here. You said you were a parent, right? So as a parent, my question to you was, if Athena's parents here were here, put yourself in their shoes for a minute. What would you say to them?
I don't know what I would say.
I mean, would you apologize to them? Would you explain why you did this? Or,
I don't know what I would say. I would be speechless.
What would you want somebody to say to you? If somebody took
Somebody from you.
If you can make this happen for me somehow, I listen to it, here's the deal. Again, I'll go right back to what I said before. I don't really, innovative, you know. I'm not gonna begin to give you false hope, right? I'm not gonna begin to tell you that this is possible. The current office is the charges that you've been charged with. I don't believe that's something where they let folks, you know, obviously if you post bond, you have your constitutional rights for that, and you can leave your family, you can make bond. There's that side of it. But other than that, I'm not gonna start, with giving you false hope or telling you things. I'm just above my pay grade. That's a question that will be for prosecutors, judges, and different things that I don't have the answers to, because I don't think that's possible. So that being said, if I wanted to sit here and bullshit you, which I'm not, and I haven't from day one, I would give you false hope, and I'm not gonna do that, okay? Because again, I think our relationship goes into telling each other the truth and shooting each other straight. Now, I think you can save a lot of grace and save some face here, which you've already done. First of all, let me tell you something here. From the bottom of my heart, I want to personally thank you for letting me bring her home. Thank you for that. Because guess what? That wasn't for me, that wasn't for you, that wasn't for anybody in this community, that was for her parents. You let me bring her home. You let me bring her home so she could rest and so that that family could get closure. So thank you for that. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for letting me bring her home. I genuinely appreciate that. I don't think I ever got to really express that to you, okay? So, again, thank you for cooperating with us. Thank you for being truthful, honest, transparent. I do see a little bit of remorse on you. I do see a little regret in you. And I feel you as a parent, as a person, right? Just because I read specials, maybe, you know, I'm just like you, right? I'm a person, I'm human, I have feelings, I have emotions, right? You understand that? So when thinking of me as a police officer right now, think of me as a person, and understand the human aspect of this. The human aspect is that we know the what. Now the family needs to understand the why. People need to understand the why. Now we're gonna start spending our casting a little bit further. Now we need to explain to this community why. Now we need to explain to the people why. Officers, this case has impacted everybody tremendously. I personally, all over investigators that are on the front line, I need to sleep, man, days looking for Athena.
Do you know her parents' names?
Oh, sorry.
Her father's name is Jacob. Her mother's name is Caitlin. Her stepmother's name is Elizabeth. They want to know why. They're curious as to why.
If I go to them, next time I see them, because their question, when I see them again, is why did this happen? We know what happened. We're always in the what? We get hung up in the what too many times, but we never understand why. And you can go play every person I've talked to in the past. And I'm not gonna sit here and tell you I had more cases like this before I have. And every single person's always helped me understand why, because there's always a why.
I'm Jessica Tanner. Last night, there was a very for this going on, and Jacob specifically asked me why this happened to us. Why? He wants to know. I mean, he's got 2 other daughters, but he'd like to know why this happened. And I could tell him. I looked this man in the face and I couldn't tell him. I said, I don't know. He has to answer that for you. He doesn't want to talk to you right now.
Ken, I know what you want, and I listen to it. And, you know, I've been honest with you, I've with you, and maybe I've been with us as well. But if that's something that you can help us put that piece of the puzzle in, then that's very important.
I know there's a lot of details you have, what you want to give us, if we can grant this, but the why, it's pretty big for his family. This helps with closure.
Would you be able to talk to a judge? Yeah, you know what I'll do is I'll convey what you told me here today. I'll convey what you told me here today. I'll convey to the judge and to the prosecutors, and I'll convey to the department heads what your request is, right? And I'll also convey to them that I've told you this isn't something that I believe is feasible. Because again, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you. I'm not going to sit here and give you false hope. But if you want me to relay something, I will. But I think as good faith, I think answering why is crucial. I guess I could come after I got the light. Yeah, it's fine.
I want you to understand, it's not crucial of the case, that's not what we're talking about. It's crucial to the family. It is not a prosecution, not a put on trial for why it's crucial to the family.
We need to, let me understand this again and walk you through. So what happened? The what happened is done. We know what happened. You were helpful in what happened. You literally walked me step through step on when you took Athena, when you killed Athena, and where you put Athena, and what you did after you killed Athena. That's what happened. What you did after, up until the day you came here. We know what happened because of you.
because of your cooperation and your assistance and your willingness to let me bring her home. That is what happened. And those answers have been answered. So that's what I would help you understand. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but just, can I speak for a minute? No. The reason I wanted to do this. I just want to spend that one last Christmas. Everybody goes to Christmas morning and waking up, going to go see, like, I go under the tree, see his presents. You take the entire thing and have him be able to look back on that. This isn't even really about me at this point. It's not that little boy. I want this because I want to be able to, for him to have something to look back on. The reason I wanted to trade this is because if somehow by some million shot, they were able to put me on a monitor, put cameras around the house, everything. If y'all were able to do that, I would go to a contest. All I want is that 1 month time. Hell, not even a month, technically, just end of the year, you know what I mean? That 1 month time, that one last crucial time for my son. I would give up everything. I would say, just throw me in a jail cell forever, I don't care. I would give up everything. I'd give up all my defenses, I'd give up everything. So you no contest. Give you the information that you want, everything. That's what I want you to convey to the judge.
I'll convey that to the prosecutor, to this return to this county. I'll convey that to him for you. But again, I tell you this, that is not like what you're requesting is more likely not possible. I'm not gonna sit here and again, you know, we can't make, we can't make any promises. We can't keep you false hope. We can't keep you any illusions of what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll convey it, but, for you, but I can tell you what the answer's gonna be. Does that make sense?
I like your shoes.
Thank you. What are your thoughts there? What do you think?
I guess I'll just wait on the response at this point.
What do you want to say to this community? What do you want to say to the families? Anything you want to put out there?
No one deserves any of this.
Have you spoken to your family?
My mom and my grandmother are currently coming today.
See, you know what's on the beard?
Pretty soon, from what I'm guessing.
Okay.
Is this also?
No, that's yours. Everything we got to you.
Either way, that's basically my price. And,
Yeah, so let me kind of reiterate some things. For you, when you do that, please, I understand a couple things, some of the things that I talked to you about. I don't spend a lot of time talking to that person, we covered a lot of things. But one of the things that we need to get to is the human aspect of it, right? Emotions and feelings, and, you know, early on from young age, you know, we're always taught right from wrong, and then as we come up, you know, through life, as adults, we become the person that right through the course of times. But obviously, one of the main things that I asked you that night, and it's just something that's concern for me, is has anything like this ever happened before?
No, sir. Nothing like this has ever happened, ever.
You've never told anyone else?
No, sir.
This is the first person you've ever told?
Nothing like this has ever happened before.
That's
I cried when I run over dogs at work. Like, I cried over a squirrel before, dude. Then why fucking be homeless people, man? Then why Athena? If you got cried over a squirrel, this is a 7-year-old human being. It wasn't me. Now that I haven't been on my medication, I heard from zero in about 2 days.
Tanner, I know you're being a little evasive right now to about some of the things, rightfully so, right? this is your meeting, you call this meeting, you want to speak to me, you know, I'll let you know, put it on your turn, right? But I do ask that you show me respect, I'm showing you, because it's a two-way street. You know, honestly, by all accounts, if you hadn't reached out to me, today or last night, we probably would have spoken again for a long time. You know, I wouldn't have opportunity to sit before you for a long time. It would have been a while. So what I'm trying to do here is not only primarily fill this voice for the family, first and foremost, fill that void, feel that emptiness, feel that why for them. Because it's not about me, it's not about you, it's about them. It's not, again, I'll reiterate that. It's about that family, it's about that closure. It's about what you would want as a parent, right? Closure. That's why I'm asking you those questions. That's why I asked that why. Again, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend.
I told you why the first night though.
Which is what?
Go back and watch the video, y'all have access. I told you why it happened,
So the whole reason we took her is because you go through with the truck.
and I'm down with the truck.
And then you spiral out of control from there.
It's out of my hands at that point.
So if you've never gone through with that truck, this would have never happened.
Nothing would happen. I'd be at work right now. I'd be at work, saving up for Chester's Christmas, getting everything ready, just trying to get us into an apartment. I was this close. I finally got a new car. And I was having to drive the freaking work trucks home for like a month because I didn't have a car. Because my car broke down several months ago, and then Cassie broke down. Like, life was getting really bad. The stress was getting too much. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. I've never been a bad person.
Would you say for the majority of your life you've done the right thing?
Always done the right thing. I've never been a violent person. I've never been a bad person. The only bad things I've ever done is, like, occasionally I'll smell marijuana, but that's legally that's on its way out the door anyway, eventually. So, like, slowly things are gonna get better and all that. Like, that's literally the worst thing I've probably done in my life.
I would say so. I'd say so. I would hope so.
So you can look at my history. I'm not some deranged psychopath. I'm not some criminal.
I don't think you are either. I don't think you are either.
I'm an autistic weird dude who likes music that other people tend to shut at.
Well,
Musician. I was in a Christian punk band at one point. A Christian punk band. You know, not gonna lie, the vocals weren't the best, but you know, the vocals. Oh, no. I had, if I were Joanna Kid, I would probably rock.
yeah, it sounds like it's what your hands are doing this, man. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I've worked years mastering my craft, and at this point, I write my own music. You know, I've written my own music, but I haven't really. I had lyrics and everything, but I never really got to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, smart, talented musician. You work for a living. You have a productive member of society.
Yeah.
So you can see where that lie, and you answered the lie. You're telling me, you know, if you never loved the female, that truck, she would have never died. That's the lie, right? That's some of the lie. You paid by all accounts on your statement. The first night was that if you were scared, you know, that you were going to give it away for vehicular assault and go to jail. So you panicked and took her to drug. And then that's all things that have been covered. I know, I'm just saying, that's the lie, right? She died because she's in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Essentially. He's not understanding.
And then it was slow back down. Like, I'm just let it settle for a little bit. I'm not a cigarette smoker, tobacco smoker, so honestly, you know, I know you're
Probably check that over.
Yeah. So if there's even, you know, smoke essentially for a little bit, we'll be doing okay. Again, I know that
The
there's,
fact that little girl said breaks my fucking heart. Like,
I'm personally, I'm glad to hear that. Because if you do show some type of emotion, right? If you do have some type of remorse, that goes a long way, right? As opposed to just a cold-blooded killer monster.
if I was a cold-blooded killer, I would have been killing people for years. You know what I mean? Like, I have a conscience. I have feelings. I'm just a person.
It was a decision that was made at the, you know, you panicked.
It wasn't my decision. I wanted to let her go. There's other jobs out there. He didn't want to let her go. Now I haven't even heard from him in 2 days.
Zero.
No.
What were you doing your eyes like that?
can you do some research on something for me?
Sure.
Can you look up some of the potential negative psychoactive effects of potentially Prozac?
Let's talk about that real quick. What medications are you on? I know you told me that first time.
Yeah, I'm on Prozac, Strattera, and
Hang on. Strattera?
Yeah.
Spell that. It's all right. Prozac, Strattera, what else?
and Remeron for times when I can't sleep. I literally only take that one.
And Remeron?
Remeron, yeah.
Remeron?
Also known as Rosactin.
Who's your doctor?
Foreign dude that works at NHMR Penn Square.
Do you remember his name?
Again, foreign dude, I have no idea how to pronounce
Penn
it.
Square?
Yeah, Penn
What's
Square.
Penn Square?
It's a NHMR Planning Forward.
You mentioned my name before. Can you write that down? Penn Square. You mentioned more than before.
Oh, you do the same thing.
What's up? Oh, the same thing?
Yeah.
That's a habit of mine. I thought this maybe wrote the same one time. So, is that hard sometimes?
I do that because as a drummer, like, you can see scars from years and years of playing drums where I just like busted my fingers on freaking snare drum.
Do you see any of the doctors?
For him, it's weird because when I started getting back on my medication about 7, 8 months ago, I'm guessing, like what ended up happening was I was going through like a suicidal episode, right? And instead of leaving my son here without his father, what I wanted to do was get right, get some help. So initially I went to Norwood to, because that's where I originally got my information and all that stuff. And they said they had this outpatient thing called iCare. So I went through them, and they helped me get back on my meds and all that stuff.
So let me go back a little bit. Do you care if I get to know you a little bit better? Just real quick. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's just literally start that. And I'm not gonna interrupt you. I'm gonna let you do your thing. I just want to know, Tanner, where did you grow up? Where were you born? What did you do? Where'd you go to high school? All that stuff. Tell me about that.
I'm pretty much basic over. My dad's a fucking crackhead. Like you type in Horner, fucking pardon my French. You type in Horner, it's like Parker County. My dad's name and my brother's names come up a lot.
Okay.
I try to disassociate from them because
What's your guy's name?
Terry
Horner.
Senior. My oldest brother, his name is Terry Horner as well.
Okay.
He's junior.
So born and raised in Fort Worth.
Yeah.
Where'd you go to school?
Multiple places.
Okay.
Multiple places for elementary.
What elementary around Fort Worth? Around Parker County?
Yeah, like Fort Worth.
Okay. So multiple places in Fort Worth. You don't really remember the names. What's the last elementary you landed at?
Last elementary was Eagle Heights.
Okay. Into this before.
That's technically, I think, Eagle School District.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then where'd you go to high school?
High school, I was able. I mean, the years before that, I was just kind of moving around a lot. You know what I mean? Just my mom is a heroin addict, so most of my life I was actually raised by my grandparents. Well, my grandmother and my step grandfather, which I consider him more my grandfather than anybody because he's the man who raised me.
Okay, what's his name?
Bill Parson.
Parson?
Yes, sir.
Where was he?
That's from Memorial Cemetery.
Okay, so since that's what I started.
He passed a few years ago.
Okay. So he pretty much raised you. How was your childhood like? Was it good? Was it bad? Was it rocky? Like,
I didn't realize how bad it was when I was younger. Because, like, I didn't realize, hey, why my mom was fine? You know what I mean? Why's my dad never around? Like, for a big portion of my childhood, my dad was in prison. And my mom in and out of jail constantly. Like, when my mom and my grandmother see me, I actually worked on this clever line. So as I answer that phone, when my mom's on, she'd be like, oh, wow, the tables are turned. The little nod to
yeah.
seeing her in jail most of my life.
Yeah.
So my grandparents raised me. And, I'm glad they did because I wouldn't be the kind of person that literally buys homeless people food. You know what I mean? Like, there's been several points.
They taught you right from wrong. They make you the person you were growing up. Probably it's just the work ethic.
The work ethic that came later.
Okay.
But yeah, the work ethic I didn't really get until I was a father. Like, because I was always in and out of jobs. You know what I mean? Like, my 20s were interesting. I got to live my 20s to the fullest.
Yeah. Tell me about that. What do you about that?
Bands. Play show after show after show. It was great.
Yeah. Good times.
Yeah, like especially Sacred Sound, the Christian punk band I was in. It was that time when I met this girl, Nicole. Oh my god. Bunch of crazy.
Yeah.
Bunch of crazy. That one stressed me out so bad.
What's your call sign?
Baka, which
Means Scout?
no. Funny story. So I ended up not watching anything, right? Like One Piece, Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, all that bullshit. And sometimes if I caught up with English, I would watch the subs, right? That's when I learned that baka in Japanese means stupid. So,
Okay.
Yeah. So I definitely never told her that, but I thought it was funny because she's done it, right? She actually with Sacred Sound, they pretty much needed was like, hey, it's her band, right?
Mhm.
And I chose her. She ended up how do you say this? I swear to God, she ended up cheating on me with two different black guys. So, which eventually ended up telling me later on what was really going on. Actually, y'all can send this in the forward. So she, one of the guys that she cheated on me with, right? She put rape charges against him, right? I ended up meeting up with the guy while doing Uber one time. He ended up showing me the messages. She had been cheating on me with him for like 2 months. What he's saying has happened was, one time when they were messing around on me, right? He came in there and there's no way she'd be able to pull that off as my kid, because clearly, that was my clue. But that's, you know, that's when I went through my first like suicidal depression and all that stuff.
What year was that?
It was like 4 or 5 years ago. Something.
Okay, pretty recent.
I was like, yeah, that was the first time it wasn't.
So that's really the first time you had any type of issue with other girls, essentially you were heartbroken, right? Was that our conclusion or was it not?
I mean, 3.5 years, like down the drain like that. So yeah, that's,
You love her?
Yeah.
Okay.
you know, and like, you know, supposedly she's a lesbian.
Yeah, so that's kind of your first, obviously, rough upbringing with your parents, but for the most part, your grandparents kind of fit that void.
I mean, I was like 20s when that happened. You know what I mean?
And then, so go up. So we're, after that, what are you doing there? You're driving, where are you working?
I'm doing Uber at that point until I was my Tahoe, but you know, she ended up telling the finance company that I was only on liability. So, yeah, that got my car taken away. So I was there for a bit, but I was still pretty good. Like,
Where were you at, where you were at then?
my grandparents.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not until I got casted that I moved out. But, with that, I was like 300 pounds when Nicole broke up with me, right?
You started eating kind of breast, kind of doing that thing, so what?
I got stagnant, I got careless. So I got up to like 300 fucking pounds, right? So after the breakup, you know, I go, I get put on medication and all this other stuff. And I'm just like, hey, I'm gonna get myself in an actual routine. So I wake up every morning and I put myself on a keto diet, which holy shit works. So I would eat 4 sausage patties, 4 eggs when I wake up in the morning. I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, go out in the Uber until like about 5, 6 in the afternoon, right? Then I go to the gym, run for listen to an entire like music album. And I run the entire time. That was my routine for like 3 months. It got down to like, I got down to like 215. Keto literally sheds off your fucking body. It's insane.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling good, you know, ended up actually going out socializing a lot more because, you know, I've always been an introvert, you know, all that stuff. I'd rather sit at home, like watch anime, play my guitar, do all that crap, right? But something told me not, I actually need to go out and be social. So on Friday nights and Saturday nights, what I would do is I would go out to the bar, and that's where I met, you know, some friends, you know, Karen and Stacy. Stacy's actually a dude. I think his actual name was Randy or some shit, but, you know, he likes to go by Stacy for some reason. So I remember his last name. No, funny thing is, he's like one of my best friends, yeah, like, the last name things never come up, it's like, it's Stacy.
So you met him at where?
Electric Cowboy, which is sadly shut down, I'm gonna shut down. Yeah, it was a fun place, you know. Yeah.
So you met them all there, is that kind of like a routine, or how routine?
Yeah, we had a routine there for a long time, didn't
Talk about that, what was it?
we just go and hang out at the bar, like, we pretty much ran that shit, you know what I mean? Like, we were the regulars, you know what I mean? So we'd all just hang out, do our thing, you know, and that's when, you know, I lost my car and all that shit, so ended up needing work, so I started working with my cousin Bert and my dad. Yeah, that's
What's his
Rodriguez.
name?
I know, it sounds strange, right? Because I'm like, shit, yeah, his name's Bert Rodriguez, but I work for him, and, you know, me and my dad work for him. We do AC work,
Okay.
which, you know, it's fun, but, you know, it's hard work. It's not really, we were installers, you know what I mean? We take out units from the attic.
Oh, yeah, no, that's hard work, I've seen it, I've got somebody that don't have to do that, and they're constantly sweating us up.
Yeah, this one time, fucking unit fell out of the ceiling, right? I caught it. Yeah, those things were like 200 pounds, just I raised my knees and I caught that shit. I was like, oh God, hurt my knee like a motherfucker, more than my back. But that's because I actually braced correctly for it. But, so after that, I started going more to guitars and Cadillacs because that's where my cousin wanted to go instead. Because it was like, oh, fuck, like a Cadillac. There was no chicks there, blah, 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 that whole thing. You know, like he was just getting over a separation, which, you know, that always sucks, you know. So he starts going through like a midlife crisis. You know, he gets like freaking dirt bike, not dirt bike, but he gets a motorcycle, like, you know, you know, he's in his early 40s at this point, you know, and he's interacting like he's 20 something.
Kind of cool, midlife, you kind of go.
Yeah, definitely midlife crisis, but, you know, I helped him do that because he was my cousin, I love the shit out of him. But,
So where's Bert, is he really guys too?
he did go to Hazel, it's actually a funny story on that, so with that separation he went through, he wanted a percentage of the house, and his girl wanted a flat amount of like, I don't remember what the amount was, you know, but it was a flat amount. And then fast forward through time, and housing goes up. And that means his percentage, his money went up,
Mhm.
but hers, they said she wanted a flat amount. So, yeah, he came out on top on that one, like when they finally were just like, hey, let's go ahead and finish this up, you know, like COVID put everything back a lot. So even though getting this a huge payoff because they had to sell the house, you know what I mean? Like, there was no way around it. So I don't know where he is now.
Obviously, got to see him since he said you got some money and forgot about his family and friends or what.
No, and I think he's having a house built, I just don't know where, you know, like Johnson or something.
Okay, Johnson County area.
Is that background?
Yeah, it's Cleveland, Johnson County.
Yeah. But, so I don't know where he's at. And I was telling my dad, last time I heard him, he was telling me, hey, I'm homeless, can I have a place to stay? I'm sitting here living with my mom and my grandmother, like, I can't help you out. But yeah, during that time, I'm going up to Guitars and Cadillacs, that's when I meet Cassie. And we just hit it off really well, like really well.
Yeah. Tell me about that. What do you have in common?
Well, we're both dorky as shit, like personality-wise, we're super dorks. But Cassie, I met her and it just kind of clicked, which is really weird because her mom was trying to hit on me and her mom's like,
So she threw on the bar?
Yeah.
Okay.
she didn't really mind the bar and her mom was interested in me, I literally was not.
Yeah.
She's like, hey, your daughter's a lot cuter, man, like, you're like 50.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So,
We got shade numbers. I was like,
actually, I didn't talk to her for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
She legit thought I was gay because I roasted her like that.
oh, really?
Yeah, that. I had a bad problem with like roasting girls because like, I was using like we're flirting, like all this other shit, you know, like sometimes we'd sleep out all that shit, but then like afterwards I'm just like, shit, I don't know where to go from here. So, you know.
Yeah. So tell me about that. How long what year did you start dating?
We started, okay, our anniversary is on October 26th,
2000.
and our third anniversary was recently.
So from 2019 on that.
Yeah, like right before the pandemic.
Okay.
You know, and she had lost her daughter at one point, like her mom's always been a bit kind of abusive towards her ever since, you know, her parents split up.
Yeah. So you mean Cassie was arrested? Cassie was arrested. Wait. Yeah. So y'all meet around 2019, and is it immediate you are dating or exclusive or?
Well, our friend Jackie helped us with that.
Yeah.
But, which Jackie always had a thing for Cassie's brother, but,
Who's Jackie? Was
I have no fucking clue.
just kind of an acquaintance or whatever, friend.
Acquaintance, actually the first night I met her,
You know Jackie or what?
yeah, okay. No, I actually, before I met Cassie, as I said, like, I would ghost girls, but I definitely made a habit of being a little bit of a, you know, man, or this
I
guy.
was gonna say, you sound a little bit of a player out there,
I
right?
used to be,
Yeah.
but, you know, I started realizing getting older, I need to kind of,
So now.
yeah, settle down essentially.
Okay, so tell me about you in Cassie's relationship.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's great, man, like, she ended up, after a couple months, moving in with me at my grandmother's house because, like I said, her mom's slightly abusive. So she ended up moving over with me and, you know, we ended up getting jobs, all that stuff, but then, you know, Cassie lost her, I don't remember what job it was, what happened, but she ended up getting those, you know,
You remember where she worked at?
no, she's had several jobs. She ended up getting like stimulus checks in, right? So after a little bit of getting those stimulus checks in, it was like, hey, let's go get an apartment. I'm buying a car for my friend Chris, and, you know, we get an apartment out in Arlington, it's the same apartment complex as our friend Jay, so, you know, we at least know some people out there. So we're out there for quite a bit, just living our lives. I don't think I get a job at Papa John's, but I actually used to have that job at Papa John's, a couple years prior when I was with Nicole.
Okay.
But it was Papa John's out in Cantigo.
Cantigo, okay. Did you do Papa John's? Did you work front or did you do everything?
Delivery, I was the number one delivery boy.
Yeah.
But I will say this, UTA was in our delivery zone, right? And I hated it when I delivered there because, and I'm not mad because I realize it's a cultural thing, but people from India think tipping is disrespectful. But when you're a pizza delivery driver, you're basically living off tips.
Yeah.
They don't tip at all.
So that was probably a lot of Indian folks in that area, I guess what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean, they're going to like TC, you know, like Evermore and all that. So we ended up getting out of that apartment. We ended up moving into where her mom and her were staying previously.
Which is where?
Denver, yeah.
Okay.
Right off what's it called? 377.
Okay.
So we have lived around there,
Mhm.
and it's going relatively well. After a few months, JC's boyfriend gets out of jail. That's Cassie's cousin. We were living with JC at the time.
What's his name?
Levi Anderson.
What was he doing?
He's a piece of shit. He's an absolute gigantic piece of shit. Like, I'm not someone to call someone a piece of shit, but this dude was. If I would have known what he was in trouble for, we would have been able to get him on sooner. But JC wanted him around, and me and Cassie did not, because at this time, we're finding out, oh shit, Cassie's 3 months pregnant.
Mhm.
So we're just
What was he
like,
in trouble for? Which one are you in trouble for?
I don't know the exact details, but, we lived pretty close to a school, and he was not supposed to be that close to a school. So,
So you alluding to the fact that there's maybe some type of sexual assault on a child or
that's what
something?
I'm asking, but I did not like the guy, I did not like the guy hanging around. So after a couple days, I was like, hey, JC, like, why is he still around? And
Yeah.
it was this entire deal, like, I tried to get him out, like, I tried forcibly removing him from the property because I didn't want him
So
there.
you have physical altercations with each other?
I wouldn't say there's a lot of altercations, like, there's one point where he straight up called JC a cunt, and I lost my shit on him. Because, you know, JC asked his cousin, so that means she basically family me, and sitting there calling her a stupid cunt bitch, like, no, like, you're supposed to be fun. So, that's the only time I ever, like, went off on him, but that's, anyways, I digress. I tried to remove him from the house, and then JC called police, and it was just like, well, you can't remove him because she lives here, and she's letting him come here, so we really can't do anything to remove him. If we would have known that he can't get that close to a school, we would have been able to get rid of him. Gosh, we would have done that, because, this friend of his came around and like busted out my windshield, like there's police reports about this and everything.
Yeah, I heard before, they were.
Yeah, he like busted out my windshield, busted, my right window, busted JC's windshield, like it was,
He came and really tore us up.
yeah,
Oh, what was the reason? Because he was mad at you?
yeah, he's not really lying.
You know why?
That's when we started to figure out, like, hey, something's not right about this dude other than the fact that he's on drugs. He started sitting there calling him a pedophile, you know, me, I'm just sitting there like, what? Like, so I'm not liking it.
Yeah.
So, after this all happens, the police report is filed again, and, you know, they actually caught the dude busting our windshields and all that stuff on, ring camera. So, they get him out, finally, but then the landlord, like, sees everything that's happened, and
Yeah, tired of the drama on his place.
yeah, exactly, so me and Cassie have to find an apartment, so we found an apartment out on, Brian River? Yeah, Brian River, over by, trying to remember, it's over by like the Sam's Club on the border, all that stuff.
You were living in the complex? Just trying to get an idea where it's at.
Well, they changed the name of it.
Yeah.
Like, they got bought out by another company, like, we were doing the, Texas Rebel Leaf thing, and then,
Yeah.
like, by the time the Texas Rebel Leaf check came in, they changed companies, like, you know, they got bought out and all that stuff, so they had to send another check, but it all happened too late, so we got evicted.
Yeah.
So, when we got evicted from there, our son was born, he was already born at this point, he's a couple months old.
What year was it?
It was,
2021?
Yeah.
You're still one, right?
Yeah.
So we're in, what was your son graduated?
February 2nd at 6:14.
Okay. Yeah, what year?
I didn't do February, I did July.
July,
Yes, sir.
July 2nd, 2021.
He was born at 6:14, at 6 pounds, 14 ounces. I will never forget that.
What would you name him? What's his full name?
Chester Constantine Park. The Chester comes from Chester Bennington, the deceased singer of Linkin Park.
Okay. And then what about the Lynn?
Thomas comes from her brother. Lynn comes from both her grandfather and you. Yeah, I mean,
Okay. So he's got some meaning behind his,
Yeah.
got some soul behind his name, son.
his yeah. So Cassie, bless her heart, like the months leading up to you know, Chester being born, we were both working at what's it called? Australian themed. How I say house, right?
Yeah.
Off of 377.
Okay.
Um,
What were you doing for them?
I was a dishwasher, she was a server, and you know, she was pregnant and a server, so she was making more money than me, and I was making like 15 an hour.
She's probably making a lot of money, which is great.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
I see somebody's pregnant, I'm always gonna take extra.
Yeah, no, that's such a guilt for that, at the same time, it's just like, shit, she needs help.
Yeah, absolutely.
But bless her heart, man, up until the week she was giving birth, she was working doubles. I don't know how the hell she was doing it, man,
That's grit and character.
I know it.
Yeah.
My girl, like,
That just shows her, you know, her character. So,
but after her son was born, you know, postpartum had really bad.
where,
Hewley, I think it's Burleson or Crowley, but it's like right off of 35.
Yeah. I did the forward.
Yeah,
So then you said postpartum hit.
and postpartum hit, she got really, you know, depressed, all that, but she got
What
really,
else that did?
that we were still in the apartment at that time,
Okay.
for a few months, and then, you know, after a while, we moved over to her, grandparents' house when we got evicted from there, which,
Her grandparents' house?
Yeah.
Remind me of her grandparents. You mentioned their names earlier.
I didn't mention her grandparents,
So you mentioned your grandparents. I'm sorry, what was her grandparents' names?
Lynn and Patsy,
And where they live?
Burleson.
And it's Wayne also?
Yeah.
No, what's her other name?
Wade is, on her dad's side,
Okay.
this is her mom's side.
You remember the last name? It's all right, you know, you got something in your head.
Bolanger, I don't know, it's French, it's pronounced Bolanger, but like,
Yeah. Yeah. So y'all were doing her grandparents at that point, I guess, to get Chester somewhere to be or.
yeah, like we needed a good environment for him. You know, originally we were staying on this little like shed, you know, we kept it nice and it was kept up for a bit until Cassie postpartum came back a bit. And we ended up moving into the house itself, but you know, at the time I was working for Amazon as a pretty much the same thing as with FedEx, you know what I mean? And just delivering, all that stuff. So what, that's from 2021, did you start working for Amazon delivery too? Yeah, like a contract company or whatever, so yeah, contract company, it's Southern Star Express, they're, oh man, they let themselves go after, actually, fun fact, I brought on drivers from there to go work with us at FedEx.
Just got you from,
Yeah, well, technically, I brought on one person, that was my friend Savannah, and then she brought on her boyfriend, and then ironically, like a month ago, someone that worked at Southern Star started working for the company that we work for, and I was like, oh, hey, this is very much, I was like, no, I just applied. Yeah, so it was
it's like
like,
I brought everybody over.
pretty much, yeah, where they went wrong is they kept getting step vans, but you know, and they're like, all right, step vans, we're making more money now, right? But that's like, they have the same work area, but they're getting bigger routes, so they're kind of screwing themselves over because they have all these people that are step vans certified, all these step vans, but not enough routes.
Mhm.
So I was showing up like driving 40 minutes to work every day, just like the chance to be able to go around that day. And, you know, I have a 1-year-old. So yeah, exactly.
So you only get paid if you run a route?
Yeah.
That's the way you get paid?
Yeah.
You get paid by the hour or you get paid by the route?
That one I get paid by the hour.
Okay.
But you know, that's no way to live if you're trying to sit here and bring it home for your family.
Mhm.
So at the time I was back on keto because when COVID hit, I stopped keto and all that, you know, I gained weight. Then I ended up losing weight really fast, a little bit too fast. So one morning I woke up, I stood up too fast, and I just lost consciousness, because you're not supposed to lose 60 pounds in 3 months.
Oh, yeah, it's unhealthy, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not good. So I hit the ground really hard, hit the back of my head, and I ended up going into a seizure. And I ended up calling in that day and, you know, told them why. I'm just like, okay, well, you're gonna be on a 3-month leave. Just like, wow, this isn't really changing much, because I'm already showing up 40 minutes to work and not being able to work. So I ended up looking for jobs elsewhere. Since I got my step-in certification while I was there, you know, I'm DOT certified. So I ended up going to FedEx from there.
Okay. Where'd you find FedEx at? You know,
I think it was Indeed.
okay. So essentially a third party internet.
Yeah, third party internet. Ended up working for these people,
When you start there?
February.
Okay, so February this year? Yeah. Okay. And what routes did you have when you started them?
What else?
Yeah, or what area did you work for?
Hazel, which, you know, was bulking for me because I know he's like the back of my hand, dude. Like, I went to Hazel High School.
Mhm.
So, I would work from like Reno Road, I go down 730 a little bit, Reno Road, and then I work my way out to back to the center of Springtown. And that was my route for a few months, and then I had kind of a mental breakdown, and that's when, I kind of got put on my meds again.
What was the cause of the mental breakdown? What was the cause of you being depressed, upset, whatever?
Inadequacy. I wasn't able to provide for my family, like, I couldn't get Cassie to do anything because she was in this really bad state of depression. Like, it was just all kind of building up over a few months while I was working FedEx. And one day I only got like 5 deliveries done in an hour. You know, I couldn't find anything on the truck, I couldn't find where anything was, I was stressing out over it. So I started getting really, really, really suicidal. And it just, from that point, it was getting really bad. I ended up having to leave work early and have Cassie go take me to Millwood, and that's when they told me about their, what's it called, their outpatient program.
Yeah. So essentially, observing you, medicating you, kind of helping you kind of help with some of the stress that you got going on, is that my understanding, on the outpatient treatment?
Yeah, that's about the time. Hold up.
Are y'all okay?
It's all the time it started popping up.
Whatever that time, you remember what that was? Started February, March, April, May, June, July, you started at, you know, FedEx in February, so that's 6 months in.
Trying to, give me a second, I'm trying to think of timelines.
Do you remember when you went to Millwood?
It's under about 3 months, I think.
So that, if you started FedEx in February, that's what you're in April.
About that. It's around that time.
Okay, so April timeframe is kind of when you first took at that point, how did that happen?
It just kind of, what do you mean?
Like, you said that's when you first started coming in, or you first started seeing zero, is that what you're referring to?
Well, not singing,
Or like hearing, or?
it started off as like almost like a little devil on my shoulder kind of thing, you know what I mean? But then after a while, it just kind of turned into, I was switching back and forth sometimes. Like in times when I was stressed out, I would essentially switch, if that makes sense.
You think that was maybe more of a coping mechanism? Maybe some way to, you know, overcome your stress and be more assertive and.
I mean, it's possible.
Because, and again, I'm not done with the words in your mouth, but, you know, I know some folks that essentially, you know, put up with so much bullshit and have so much stress going on, in order to cope or kind of do things different and not be regular, nice, easygoing, laid back Tanner, they sort of kick up a notch so they can overcome and get through some of the hard times, Because it sounds like you were having a lot of coping to do. You were dealing with a lot. You got 1 girl at home, you got such a fiance, is that proper fiance or girlfriend? Well, that's a fiance. The fiance at home that's not working, and she's dealing with some postpartum stuff. You're the sole provider. By all accounts, don't have your own home.
And Jake spending all my money.
So every time you get a paycheck in, it's going right down the drain. Is it going to get stuff? Is it going to?
Well, I mean,
chest or to-
some of it does, yes, and other parts of it, not so much.
Okay. So then here we are sitting in April. You got Billwood. You do the outpatient treatment. Tell me about where do you go from there? You keep working, obviously.
Yeah, I keep working. They end up putting me as a floater, which I absolutely hate.
Yeah.
Like me having Asperger's syndrome, I like being routine. You know what I mean? Like I have a routine. I used to have a way I used to do my own route. I used to go down 7:30, hit the business first, and then I'd move west on that way. You know what I mean? And I always do it the same way every day. But now they're putting me on like different routes every day, like since while I was away for like a week, right? So they put someone else on my route, and then they became the main on that route. I would only get that route like once a day.
Yeah.
And Polaris at this time had, let me see, they had Paradise, Bridgeport, let me see what else. All of Springtown, Poolville, which, fun fact, I got chased down by a peacock in Poolville. Yeah.
I've seen those peacocks in Poolville. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I also delivered to that Venus colony that's apparently out there. That's yeah, no, don't even go there. No, that dude that answers the front is like 400 pounds and like new as hell. And I almost saw the place right there. And like first thing I did was just say, hey, Jason, this dude just answered this door. Dude is fucking, he's like trying to shoot my hand. She's just like, oh, you're on that route. Okay, yeah, no, that's a good spot. You're fine. Please don't put me on this route. Yeah. Like people being negative freaking out, but
So essentially, it messed up your routine.
yeah.
It took you away from your comfort zone. It took you away from, you like that control that I'm saying later, I like things organized. I like my routine. I like to do things. You mess up my routine, it kind of throws me into a little funky.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, we're dealing with that. I tried getting them to put me on an Hazel route because, like, let's face it, I know Hazel like back of my hand. Like, Main City Hazel route, it has high volume, but it's mostly residential. The only place that was kind of bitched to deliver to was Walmart. And that's because they wanted their stuff early in the morning, then they give you twice the amount of stuff, so now you're gonna have to work around all that stuff. But that wasn't a big deal for me because I still don't know how I'm running this route, you know? I get like 50 stops every like 2 hours running all the residential shit.
You need a faster trust everything.
But I know how to get it done, so I can hurry up and get on. Because since I wasn't getting paid by the hour, my goal is hurry up and get done.
So you're getting paid by the route now.
Yeah, okay. FedEx getting paid by the route.
Okay.
But they just keep putting me on these like stupid, like, okay, now you're on this route today, you're on this route today, I never know what to expect. And then that's when they ended up having to sell some of their routes to this new guy, Richard Davis. Y'all probably talked to him already.
Yeah, I had a person talk to me. I think they have. The guy that owns these trucks, right? The guy that owns the routes you're currently.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Supervisor for that.
Well, he's the business owner.
This is all, yeah.
But the reason they sold me over to him was because they were trying to push me out towards those routes, which, that irritates the piss out of me because I, coming from Amazon, like, condensed routes, you know what I mean? Because let's face it, like, I gained weight because they keep putting me on routes that I'm sitting most of the time versus running shit to the door. But it was disheartening, but, in my mind was just like, I have a kid, I have to keep providing, I have to keep doing what I have to do. So it was just kind of frustrating, I guess.
Okay, so how long does that go on? When did they sell over? When did you catch the new routes on this side?
Uh,
Remember when that was?
I don't know. Actually, don't know.
A few months, not too terribly long.
Yeah.
So now you got these new routes, you got this new business. How are you doing at that time? What's your?
I have no clue.
No clue.
Everything just kind of
Yeah.
went in.
So did that add to your stress a little bit on you and Cassie? Obviously?
Yeah, of course, because like we're having to change our locations again. Like it's bad.
But you're still helping her out. You're still working. Is she working anywhere at this point?
No.
No, she's just.
I mean, she's using my growth account to go get money every once in a while, but it's gone by the next day. So at least from this point, she's at least providing money for her own dumb shit. Like dude, she'll go get your growth out to work out later.
Yeah.
I don't know that girl, that's so dumb. But sorry.
And Grubhub is just like delivery food.
Yeah, I always have a backup plan work-wise. So we're having grandmother for like a month, and then my grandmother's house in general is just not a clean place. Like they have like several little bitty dogs running around all over the place, and it's just there's shit everywhere. Like it's not a good place for a boy that's about to start walking. You know what I mean? So we moved to the shed. And, that shed is where I was during all my high school years because, I'm a teenager, I like privacy, and I have a little brother, that whole thing. So we moved back to the shed, I cleaned the shit out of it, but then I started noticing spiders. And I'm not just talking about like, oh, it's a little house spider, no, like I saw like 3 brown recluses within a 10-minute period.
Mhm.
And, you know, having a baby, that's,
So, no,
yeah, that's a big no-no.
Yeah.
So we really didn't have a choice in the matter, but we had to let Chester go with her family.
okay. Did they want to?
Yeah, given the circumstance, like wolf spiders, like brown recluses in general, like I bit by a brown recluse in the 4th grade, it was not fun. But for that, it was bad.
Mhm.
Like, cause now, like, I'm separated from my son, like Cassie's not doing anything in the house,
So this is, now we're talking about current, current events.
yeah, like last 3-4 months.
Okay, so then Chester goes to Cassie's family, and you're still living with your grandmother's, she's growing up in it, you're FedExing it, you're kind of just living on that.
Yeah, and at this point, we're both just kind of developing a relationship with, Zero at this point, because Cassie knows him pretty well at this point.
What do you know that?
To her, she's basically dating 2 people, and Cassie herself, she has multiple. But she gets that from her grandmother, her Raja.
So you're saying she had multiple personalities?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But I only have the one. She says I have 3, but I haven't seen evidence of the 3rd. So at this point, we're just kind of, it's getting bad. You know what I mean? Because like, I miss my son.
So you're, by that, I mean, you're like,
I miss my
a
son.
lot of altercations with each other, kind of arguments.
I wouldn't say that, but it's definitely a bit irritating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when we were under grandparents, we tried moving out twice, right? There's this RV park out in Springtown, which the first time we tried moving out, we didn't realize that the people we were dealing with were psychotic. So that only lasted for like a week, and we were like, yeah, let's get out of this RV and go back to your grandparents. Like 2 weeks later, the RV park manager, because this RV park was on my old route. So she was just like, hey, there's this guy who has an extra RV, he's trying to rent out to people, right? So we get there and we have about too much space in this room, and the air conditioner's not working, like, and then like my car breaks down. So the only car we had at this point is Cassie's car. So fast forward a little bit, since we're only running on Cassie's car, I'm the one who's always going to work and then coming back home, so she's not doing bread out anymore because she doesn't like waking up in the morning.
Yeah.
So
So you're sharing that account just to kind of like,
yeah, I let her use it, but, which I really need to talk to her about that, because the file was a 1099 for that. But, so, I'm the only one working there for a bit, and then her car breaks down. Right, and, her family's all blaming it on me, but honestly, she could have been working in general, and for like a month, I'm sitting here, driving, like, freaking work trucks home.
yeah, and they let you do that, obviously.
Well, Richard's allowing us to do that, because he's got a heart goal, he really does.
Yeah.
But he, after a while, I started noticing they were putting up signs, right? And it was for $18.50 an hour for package handlers. Cassie, I'm just like, hey, look at that. She's like, you know what? That's a lot of money. I'll do that. So for the last like month, she was, she actually worked. She was driving with me up to the
Yeah, so it makes sense, right? They're both going the same place,
Yeah.
the package you can deliver.
Yeah, pretty much. So after a few weeks of that, we go to a car dealership because, Richard's just like, all right, so what's the status on the car? So we get a car over at C2C, which, it only took like 1,000 down, and we got ourselves a car, a little 2015 Chevy, something, I don't know.
Sonic.
Yeah,
Is that right?
yeah. Which is not a little car, not a bad little car, just a little tiny, at the same time, like.
Right, 4 wheels and it gets you from point A to point B, right?
Exactly.
So you get your car, so it's just, hey, it's what it is, a car is just a means to get to where you need to go, right? Doesn't matter what it is.
And the entire time, like, all this is going on, it just starts,
What sounds like things are getting better though.
yeah,
Essentially, when she's working now, they've got a car, sounds like they're kind of helping with each other's shortcomings on these, personality issues and everything's great, right? I mean, it sounds like it.
yeah, it's starting to get a lot better.
Yeah.
And then the last like 4 months, though, Zero becomes a little bit more prominent. He starts, like, ever since, I'll say about 2 months before we moved out of our grandparents' house, becomes a lot more prevalent. Like,
Describe that to me, what do you mean by that?
like he's coming out more, he's taking over a lot more, which at the time I really didn't mind, because a lot of times I'm just sitting here like bored as hell, like driving these long ass routes for like, sometimes it's like 15 minutes in between one stop and another, you know what I mean? It gets tedious. So I did mind him coming out a little bit more. Plus, dude, it's him. Like I listen to a lot of metal, all that stuff, like his technique's different. I don't know how to describe it. But so I'm starting to do a lot better. We're doing a lot better. I'm starting to understand a little bit more about this other me, essentially. Cassie started to understand a little bit more.
You describe that as like, you're there,
you're present, but you're not present. You're just not
So
controlling, you're
there's
present.
different states, I can say, like, say it's a car.
Mhm.
So if I'm the one driving, it's just normal, you know what I mean? Sometimes I'm in the back seat, and that's when Zero's driving, and I'm just kind of
Along for the ride.
essentially, yeah. And then there's other times where I call it being in the trunk, where I have no idea what's going on, because there's been times where I wake up and I have no idea how I got there.
Mhm.
Like this, for example, like this right here, I woke up, like going through my grandmother's backyard, and I don't even know how the hell that got there, I don't know what happened. It just kind of, it's like I wanna say blackout, but like sometimes I can like,
You can recall.
sometimes I can recall like later on, like when I'm like dreaming, stuff like that.
Yeah, because the thing that you can recall the majority of it, I mean, so that makes
So
sense.
that night, I kind of had a nightmare,
Mhm.
and I thought it was a nightmare until I found the pants in my backpack.
Okay.
I thought the entire thing was a nightmare.
Okay, so you saw it, you remember it, but then when you found the pants, you knew it didn't happen. Is that correct?
Essentially, I thought it was just a bad dream. Sorry, I haven't been able to wash my hands in days. I haven't taken a shower in 4 days. I'm like,
Well, when you stop doing silly stuff like that, it's, you know,
I don't remember doing that.
well, I mean, looking at
That's what I'm talking about. Like stuff will happen. I don't even remember how it happened. I woke up in a padded cell with that right there. I don't even know how we got anything to do that with.
tell me a little bit about that, I remember, where'd you find the pants?
My backpack. I don't even know what the hell happened.
Yeah.
Like I just found it in my backpack and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like I thought I just had a really fucked up nightmare.
What was in your mind before that, because I mean, obviously now we're going through now with that, was the nightmare pretty similar to what we discussed, or was there any?
I was describing my nightmare.
Yeah.
Like I said, sometimes I recall it in like weird ways. I'll recall stuff in dreams. I'll recall stuff like just random flashbacks to the next day. It's almost like a PTSD kind of thing.
So when you recalled anything came back that you think that we missed that first night that we spoke?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah. Nothing that just sticks out to you, it's like, oh crap, I remember this, or telling me something like that.
I've been trying to think of something.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything.
Yeah.
Like I'm at a loss. I'm in trouble for something I don't even remember doing at the time.
Yeah, yeah,
Because I remember, like I said, like
No, you-
nightmares and
yeah.
dreams.
yeah, no, you recall a lot of it in great detail, and I understand some of it, and obviously, ultimately talking to Zero, he filled in most of the holes that Tanner wasn't able to fill in, right? We kind of talked about that, and I'm not discounting anything, right? I 100% believe you, what you told me that night, and the same is meant to me, because of digital evidence, physical evidence, timelines, everything we're able to corroborate. That's my job. Now we're talking about the guy that's responsible for it. So then I'm responsible for essentially corroborating and filling those holes that you told me, to make sure that we're not missing something. And obviously, I was able to fill in every single one of those holes for the most part. And some of the holes, like that's that what that we keep talking about, that what that we keep bringing up, right? But then it's just some of that why that comes into it, And I know we touched a little bit about it, but obviously if the child was sexually assaulted, you said no, you were pretty adamant about that.
I don't have any visions, memory of any of that.
Any type of sexual assault, anything like that.
I'm sorry.
And obviously, yeah, and those kind of folks that will determine that.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor, by
I'm not too worried. I'm pretty sure you didn't.
Yeah.
Like I'm 98% for sure.
percent, 98%.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm like halfway thinking about it right now. That's why I'm just like, I'm just
98% sure that.
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything in my dreams. I haven't seen anything like at all.
Yeah, no, I can trust you on that. I believe you, because I'm gonna report back to whoever I was talking to, whether it was Zero or Tanner, that both of you guys are completely honest with me. Both, 100%. And I think that goes, I'm gonna go ahead and credit that with that throughout your life, throughout the series of events in your life, there's a two-way road with you. You're gonna give what's given you. Am I wrong about that? And if somebody disrespects you, you're gonna like that. Sounds like you disrespect them. If somebody,
I'm even to that point.
Yeah.
Like I have a lot of patience with it.
Yeah.
But there's certain lines that when it's crossed, it's crossed. Like for instance, my mother-in-law putting Cassie and my fucking son in danger.
Yeah.
Like that's a line you don't cross.
So I tend to believe, if you're telling me you didn't sexually assault or she was sexually assaulted, I believe you. But I'm not the doctor, right? So if the doctor comes and tells me that she's been sexually assaulted, then obviously I have to go with the doctor.
Yeah.
But you're not 80% sure that's not gonna happen, that's not gonna be.
I'm sure that's not gonna happen.
Okay, I believe you. So that being said, as bits and pieces are coming back, that's one thing that you're sure on, was who sexually assaulted, and obviously we went into some of the details of the way that he was killed. That was Tanner telling me that, because you remember that pretty good. Obviously.
I had nightmares about it for like 2 nights, man.
This is here, you got nightmares?
No.
Oh, before that, after that. Yeah, so obviously that was pretty restricted, she based away from you, you tried to break her neck first.
That I'm saying, that was
Zero tried to break her neck, which is, and when I say you, obviously,
It's not another person's body, it's not your body. You physically try to recognize that didn't happen, facing away. Obviously, it's not like the movies, you know, I think that's obviously exception, precedent, obviously, maybe there are some people that can do that, but.
Yeah, maybe like my python.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, every time I say my person say I do that, it's just a joke that me doesn't have.
Yeah, so ultimately you ended up strangling her, or your body ended up strangling her.
Zero strength.
So zero strangling her. Do you have any recollection, because I'm gonna shoot you straight, she's got some marks and things on her, you aware of any, how those marks could potentially got on her?
Like what?
Like some patterns, scratches, anything like that?
I don't know, it depends, like, what do you know, I might be able to.
I feel like, again, this is something I don't physically know, I haven't physically seen them or visually seen them, but I've been asked that, so maybe you can feel it, it's like maybe like a pattern on her body. Maybe, and I think it maybe just for the process of transporting her from, you know, the truck to essentially the Trinity River, maybe she got scratched on her somewhere,
Trinity River.
or the creek.
Unless I Trinity River, that's way far off.
So, or the creek that where we found her, so, any ideas on that, where she might have any scratches or scarring or anything like that?
I mean, we took her across the road,
Yeah.
I threw her in the, bamboo.
Okay, so you did, that's one thing I wanted to clarify a little bit, so she was in the bamboo at first,
She was in the bamboo,
at first,
yes, sir.
and then what made you put her in the bamboo?
That's when I was in the backseat, not in the backseat,
But that was the same day, right? That wasn't a different day, you came and got her in the Uber to agree.
essentially.
Yeah, same day, same time frame.
When I came to, I was getting on 114, coming off of a little county road.
Okay, so essentially you went back, you had to go back, get her back in the truck and then take her to the creek.
As far as time goes, I don't think that happened.
What do you mean?
I think it all happened in one go.
Okay, so
I
pretty
got
much
in
the next
I got in the driver's seat, and that's when he took back over.
So essentially it was like, it's probably not a good spot, somebody's gonna find her pretty quick, she's
I
left.
wanted somebody to be able to find this poor little thing.
You went to the zero.
That's my guess.
Okay, so then that's how she was in the creek. That's how, and I say she got, because you give her respect by calling her by her name, Athena. That's when Athena is in the creek. So,
That was a beauty and knowledge.
yeah, that's, and I thank you for filling that line, because I was a little confused on it. I guess I got confused on, because we went to the bamboo, and she wasn't there.
Sorry, I love it.
So it's okay. And then essentially, you know, once he's not there, brother, the bamboo, I'm perplexed, because you and I were being pretty honest, but then that's when I had to talk to Zero. And then Zero essentially took me to the creek. So zigzag, or any type of pattern, any type of scratch, anything like that on her, would more likely be from you dragging her on the road or something in the truck. Right? Okay.
Keep in mind, the truck floor does have kind of a rugged,
Texture?
Yeah.
Okay, and in fact, sure, okay. So you don't think try to, in your dreams or in your mind, when you're recollecting some of this stuff, you don't think,
I haven't seen anything.
nothing as far as like trying to smother her, or anything like that, just strangling her?
Sir,
That was it?
sir.
Strangling Athena, I'm sorry, again, I just want to show her respect, you know, I call her by her name, not minimizing who she is.
It's a person.
Yeah, it's a person.
That's a child.
So, and it is a child, so, and at that point, explain to me a little bit about the clothes, what do you think is the rationale behind taking the clothes? I know it was essentially, it was a humiliation factor for Zero, so I understood to humiliate her. Is that like,
It might have been like throw off trails or something, I don't know.
okay, essentially put clothes somewhere else, and then, it's kind of like a story about the green man, right, so to throw us off. So if we find clothes somewhere, then it kind of throws us off, is that your train of thought, maybe, is that what thought was
That's
here?
my theory on it.
Yeah.
I don't know 100%, I haven't talked to Zero in a couple days, so.
Okay. It makes sense, right? I mean, to me, it makes sense. Obviously, you did tell us that the green man was to throw us off, right? So essentially seeing something, so now the clothes, it only makes sense that you take clothes.
So the first time that I talked to the people from the FBI, and they saw me when I was dropping off some packages in someone's house, I was in the backseat for that.
Mm-hmm.
When we realized who that was, Zero took over on that.
Okay, so throw them off.
I think he got access, like, we share the same mind.
Mhm.
He has access to our memories.
Mhm.
And my dad used to have an old Astro van, and I think that's where he got that from.
Okay, just a repressed memory, essentially, so speaking.
And he had the missing, panel of the,
Yeah, and that was very descriptive, so obviously that's something that was, you know, stuck out to me, it was very descriptive of the way that it's just go. But it only makes sense, so do you remember what article, obviously you found the pants in your backpack at your house, right? Do you remember where any of the other articles of clothing went? I know we talked about salt that maybe was carved on the side of the road.
can't think of anything else as far as that goes. No, sir.
Was she completely new when she was thrown into the creek?
I believe so.
So she had no clothing on her person?
No, sir.
Okay. But you don't remember particularly any other signs of injuries, anything that you can remember or recall in your mind, in your memories, or any other injuries that she had on her?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah. So, we recall a little bit, I want to talk a little bit about that, because I want to minimize the actual act, is like, obviously get her in the truck and find an ending road, which we're up here, right? Get to the end of the road and kind of instruct her to face away from you, and then try to strangle her, and she did defecate and urinate on herself, right? So, yeah, you recall that. Is that maybe the reason some of the clothes came off? Was she defecated, or is it just straight to the gator? You think that's it was?
Who read that?
So you think maybe the clothes came off because she defecated on herself, or because it was just to humiliate her?
I don't remember there being any defecation on
Oh,
those.
okay, I think, Zero stated, or remember that you recalled was that she had potentially, got a ballot.
I remember part of what I threw up, part of what I cleaned up was throw up,
Okay.
the other part was
Poop. So that's okay, essentially, she, was it her poop?
Yeah.
Okay, and the throw was yours?
Sir.
Okay, so essentially, once, you think maybe she was, obviously she was, the clothes was taken off the clothes in the truck, and then put some of it was put in your backpack, you don't remember all the other stuff, I'm sure I said that, okay? But just looking at it, it only makes sense, I think you're on the right track there, maybe throw us off, throw off, push it off.
I mean, that's my theory on it.
Yeah, so obviously early on, your grandmother kind of, was it already on your radar, obviously it's all over the news, you kind of seen it?
My grandmother sent me a message about it, like, dude, this is not really working, like, do you have anything? I was just like, I don't really have anything.
Yeah, and you didn't talk to anybody about it?
No, sir.
You didn't mention to anybody, you didn't tell anybody what you did, nothing like that. No, it was just you and Zero. Nobody else knew about it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you do at that point? You find out. I mean, this is kind of like, oh shit, oh my god, like this is real. What's your train of thought? What's your direction?
I think I was in denial.
Mhm.
I think a lot of it was denial because, like, I would never have it in my heart to do that.
Did you think about calling law enforcement at that point? Did you think about doing anything like that?
I thought about it. I didn't know what to do.
When you thought about it, what did you think about it? What were your thoughts? I mean, you had events and things going through your head, right? Because we're human, right? We're human. We're natural. You're gonna have a human emotion as a parent, as a son. You're gonna have some type of emotion or some type of thought of what would I do next?
I didn't know what to do next. I just tried living my life.
Just pretend it didn't happen, right? And that's human.
I didn't like emotion, just me, but
Yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize for bothering you. Yeah, so essentially, human nature, right? Human nature to me is like sometimes I'll screw up on something, like crap, I'm gonna forget that it happened, I'm upset with myself. Right, essentially, yeah, is that the human? That's the human nature, saying, hey, I did something wrong, if I can move past it, then, it didn't happen.
not even that. I didn't do it, but he did, and that's what fucks with me.
Yeah.
I'm wondering who the hell's been in my head this whole time, because for a long time, we've been cool, we've been tight, like, me and him and Cassie all have conversations together.
Did you think about some casting is?
No, we break her heart. It would terrify her.
So essentially, you're more or less in denial at that point, I would say.
Still, part of me is in denial because I didn't pull the trigger.
What do you mean?
I didn't pull the trigger.
As far as letting somebody know what happened,
Doing it.
you feel like Zero pulled the trigger.
I feel like, yeah.
Okay.
I tried to disarm the gun. I tried to stop all of this from happening.
I guess the whole motivating factor, again, going back to that why, is maybe going to silver over the truck, and I know it's my job, potentially it's my freedom, potentially.
I wasn't worried about the losing freedom part because honestly, that's an honest accident. You know what I mean? Like, all it would take is going up there and just talking to the parent. Like, hey, I accidentally bumped your daughter. Like, there's more jobs out there. You know what I mean? Like, it's not hard to find a job. I mean, shit. Like,
But that was Tanner that bumped, I think. That was Tanner that put it in.
I started on the back of the van trying to calm her down,
Mm-hmm.
but she wasn't calming down. Zero kind of took over.
So when Zero took over, do you remember that? Did you see that? Did he put his hand over her mouth? Did he physically restrain her, put her in the van? How'd that go down?
He told her just get in the back of the van. We're gonna go to the hospital.
Okay, so then she goes into the back door, right? Okay. And then of course we walked through this now, you remember on that, didn't you? Yeah, just kind of where we went on that, didn't leaving the house and then, coming back out, going around and finding that didn't road. And that's obviously where she's killed, on that Dayton road, and then, private road, I'm sorry. So after that private road, after she's killed on private road, you go back out, you go up, that main road to the bamboo, was that, what was it?
Crossover 46, 46.
Cross over 51.
Yeah, over 51, versus 99, and back to Boyd and back to the creek, where essentially, her body was left. And then after that, you go to the Love's, convenience store, and then you ask them for cleaning material, which we obviously corroborated that. What kind of cleaning material did you remember what kind of spray they gave you?
Just sanitizer spray, I guess. It says sanitizer on it.
Okay, so just some generic spray, paper towels, the brown paper towel, white paper towels, something like that, and then you kind of clean the poop and on the truck, right? And that was approximately, according to my time, do you remember what time it was? I think our time, I think the time sat there was around 7 when you were there, that was, so, and obviously this is a time span, we believe approximately from about 5:45 to 7, so it wasn't an extended amount, period of time, wasn't a long drawn out thing. It happened pretty quick. Do you recall at all any times in your head, or do you remember seeing it fall? I know there was a little bit of inflation there on the phone. Was the phone completely turned off, or did it not legitimately die throughout the thing?
I'm guessing that you turned it off, I don't know if it just died or if you turned it off, I only noticed when I plugged it in, it had really low battery.
So it was off at some point within that time frame, and then it plugged back in and came back on. We had it. Is there anything else you recall that sticks out to you? And obviously, let's get all of it, it's been, come about this chat, he's probably sitting over there with 1,000 things he wants to ask you. Is there anything to kind of record a lot of things, so you may not have anything to ask, but.
Not right now. I knew there's some stuff that you kind of cross over some stuff, things that cross my mind at this point. You said that one thing that got me is that sitting in the backseat sometimes, you're in the trunk sometimes, talk about zero and everything like that. And Cassie said you have 3 personalities.
And she says I have 3, but I've never personally seen any evidence of a certain one.
She give a name to the third personality.
Not that I know of, she give any particulars of their personality, nice, mean, and
No, so she just, there's some times where she'll just say, hey, you may have a third person up there, okay? And I'm just like, no, I don't, because I figured of all people I would know. You know what I mean? Like, it's my brain, I figured if I knew there was someone else in there, I would know.
You mentioned earlier too, I guess you're aware of the FedEx cameras, that there's FedEx in that FedEx, cameras in that FedEx truck.
Yeah.
Okay, and you know how they operate.
Yeah, they operate on, if you make any, they record if it's, like, you're speeding, or if, like, it may take a turn too high, something like that.
Mhm.
That's what I'm guessing.
And because you made a comment earlier that we'd be able to see on the cameras anyways.
Yeah.
I guess you're aware that, you know, the cameras can be accessed without any type of, impact or anything like that.
That I didn't know.
Tanner, do you think Zero told anybody about this? Because you said you did. You think Zero told anybody?
I don't believe that.
No, believe no.
Is that tattoo on your forearm? I mean,
Well, tell me about that. That's actually how we came up with the name from. Just, so this is a Christian metal band named Under Oath, and the O in Under Oath is the O with the line through it.
so that's Christian property.
Yeah, Christian metal band.
Christian,
Yeah.
excuse me.
So like, when we were trying to think of a name for that, other personality of mine, I just kind of looked at mine and was just like, Zero. And that's how I just came up with it. Okay.
So essentially that was something you and Cassie came up with.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
So the first thing I saw,
Are they pretty new band? I mean, is it?
oh, technically, okay, so the first EP came out like 99.
Okay.
Their second EP came out like 2002, and then their first full-length album was 2003, and then 2004. So in 2003, 2004, they switched vocalists because he's going through a lot of mental problems at the time. He fell asleep at the wheel, and his girlfriend died. It's a big thing, but yeah, they've been out for a long.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look them up. I'm gonna have to listen to some of it.
Well, so some of their earlier stuff, it's more like death metal kind of sounding stuff, but they're trying to bring that whole positive spin to an otherwise really negative scene, which I love the crap out of. Then after their first 3 EPs, they went more towards the like emo direction, where it's a lot of singing and screaming like mixed together pretty well. You know what I mean? Then they went more towards metalcore, which is still singing and screaming together, but less on the emotional side. He does talk a lot about like mental health problems and all that stuff. And then they got experimental for 2 albums. On the second of those 2 albums, the drummer left, who was also the clean vocalist, the singer. Then they made one more album with the drummer from this other Christian band called Origin. Then they split up for a long time. They got back together a few years ago. It's more of like a heavy rock group, like almost like, I don't know how to describe it. It's definitely a lot more singing. But when they got back together, they weren't Christian anymore, sadly. But it's their band, their choice. They do what they want.
Yeah, so that kind of explains the name a little bit. Clarify something for me as far as the name goes.
Sorry, I wanted to tangent about that. I like to put nothing on that.
I want to know tangent, right? I want to know that that's important to me. So the tangent, I'm good with. Yeah, I don't need tangent, explain things to me that way I can fully understand you, right?
Like some all-time 3 favorites are like Under Oath, Linkin Park, and recently Dance Heaven Dance, which is a weird name for a band, I know, but the singer, his voice is just phenomenal.
Yeah, it's a dance, you have a dance.
I know, right? Like, that is a weird ass name, I know.
I had something to tell my tongue about before I forget. We talked the other day a little bit about, you spoke to Athena. You kind of remember that, you recall that when I was talking.
Bits and pieces. Like when we were talking to Athena, me and Zero were also arguing.
Oh, what's it next?
Yeah, like I was trying to like, you just put her back and forget the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But he seemed that.
So you obviously asked her name.
Yeah, he seemed a little bit different than normal too. Like, 'cause normally, like, he's the cool guy. You know what I mean? Like, he's almost like everything I want to be. He's like super suave, super like, you know what I mean?
Confident.
Confident, yes.
Yeah.
But he was a little bit more manic than normal, I guess. It was kind of weird.
It's a bad situation, right?
Yeah.
I'm really in trouble. Do you remember, and this is more for do you remember any of the conversation with Athena? I know you asked her name and she told you her name was Athena. I know that you told her you were going to go to essentially get her out of the hospital or whatever. And I know she asked for her dad several times. Do you remember any other conversations with her? Anything else she might have said or anything like that?
I remember there was a point where me and Zero were getting verbal, like outward verbal versus inside the head verbal. She was kind of like freaking out over it.
Well, how was she?
Like, she was just kind of looking at us like, why is this dude talking to himself?
Mhm.
Like, you know what I mean? I don't know how to describe
Do you remember
it.
Stephanie saying anything during that time?
No, she just kind of looked like, what the hell?
She rightfully so, she's terrified, right?
Yeah, if I saw someone talking, like having a conversation, arguing with themselves, like, I'd be freaking out too.
Yeah, so, again, there's some things that are, obviously she asked her dad, and she's scared, she did ask her to stop, right? I mean, I would ask her to stop, not to do it, did she say anything like that?
I don't think she knew.
Yeah.
I think she was just more like not knowing what was going on.
Need some more water?
Yeah, sorry, I think it's more stress than anything, and I have to, like, when I ask people for water, I'm in that fucking padded cell, I'm sitting there waiting for like,
I'm gonna take some water so people.
when I'm sitting there asking people for water, like, everybody there looks at me like I'm a monster. Which understandably so, given the circumstance, but I'm not a monster.
You can just say, okay, I'm gonna smoke. Anything else? You have your record? You okay? That's it. Hey, it's not my house, I'm gonna respect the rules, right?
That's fair. So, you never told me about this news.
Hang on a second, let me see.
So, I don't know why.
Do you have further questions to ask Ranger Espinoza?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, let's break for lunch. Your lunch is here, and we'll start back up at 1:15. Okay? So we'll enjoy your lunch. All rise.
To my recollection throughout the course, this is the first time during an interview where he had mentioned something about taking her to the hospital. To my recollection throughout the course, this is the first time during an interview where he had mentioned something about taking her to the hospital.
And again, this is Tanner telling you that's what he wanted to do.
Yes, sir.
Now, when we go through this and we start looking at this, we start talking about the pants. And at some point, does he admit that he found Athena's pants in his backpack?
Yes, sir. I believe that was a statement that he located Athena's pants in his backpack at his grandmother's residence.
Now, prior to this, if you remember, did he deny taking any items of clothing from Athena with him?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me just ask you, he talked about the pants. Did he mention whether or not he took her socks with him?
No, sir, he did not. The statements made on the socks were varied from he threw them out to he found one in the truck at the Lowe's.
And did he mention where her underwear ended up?
Initially, he stated that the underwear were on her, and then after that, he stated he could not remember what happened to the underwear.
And let me just ask you, with regard to this whole zero thing and how it came up, was he finally able to explain to you how it came up and how the name came about?
Yes, sir. As you heard in the interview, I got a few statements from him essentially about the name, where the name originated, which was based off a tattoo, a Christian band. Then also got some clarity on something that he and his girlfriend discussed about her having personalities, him having personalities, and that's how they came up with the name Zero, and that's how they referred to it throughout the course of that interview.
All right. Let's move a little bit, if you will, now that you've done that final interview, is your involvement in this investigation over?
No, sir.
What types of things are you doing once you've now found Adina's body, conducted this interview on the 7th? Was there anything that happened in between locating her body on the 2nd and this secondary interview on the 7th?
Yes, sir. Obviously, this is a tremendous investigation as far as moving parts go. There's a lot of key elements that we now got to start focus on, which is one, preservation of evidence, getting the evidence properly stored, figuring out who's going to take what to what lab. And then we also have this digital evidence that we have, which is an SD card that obtains potentially more video. So I have to figure out a way to get to the proprietary owner, which basically who owns the software to play that SD card, and figure out a way to preserve that evidence.
Let's back up a little bit, talk just a little bit about evidence. We have the truck in which Adina was murdered in, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We have the truck in which he was found in on the 2nd, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do both of those items, are those going to need to be processed, CSI work and things like that done to them?
Yes, sir.
And then you also said that there was a search done at the Horner Home in Lake Worth, is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And in Horner Home in Lake Worth? And you didn't conduct that search, right?
No, sir. They were just conducted in my direction.
And then we have social media, DNA, things of that nature that all happened, is that right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And then, I didn't ask you this before, was there an autopsy performed on Adina?
Yes, sir. There was.
And do you remember who the doctor was that did
I
that?
believe the chief medical examiner now was Dr. Dwyer.
And so we talked about evidence, so all of that is, would you say, in process when we're working on it, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, like I said, a lot of moving parts, a lot of things moving forward, a lot of things that we need to get doing. I've literally been working on this case along with the district attorney's office for over 3 years.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the items that needed to be tested. Were you involved in, once the forensic, the CSI stuff was done on the vehicles and all of that was done, were you involved in getting that evidence from Wise County to the lab?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And why would you, being the lead ranger, be involved in getting it from Wise County to the lab?
One, it's chain of custody, so everything that goes in, evidence-wise, DNA-wise for testing, it's one person handling it. I grabbed it, took it to the lab with essentially a submission that says what needs to be tested for what, which would be trace evidence, DNA evidence, and different things like that.
Yes. Andres Espinoza, I'm going to show you some more State Exhibit 41. Is that what you were talking about with the evidence?
Yes, sir. This is a chain of custody transfer receipt from the Wise County Sheriff's Office to me.
And is that a true and correct copy of that chain of custody receipt when you took the evidence to DPS?
Yes, sir.
And when did you take that to DPS?
February 21st of 2023, and I can verify that with my signature at the bottom of the page.
David Officer State 41.
Your Honor, we object as this is a police report and not admissible in the hearsay section.
Let me see for you. Mr. Staten, what's the relevance of this documentation?
Is the evidence that he took from the lab and it picked up from the lab? It's not a belief.
Your objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 41 is admitted.
Thank you. Additionally to that, you mentioned, and I think we talked about this a little bit before, you mentioned an SD card, and we'll talk to some other people about the SD card, but are you aware that there's an SD card in the FedEx truck where Adina was kidnapped? Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that SD card. Like I said before, we knew it contained video evidence, digital evidence, because we'd already obtained it. So I was already in the process of going to North Carolina to meet with Velocity in reference to that SD card.
Now, let me ask you, when we say an SD card, and I'll show you the card, the evidence here in just a second, but is this what we would consider just to be like a normal, like an SD card, like we'd see in a camera or something along those lines?
Yes, sir. Yeah, just your standard SD card you slide into, when you take a photo or when you're collecting a smaller video camera, that type of SD card.
And at some point, were you attempting to access that SD card to obtain the video from the FedEx truck?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you able to do that?
No, sir, I was not.
And what steps did you take to be able to view what was on that SD card?
Like I stated before, we knew that we needed to get with the proprietary owner, which is Velocity, and get on their schedule. They do nationwide contracts. So it was a matter of getting them at their headquarters in North Carolina. Numerous times we were working out a schedule. We finally nailed a date down of January 23rd. And I was able to request a plane through DPS headquarters in the governor's office, and it picked me up in Decatur and flew me to North Carolina, where I met with Jim Becker to preserve and obtain the digital evidence from the FedEx truck.
And I'm not going to ask you specifically questions about what's on it, but let me ask you, so you said something about something being proprietary. Well, what does that mean?
So yes, sir, I did. So the software that they use for that SD card is basically only for them. If you want to play their videos, you have to have,
Object, this is all based on hearsay.
Overruled.
you basically have to have their software in order to play that that SD card. So we just can't play it. They own it. So in order for us to play that, we have to go and use their software.
And that's what you mean by proprietary. It's not just a reader that we have on a common laptop. Is that-
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And does that particular reader have a name?
I believe it's TrueView, if my memory recalls.
But we could get Jim Becker to talk about that. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, he's the brains. He provided me the software, provided me the video, and then that allowed us to play it.
And so, and again, I'm not going to ask you directly about it, but once you had the proprietary software, okay, once you had that, did you get that when you were in North Carolina?
Yes, sir. I flew there, obtained it, stayed until we had the evidence, secured it, make sure it played, and then I flew back to Wise County from North Carolina.
So at that point, you got the software, and now you can see the entirety of the video on the day in question. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge?
Yes.
I'm sure the state's exhibit 116. Do you recognize it? Take a look. Can you tell us why?
Yes, sir. I do recognize it, and it does have my initials and a date stamp.
So let me ask you, is this state 116, is the SD card contained within that?
Yes, sir. And also contained within is jump drives, which the video evidence was actually transferred to by Blesser.
And so all of this, this is what you picked up from Wise County,
Yes, sir.
and then this is what you took to Gloucester, and this is what you brought back.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And that's your initial and signature.
Yes, sir.
So it sounds like all you needed was their flavor. Is that right?
Essentially, yes, sir.
So we've made that happen, gone to the crime lab. You're taking the jet to North Carolina, right?
Yes, sir.
So why go to all these links just for that?
Is very important. One, it's to preserve the evidence of what happened. It's all there. And two, it's important for us not to essentially tamper with any type of evidence. Like, I don't know the software. I don't know what it is. It's better to have the people that run it, operate it, and own it do that for us so we can get it back and the video has everything on it.
Very Espinoza, I want to thank you for the last couple of days of your testimony, evidence in this particular case, and thank you for your work. Absolutely.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Ranger Espinosa, while we're talking about the SD card, who removed and recovered the SD card from the van?
That would be the CSI group, which would be with ERT and Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And who with Wise County Sheriff's Office removed the SD card?
I would have to check the chain of custody on who actually removed it and placed it into evidence.
So you don't know how many hands that went through before it was placed in evidence?
No, ma'am, because I did personally not do it.
You had said that you had to go to North Carolina in order to have this card reviewed by the software engineers. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so who at Wise County, or I'll even make it a little broader, who attempted to play that SD card prior to you taking it to North Carolina?
Only to my knowledge, when it was checked out evidence, it was only Patrick McGuire with FBI and myself while speaking to the lawyer.
But at some point you knew that someone had tried to play that card and were unable to.
I had no knowledge of that, no, ma'am.
And the reason you took it to North Carolina was because it was not able to be played on a regular reader.
That's correct.
I want to talk just a little bit about these interrogations. When Tanner was first arrested and was first taken to the Wise County Jail, you had the moments in the car where you were talking to him. But at that point, you had not read him his rights, had you?
No, ma'am, I don't.
So even though he was arrested by your brother and placed in handcuffs and put in the back of the car and being questioned about an offense, you did not see fit to read him his rights.
Correct. That falls under
And-
the public safety exception, which is
So,
an exception to Miranda.
objection, Your Honor, not responsive.
One at a time. Your objection is sustained.
Ranger Espinosa, if you need to expound on something, then I'm sure the district attorney will ask any questions that need to be followed up on, okay? So right now, if you'll just answer only the questions that I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, in fact, I think it wasn't until 16 minutes into that video, did you read Tanner Horner's rights?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Throughout these interrogations and throughout the videos that the jury has watched, Tanner asked several times about attorneys. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He asked how the attorney thing worked. Do you agree with me on that one?
Yes, ma'am.
At one point, Zero was saying we need to speak to an attorney. Do you agree with that one?
Yes, ma'am.
He asked about what happens if I get an attorney.
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
And he also asked what happens when I get an attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so then, and that was just in the first two interrogations. So now we get to December the 7th and we have that fourth interrogation, fourth video. And when you Mirandized Tanner, he told you that he has an attorney. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you didn't reach out and try to find out who that attorney was, did you?
No, ma'am.
And you didn't try to make any contact with that attorney.
No, ma'am.
You didn't even bother to find out who that attorney was.
I actually did find out who the attorney was after.
Afterwards, you found out who it was?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make any attempt to contact that attorney and tell him, hey, guess what? I just spent 2 hours with your client talking to him about his case.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Ranger Espinosa, you had testified earlier that Tanner had reached out to you on December the 6th of 2022. And this was about 4 days after his arrest, right?
I received the notification on December the 7th, but you're correct. The actual timestamp, I believe, was 9 p.m. on the 6th.
Were you aware that the night that he reached out to you, he had cut himself in his jail cell?
Yes, ma'am. I believe I asked him what that was on his arms.
During your interrogations, Tanner talked to you about his history of self-harm, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had learned through these interrogations that he had several suicide attempts.
Yes, ma'am. By his statements, I was able to corroborate those.
And the most recent suicide attempt was while in the custody of Weiss County Jail, correct?
You'll have to tell me about the day, or
So were you aware that he attempted suicide in the Weiss County Jail in May of 2023?
yes, ma'am, I was.
Throughout the interrogations, Tanner also spoke to you about his suicidal ideations. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
So you learned that he had previously tried to hang himself,
Yes, ma'am.
and you also learned that he had also suicidal ideations before his arrest. Did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
And you learned that he had current suicidal ideations. In other words, he was still feeling suicidal at the time that you were speaking with him.
Just tell Jeff that's false speculation about what Tanner Horner was feeling.
Suspect.
Well, isn't it true, Ranger Espinosa, that Tanner asked how you can stop him from hurting himself?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that was a statement.
And didn't he also ask you to just shoot him in the head?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, didn't he ask you on several times, can you just shoot me in the head?
To the best of my recollection, he only asked me once to shoot him in the head.
During your interrogations, Tanner also talked about his history of mental health issues. Is that correct?
I don't know about the mental health issues, but yes, he talked about some of his issues.
Well, he talked about being hospitalized in a mental health facility, did he not?
I believe that was an outpatient visit, is what I believe, which means it was not hospitalized.
And you were aware that he was hospitalized after his suicide attempt where he attempted to hang himself.
I don't recall that one. I believe in May of 23 he was, but I don't know the other one.
And you did know that he was had received medications.
Yes, ma'am. I believe we discussed some medications during the course of that interview.
You also learned during your interrogation that Tanner has Asperger's.
I believe Asperger's was mentioned by him, but I had no knowledge that he was diagnosed with Asperger's.
So you knew by report from Tanner that he had Asperger's.
I don't know if he has Asperger's. He just said he had Asperger's.
You learned about the hospitalizations. You had mentioned that he had talked to you about medications that he was taking. In fact, you even asked him about the medications he was taking.
Correct.
And he told you that he was taking Prozac and Strattera. Is that right?
I believe so.
So are you aware that Strattera is used to treat ADHD?
Judge, I'll object. He's not an expert on that.
I don't think I'm answering if he knows.
Were you aware that Strattera is used to treat ADHD?
I'm not aware of that, no, ma'am.
And are you aware that Prozac is used to treat major depressive disorder?
I'm also not aware of that.
During these interrogations, well, let me back up. You testified to the jury that you did not think that Tanner expressed any remorse during all these interrogations. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
But you would agree with me that he told you several times that he felt bad about what had happened. And he may not have said, I feel bad, but he expressed his emotions about what had happened.
Yes, ma'am. I do not believe him.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Suspect.
Yes, ma'am.
He expressed that when you had said, he had been talking about what had happened, and you go, that's all right. And he says, no, it's not all right. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. I recall that.
And your response to him was that, no, it's all right for you to talk to me. That's what you were referring to, right? About it being all right?
Yes, ma'am. I believe so.
And then based on Tanner's response, he was telling you that it was not all right to hurt a child.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's what he was implying.
And later on, when you asked him if he was remorseful for what he did, he told you, and was very emotional when he told you, that I'm a father. I took something away from someone. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
And when you asked him about what he wanted to say to the community, do you remember his response to that?
No, ma'am. I do not recall.
Do you recall that he said, no one deserves this?
Yes, I do remember that.
He also told you that the fact that Athena was dead broke his heart.
Yes, ma'am, I recall that.
Ranger Espinosa, you also recognized that Tanner was being remorseful as well, didn't you?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall telling him, I see remorse in you, I see regret in you,
That is part of the interview tack in order to maintain rapport.
so you lied to him.
No, ma'am. Again, that's a rapport, it's common strategy. If you want to call it a lie, you can, but it's strategy.
But you did tell him that you saw remorse in him,
Correct, I did.
and you did tell him that you saw regret in him.
Yes, ma'am.
During these interrogations, Tanner was being cooperative with you,
Yes, ma'am.
and at times you even praised him for his cooperation.
Yes, ma'am.
And you even told him that you would be sure to tell everybody how cooperative he had been during the process.
Correct.
Did you tell everybody how cooperative he had been during the process?
No, ma'am, I did not.
In fact, you even thanked him for his willingness to help. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And did you tell anybody, or did you tell everybody that he was willing to help?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You testified on direct that Tanner was not being truthful throughout the interrogations. And at one point, you told Tanner that what it was all about was doing the right thing. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And for you, doing the right thing would mean confessing to the murder. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tanner confessed to the murder, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And for you, doing the right thing meant helping law enforcement to recover the body.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Tanner eventually helped you recover the body, did he not?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
You also stated on the record that Tanner blamed everyone else but himself, but Zero told you the truth about abducting Athena. Is that correct?
Tanner told me the truth about abducting Athena.
And he also told the truth about killing her.
Again, that's Tanner. It's Tanner Horner, not Zero.
So the persona of Zero brought you to Douglas Crossing.
Yes, ma'am.
So when Tanner is being truthful about those other things, and Zero is being truthful about other things, and Zero is Tanner, doesn't that mean that Tanner was being truthful about what had happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Although you claim that Tanner was not being truthful during the interrogations, he wasn't the only one that was being untruthful. Would you agree with that?
Could you elaborate?
Well, Tanner asked to talk to Cassie, and you told him that you would allow him to do that in a minute, but you never let him call her, did you?
What I meant by that is he'd be allowed to make phone calls from the jail.
But you told him that he would be able to do that in a minute, but you did not allow him to do that, did you?
I'm sure the Wise County Sheriff's Office provided him his phone call to Cassie if he wanted to call her.
But my question is for you, Ranger Espinosa, did you allow him to make that call?
I did not.
He asked to have a video chat with her, and your response was, okay. Did you allow him to have a video chat with Cassie?
No, ma'am.
You asked about, or Tanner asked about seeing his son, and you told him that you would do that for him. Did you let him see his son?
I don't recall telling him I was going to let him see his son.
Well, the jury heard the video, so they'll remember what you told him.
Mhm.
When Tanner made the request, and I believe it was, your phrasing was that he wanted to cut a deal. You said that you felt that, well, actually, you told the jury was that the deal would be that if he received the deal requested, he would tell you the truth. That's what you told the jury, right?
I believe it's what he said. Yes, ma'am.
But that's not a complete truth, is it? Because, and again, the jury saw this video, so I'm sure they will remember that. And you would agree with me that Tanner was willing to enter a plea in this case. Do you remember him telling you that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember him telling you that he would be willing to give up all of his defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember telling him that he would be willing to give you any information that you wanted?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you remember him telling you that he was willing to give up everything and go to prison forever?
Yes, ma'am.
And all of this, the plea, the defenses, the information, going to prison forever, was just so he would be able to have a chance to say goodbye to his family.
I believe. Yes, ma'am. That's what he wanted.
He asked you to relay all of this to the judge and to the prosecutors. You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
You told him that you would do this. Did you relay it to the judge?
I believe I spoke to the judge and the district attorney's office in reference to that.
To the deal?
Yes, just that he wanted to cut a deal.
You didn't give him any of the other details?
No, ma'am.
When did you speak to the judge about this? And which, well, let me back up. Which judge did you speak to?
I believe during the course of that week, I I informed everybody about the reinitiated interview, and I mentioned Tanner wanted to cut a deal where he was released on an ankle monitor with video surveillance, which is not possible, and I told him that was not possible. So,
Well, you're not the prosecutor in the case, are you?
no, ma'am, I'm not.
And you told Tanner that you couldn't give him legal advice, right?
Correct. I'm not
But
going
now you're making a legal conclusion about what is and isn't possible. Do you agree with that?
to. Yes, ma'am. Again, I told him it is above my pay grade. That is a decision for the district attorney's office.
And you said it's a question that you'd have to ask.
Correct.
So the question I have is, and you just said that you talked to the judge about it, which judge did you talk to?
It was mentioned to Brock Smith
When?
during that time frame sometime.
When did you speak to prosecutors about it?
I believe actually district attorney's office we had a meeting with the attorney's office that day at the Wise County Sheriff's Office, and I informed them about it.
The question I have is, why wasn't that included in your police report that you prepared for this case?
It was included in the police report.
The fact that he was willing to give up all his defenses?
Yes, ma'am. There's video evidence of that.
What I'm saying is that in your written police report, you did not update your written police report to include all this information, did you?
My police report says for all the details reference the videos in this report. So yes, ma'am, I did include it in this case.
Now, you have, how long is your police report?
I believe this one is 75 pages.
And you have other details in that police report. Do you agree with me?
Correct.
And what you're telling the jury is that something as important as he is willing to make a deal, you didn't think was important enough to put into a written form.
Correct. Again, I did put it in a written form as far as reference my report. My report references that all the details are contained within the video.
All right, so let's talk some more about this video.
Mhm.
And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about Tanner's demeanor during his interrogations. I'm sorry. You would agree with me that during all of the videos that were shown to the jury over the last couple of days, that it was obvious during some of those videos that Tanner was easily distracted.
That's a matter of opinion.
Well, you testified earlier that he became distracted and you would have to redirect him. Do you remember that?
No, ma'am, I actually stated that he would interrupt to talk about his deal, and I would have to redirect him back to what we were talking about.
So when he was distracted by the gel that was in your hair, when he was distracted by your shoes, you were able to redirect him back to the information that you were interested in, right?
Yeah, I was definitely able to keep communicating with him. Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that Tanner was polite to all the officers.
To the best of my recollection, yes, ma'am.
And when you sat here and watched all the videos, was he rude to any officer during those videos?
Not in my presence, no, ma'am.
He said, yes, sir, and he said, no, sir.
Yes. Yes, ma'am, correct.
He didn't curse at any of the officers.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
He didn't threaten any of the officers.
No, ma'am, correct.
Didn't raise his voice in anger at any of the officers.
Correct.
The only time his voice raised a little bit was when he got excited about talking about something that interested him, right?
Yes, ma'am,
When he was arrested, he didn't put up any resistance.
correct.
When you took him out of the jail, he didn't put up any fight or any resistance.
No, ma'am.
When you walked him around the bamboo forest, he didn't try to run or escape.
No, ma'am.
He was respectful to your authority, was he not?
Yes, ma'am.
Ranger Espinosa, you have a Bible verse on your handcuffs, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
That's Romans 13:4.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that Romans 13:4 says, for he is the servant of God, an avenger who carries out God's wrath on the wrongdoer. Is that what 13:4?
It depends which version of the Bible you read, but yes, ma'am, that's correct.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further on.
Redirect.
Thank you, Ron. I'm trying to get through this here. This fourth interview that you conducted, who requested it?
Tanner Horn.
In this fourth interview, when you go in there, you said before that he wanted to cut a deal. And that was essentially, he wanted you to cut him loose on some kind of monitor, and then he would tell you the truth.
Yes, sir.
Now, all of this stuff that Ms. Anderson went over with you about his suicide attempts, mental health, all of the things that are in there, that all came from Tanner Horner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is the same Tanner Horner who told you that Athena's body was in the bamboo
Yes, sir.
and took you on that 3 or 4 hour boondoggle out there trying to.
Objection, Your Honor, to the characterization.
Overruled. He took you out there and lied to you twice and drug you out there where she wasn't, correct?
Correct.
And let's just go through this. If we're going to talk about a little bit about the things he's telling you, you don't have any knowledge whether anything he's telling you is true, do you?
I acknowledge that it's all lies based on evidence that I had.
Well, let me back up. Anything that he is saying about himself, you don't have any evidence that that in and of itself is true.
No, I don't have any medical records. I don't have any history of that.
That's what he's telling you.
Yes, sir.
But he also told you that that he backed into her with the truck. Is that true?
No, sir.
He also told you that she at one point that she was deceased when he put her in the truck. Is that true?
No, sir.
He also told you additionally that he didn't take off her clothes when he dumped her body. Was that true?
No, sir.
He also told you that her body was next to the bamboo forest. correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that true?
No, sir.
So essentially, you told him several times during these interviews that you had faith in him, confidence in him, and he was telling the truth. You remember that, right?
Yes, sir.
When you tell him that, do you really believe he's telling the truth?
I know he's not telling the truth because I've already seen the video and I already have physical evidence. I know that he's lying to me the entire time.
So when you tell him that, is that just to keep him talking?
Yeah, that's called maintaining rapport, so I don't lose the rapport and then essentially lose finding Athena.
So when we're talking about this, and we're going through this bit of information, you asked him if he felt remorseful, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
You had to ask him what it was he would say to the community, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
And at that time, that is when he did not answer and say that he was remorseful. He just said he was a father.
Yes, sir.
And that he said that no one deserves this.
Yes, sir.
But he didn't say, I kidnapped her, I killed her, I'm sorry.
No, sir, he did not say that.
So when we talk about whether or not Tanner Horner was truthful about what happened, you were asked a minute ago if he was truthful in telling you that she was placed in the bamboo. Is that right?
No, sir, he's not truthful about saying
You
that.
were asked if that was truthful. Is that truthful?
No, sir, it's not.
As far as whether or not there were any clothes taken from the scene, was he truthful about that?
No, sir, he was not.
So how are you to believe anything about him as a person if literally the entirety of his statements to you have been lies?
I couldn't believe anything that he was saying.
And in fact, when he's lying to you throughout this, you said you knew he was lying.
Yes, sir.
But you kept him talking.
Yes, sir.
And throughout the entirety of all of this, yes, he is being cooperative.
Yes, sir.
Except that he's lying.
Yes, sir.
He is being cooperative, except he's trying to divert you from the truth.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Just a second.
When you sat down with him in that fourth interview, he wanted you to pay a price to buy his truth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me hear the question. Go ahead.
His statement to you was that was his price to get the truth.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Objection, that is a misstatement of the testimony. He never said the truth.
The jury will recall the testimony.
So throughout all of this, the only thing that he told you that was the truth was that she was deceased, correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
The rest of that stuff you had to learn on your own.
Yes, sir.
That's what.
Ms. Anderson.
Just a couple of things. After Tanner told you about being at Millwood and taking medications, did you attempt to confirm that information?
Yes, ma'am, that's information that was passed and at some point, either Wise County Sheriff's Office or District Attorney's Office would attempt to make or obtain medical records.
And so, knowing that they were able to obtain medical records from Millwood, it wasn't a lie then when he told you that he was at Millwood.
I actually don't know what medical records were actually obtained. I wasn't privy to them. I just know that the medical records were requested.
And earlier you just said that they obtained medical records. So if they were able to obtain medical records, you wouldn't be able to obtain them if they weren't there. Would you agree with that?
Object to speculation. He said he doesn't know about the records.
Just a second.
But you don't obtain records for somebody if no records exist, right?
Same objection call for speculation.
He can answer that.
Basically, what we do is an overall. It doesn't have to be from a specific place. Usually when we have a defendant, we try to find a medical history. So it may not be for that particular, but the District Attorney's Office would obtain all records. It doesn't, maybe not these particular ones we're talking about, but all records. If there's some there, we're going to try to obtain them.
All right, so if you were able to obtain records from Millwood, you would have obtained records from Millwood.
Correct. If the District Attorney's Office would have obtained records from Millwood, they would be privy to the District Attorney's Office.
And the way the district attorney asked the question, he characterized that Tanner's price for telling you the truth was that he received the electronic monitoring. Do you recall him asking you that question?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's what he said.
That's not quite accurate, is it? Because it wasn't the price for telling the truth. Tanner's price was for entering a plea in this case.
I believe the underlying purpose of the deal was to tell the story or the truth and then get the deal for the monitoring.
Well, actually, that's not quite what the video showed, is it? I mean, the video said that he would be willing to enter a plea, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he'd be willing to give up his defenses, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That he would be willing to go to prison for life, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he would be willing to tell you anything you know, or everything that you would like to know, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's just not telling the truth. There was a whole list of things that he wanted. And that was what he was willing to do if you were to speak to the judge, speak to the prosecutors about the possibility of electronic monitoring.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Mr. Singh.
Just a couple questions, Your Honor. Thank you. I didn't hit on this before, and I apologize for interrupting us. When you initially detained Tanner Horner on scene there at the corner of Faith and Hope. You testified before about your basis for doing so.
Correct.
What was that basis?
Objection, Your Honor, Ms. Ranger Espinosa did not detain him. That was his brother.
Sustained.
Once you got to the scene and Tanner Horner was there in cuffs, what was the purpose of your question?
So the purpose of the questioning fell under the public safety exception, which has an exception to Miranda, which is exception to rights, which is basically preserving life, which means I don't have to Mirandize him. If I'm looking for a kidnapped child that could potentially be alive, Miranda does not apply.
And your questions to him at any point prior to the time that you Mirandized him, did you ask him what happened?
Yes, sir.
Prior to Miranda or after Miranda?
After Miranda. Pre-Miranda, there was no questions about any details of the case other than where's Athena? Take me to her.
And in fact, he attempted at some point to tell you what had happened and you stopped him from talking.
Objection, Your Honor, it's leading.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
When you got in the truck, what did Tanner attempt to tell you about what had happened?
At that point, when I asked him, as y'all saw the video, he attempts to say something or tell me something. I said, stop, we'll worry about that later. We just need to find Athena, which falls within the parameters of the public safety exception and the exception to Miranda.
And at that point, was he under arrest or just detained?
At that point, he was detained.
And then once you read him his Miranda rights, at that point, was he under arrest?
He was.
That's what it is.
Ms. Anderson,
No, Your Honor, no.
may Ranger Espinosa be excused subject to any potential recall?
I'm mistaken.
No objection.
Thank you, sir.
May we approach?
Who do you have next? Taylor Page. I'm sorry.
And we're talking about command posts. Explain what you mean by a command post.
So a command post is oftentimes set up by law enforcement in response to usually a threat to life type situation that's occurring. It's oftentimes set up in an area very close to where the actual crime may have occurred. So while our office is in Dallas, if there's a situation that occurs in a different part of North Texas, we may send a command post or establish a command post in an area nearer to that so that the law enforcement response can be centralized to that immediate area.
And how is it that you do that? Do you pitch a tent out there? How does it happen?
So the FBI has a mobile command post. Several agencies I know around North Texas also have mobile command posts. It's a giant semi-trailer that will pull up to the scene and it allows us access to some of our equipment and technology that we would otherwise have at our headquarters division that isn't necessarily always available right there in the field. But again, it's a good centralized spot for the law enforcement response to be concentrated.
When a crime occurs like kidnapping and there's somebody missing that you're trying to locate, what kind of things can you do to try to make that happen?
There's a lot of things that can be done from a law enforcement perspective. No two situations are the same. Certain, again, mass casualty type events, things like that, where the subject of that may already be deceased. Sometimes the law enforcement response is to uncover what was going on with that person before they committed that mass casualty event. If it's something like an Amber Alert or missing kid, the number one priority is to find the missing kid. And especially from the cast perspective, a lot of times there's cellular records that can become relevant, especially in a world where most folks have cell phones. If it's able to be determined what cell phone may be of relevance to that investigation, we're going to try to help identify that device and then locate it with the expectation that maybe that missing kid is near that device.
And were you called to come to the scene where a girl by the name of Athena Strand went missing on November 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was the second cast agent that went there. One of my colleagues, Mark Sedgwick, was the first cast agent that responded to the scene. And then I arrived, I think, the second day to help him out.
And when you arrived that second day, so you say the second day, did you arrive on December 1st or December 2nd?
I believe I was there December 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so the day after, and then if the arrest took place on December 2nd, would that be correct?
I think that sounds correct.
So as agents, you and Mr. Sedgwick, or Special Agent Sedgwick, are you collecting certain information that you can then analyze?
Yes, again, it's all dependent on what's happening in that particular situation. If, again, there's cellular records that appear that they're going to be of relevance, we will reach out directly to those cell providers, so Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and try to explain to them, hey, here's what we've got going on, and we'll make what are called exigent requests for information. So things that are not accompanied with a warrant at that time, there is an immediate threat to life that's going on, and we're trying to mitigate that as best we can, so we make the request in good faith to those cell providers that, hey, we believe these records could be helpful in locating or identifying this missing person.
Now, in this particular case, was the child still missing when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
And was there any knowledge one way or the other as to whether the child was still alive or not?
We had no indication of her status at that time.
So did that qualify then for these exigent requests that you're making to different phone companies and different social media carriers, things like that?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, there's a commonly known or a common term that's out there called geofencing. Can you kind of explain what that means?
Yeah, so geofencing, just the general concept of a geofence is that there's a particular area where something happened. And then if you draw basically a radius around that, say 400 meters, you could potentially identify devices that fall within that radius. It's done in order to identify possibly unidentifiable persons that may have been present in that area by way of cellular connectivity oftentimes. Certain geofences are not only related to cell phone connectivity, there's other types of geospatial geofences that can be done that may be GPS related. But the general concept of it is just that there is a known quantity or a known event and then a radius that you want to establish around that area to identify the devices that were present in that spot.
And are you able to limit that to certain times and parameters?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that in this particular case?
We did.
Now, when you go to the scene out there, or really any scene of a missing child, who are the first people that you are often tasked to look at when you look at their mobile devices?
Usually it's the parents or a close family that may be living with that person. So a lot of times it's not even necessarily that that person is a suspect per se, but you also want to get corroboration for statements that those folks may be making to law enforcement. So if a parent says, I was at work all day, if you get the phone record for that person, you could pretty easily identify, depending on how far away they live from their work, you could potentially identify that, yes, they were at work that day and their statements are consistent, as opposed to someone whose phone was not near their office that day, then maybe the statements that they made that they were at work could be more concerning.
And was that done in this particular case with regard to the missing child being stranded?
Yes, sir. I believe Special Agent Sedgwick started that process.
Now, when you got there and you became involved in this process, was there another phone number that was identified as being a potential point of interest that y'all wanted to obtain some records related to?
So there were a couple things that took place. We did a geofence to T-Mobile, and there was a device that was identified within that geofence. That device became of interest for us. Second to that, there was a phone number for Mr. Horner that was also identified, and that became more relevant as the command post situation started to unfold.
And with regard to that, did you obtain these exigent records related to that phone number for Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir.
And based upon reviewing those records, are you able to determine whether the device that is generating those records is moving or not moving based upon your analysis of that device?
We can usually get to a pretty quick conclusion about whether a device is movement or stationary based on those records. Yes, sir.
And with regard to this particular device, did you find that this device was at times stationary
We did.
and that it would move some and then be stationary again for certain periods of time?
That particular device associated with Mr. Horner, yes, as well as the device, the second device that was within that T-Mobile geofence. We saw consistent movement and stops for both of those devices.
And are those two devices moving at the same places and stopping at the same place?
Generally, yes, that would be my overarching conclusion, that they were generally moving together. There are subsets of information within there where there would be gaps of information for the phone number associated to Mr. Horner that the other device in that T-Mobile geofence could kind of fill in the gap of what those movement times might have been. But generally, for the time period that we were looking at, both devices appeared to be moving together.
Now, let me ask you this. If the person turns off their... Yes.
So not long after this case, he made a move.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How did you initially become involved with the investigation and the search for Athena Strand?
Yeah, the initial call that I got to be involved was really for a support role. I got called by one of the Ranger lieutenants. It was actually not from my area, but covered the Wise County area. And he just requested for me to come out and offer some sort of support. And so I responded to kind of the command post, if you will. I don't remember the exact location, but I remember there were a lot of people doing a lot of different things.
Is that normal for, I guess, a large scene to have multiple Rangers involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about how many other Rangers were out there?
You know, when I got there, just a handful, I would say, somewhere between 4 and 6, but I know that there were others out in the field that were tracking down, potential leads, following up on things. Some of them had gone home to take a little break because they've been out there for countless hours. And so just the ones that I saw, there was a handful of us out there.
Was this an all hands on deck situation?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned a lot of people. Was that a lot of other law enforcement agencies besides the Texas Rangers?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who all you saw you arrived?
Yeah, I know the Federal Bureau of Investigation was out there. A lot of what appeared to be civilian personnel, people who were out there just waiting for an assignment. They wanted to help, and they were there to just offer any kind of help that they could give. But a lot of civilian support, but also a lot of law enforcement support as well.
I think Australian went missing on November 30th of 22. What day did you actually get involved?
December 2nd, 2022.
And when you were asked to come out, where did you specifically go first?
I went straight from my duty station out in the Garland-Rockwall County area, straight to that command post again. I don't remember the address or even what city it was in. Really, I can see it in my head. I just don't know exactly where it was at.
And when you arrived, were you given a task by a ranger or anybody else at that command post?
Yeah, initially I wasn't. I was there just kind of waiting for a lead to follow up on or some support role. But after a short period of time, there were some developments that were made, and I could tell just by kind of body language and some information that I was getting, things were rapidly evolving as far as the leads that were coming in. And at that point, one of the ways that I assisted was by using social media and working with our intelligence and counterterrorism division to try to locate potential online leads and efforts to preserve any information that could potentially be evidence.
And at this point, was that lead that they had a suspect who was a FedEx driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what were you asked to do to preserve any evidence within social media?
Yeah, one of the things that we did, certainly it involved online leads, social media leads, but it involved parties that were associated with the person of interest, which I think at that time, that's what we would probably call them, was the best lead. And based on the evidence that had come in with that lead, we were just trying to find out common associates with him, any of their online accounts, if there were any abnormalities, things like that. And then, of course, our analysts with the Intelligence and Counterterrorism Division were helping them with that. They actually have a lot better resources than I do. So we were collaboratively working to locate and preserve some of those things.
And you said with him. So at this point, you were looking for persons of interest associated with Tanner Horner.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were taking anybody that you found associated with Tanner Horner leading. What were you actually doing with the persons of interest of Tanner Horner that you were speaking about?
Yeah, we were finding any digital fingerprint, if you will, of them that existed publicly online. And so, some of those common ways that is maybe a Facebook account or Instagram account, Google accounts, things like that are publicly available. And then obviously, if we found something of interest or more interest, then we would use our Intelligence and Counterterrorism Division to look into those things further.
And did you start your search with Tanner Horner or with someone else?
With Tanner Horner.
And what did you do to preserve any accounts?
Yeah, so the way that works with most of our social media and digital evidence, if you will, those don't require a formal legal process, if you will, through the court system. We're simply asking those digital online platforms, if you will, Meta, Facebook, Instagram, Google, places like that. All we're asking them to do is say we've identified an account of a person that we believe is the owner or user of that account. And based on our criminal investigation, there could be evidence there. And we're just asking you to hold that or preserve it so that it can't be deleted or tampered with. And so as we would identify those accounts for Mr. Horner, we would just ask those platforms to preserve it so it couldn't be deleted or tampered with.
I want to dumb this down, but is this essentially a form that you fill out somewhere?
Digitally, yes, ma'am. So what we do is there's what's called a law enforcement portal. And so once these platforms have confirmed and vetted us as law enforcement investigators, we have a portal we can go into, and we can use that portal to tell them what kind of crimes we may be investigating, but the accounts that could be associated with it at our request to preserve it.
This puts a hold on the account where it preserves information. Is that what you're trying to mean?
Just saying, rephrase your question.
What is the actual, what is Facebook, Meta, Google, whomever you're sending these to, what are they actually doing to preserve anything?
Yeah, so as far as we'll just use Mr. Horner, because that's the example we're using. He would never know, nothing changes for his account, it doesn't freeze, it doesn't hold. It just means that if he goes in and tries to delete or tamper with some sort of potential evidence that's there, it can't disappear, it's there. And so if we followed up within a 90-day period with a legal process, which would require probable cause, then we would still be able to have that evidence that can't be tampered with.
So with the preservation request, does that allow you to receive any information?
No, ma'am.
And what would you need to receive any information?
A search warrant or an order from a judge, a district court.
And you were not the person to get any search warrants in this case. Objection, Your Honor, leading.
No, ma'am.
At some point, you were asked to do something different, a different task, if you will. Can you tell the jury what you were asked to do next?
Yes, ma'am. So at some point, as that information was coming in, the leads had evolved. I was asked to go to his residence or the residence of his family. So we went out there and I conducted surveillance along with several other law enforcement between DPS and I believe there were some other agencies as well. But we were in unmarked vehicles, was unmarked presence, and we just basically were there to ensure or keep an eye on the residents for anyone that came or went, if you will, while we were waiting for a response from our SWAT team, if you will. They call it special response team,
And you say our SWAT team or special response team, who is the our?
Texas Department of Public Safety,
Now, is this a Texas Ranger SRT team or a DPS SRT team?
both. So the Ranger Division, it encompasses our SWAT and special response team, but both are under the DPS umbrella.
And at some point, did they arrive on that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you at that time?
I was within sight of the house and just kind of kept a visual on the house when they went in the home to look for Athena.
Was this Tanner Horner's house?
Yes, ma'am.
You said when they went into the house, was an exigency search performed?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain what an exigency search is?
That means that there's, in this case, imminent threat to serious bodily injury or death. And so we're trying to locate a physical person to ensure their well-being and locate that person.
And who was the physical person you were looking for in this case?
Athena Strang.
Was Athena Strand found in this home?
No, ma'am.
Were there any other people in this home when the search took place?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was in it?
Mr. Horner's mom, his grandma, and his brother.
And what did you and y'all's team do with those individuals?
We had them basically walk outside. So they didn't stay in the home, they didn't come outside. And then I was one of the people that actually spoke with them and just did kind of an informal interview, if you will. It was a recorded interview, but it was an informal interview outside during the exigent search of the home.
And why is it important to remove them from the home?
Well, it kind of goes back to preservation of potential evidence. And so we had reason to believe Athena was in potential harm, serious bodily injury or death. And so that's the purpose in serving that exigency search for her. And because of that, we wanted to preserve the scene if there was any potential evidence related to her being missing or her being hurt or in this case, her death. And so having them come outside with us is just a way for that team to be able to execute a thorough exigent search, maintaining the integrity of a potential scene.
And at that time, the exigent search was only looking for Athena, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned you were speaking to the family members. Did you do anything else with the family members regarding their phones?
Later that afternoon, we did.
What did you do with those?
I did a cellular extraction of each of their phones with each of their verbal and written consent.
And after the exigent search, what was your kind of role at that point on the house?
Yeah, so some time went by. We basically, again, it felt like now that I'm talking about it, it was a night of preservation on my behalf between potential digital evidence, cellular evidence, and then the home, the residence. And so, in talking to the occupants of the residence, we kind of learned a little bit about the structure of the residence, where folks lived, and the home, and a separate piece of the home, if you will. But basically, after that exigent search was conducted, we figured out that Athena wasn't there. We preserved it. And so we kept Mr. Horner's mama, grandma, and his brother outside with us. Of course, I was visiting with them for a long time, and we helped facilitate, get their animals into a safe location so they'd be okay and not run off. And then we worked on with another ranger, procuring a search warrant to be able to go back into that evidence, a residence, and process potential crime scene.
And why did y'all need a warrant?
Because based on the information that Ranger Espinoza was receiving at an offsite location. So that's another kind of piece of this, if you will, is that while we're at the residence, Ranger Espinoza is nowhere close to us, to my knowledge. It certainly didn't feel that way. And so, we're getting bits and pieces of information with Mr. Horner. And so as we're getting that information, one of our other Rangers was having to procure a search warrant in order for us to go search that residence and process it.
You mentioned Ranger Espinoza. At this time, so we kind of understand the timeline, Ranger Espinoza is with the then suspect, now defendant in this case, interviewing him.
Yes, ma'am.
And you and your team are at his home.
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did y'all get that search warrant?
We did. And so that kind of what we're talking about, this encompasses several hours. So this didn't happen fast. The surveillance that we did lasted for a good while. The search team was able to get together, respond, execute the search. These interviews were conducted. There's a lot of things that are transpiring at a pretty rapid pace, but it happens over several hours.
And you're members with us. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this photo taken by you?
I think this picture was sent to me. But
Do you recognize what's in that photo?
oh yeah, yes, ma'am.
And is that how that looked on the day and night that you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
And so is it a fair and accurate depiction of what's in this photo
Yes,
as
ma'am.
you saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers an evidence, State's Exhibit. Good objections.
State's Exhibit 52.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
That's the front of Mr. Horner's mom, grandmother, and brother's residence. There's a separate structure to the rear where Mr. Horner and his child's mother were living.
And so when you, as we're doing surveillance, I think was the word you used, on the home, you guys just kind of sitting outside the house, looking at it?
Yep. So as you're looking at this, if you can imagine to the left, there's just a driveway on an empty lot, if you will, just down a block or so. And that's where I was backed into watching the residents, to the left, if you will. But then there were other units, unmarked units, I remember being down the road to the right as well. And so we were trying to stay in communication with each other throughout our surveillance while we were waiting for the SRT to get there.
And once your SRT team got there and the other ranger came back with the warrant, what happened next?
Yep. So the Federal Bureau of Investigation had a unit or a team come out and begin processing the scene. That we're canvassing. Again, they're in communication directly with Ranger Espinoza or the folks that are with him, relaying information, which I'm not privy to. He would best answer what those things were, but I know that they were back and forth in communication, and so they knew the things that they should be potentially looking for while they're searching and processing this residence. So they're canvassing for potential residents based on the information that Ranger Espinoza has and knows. And then during that time, Ranger Don Stoner and the FBI group had identified several cell phones in the residence. Come to find out, that was for Mr. Horner's mom, grandmother, and his brother. They all provided verbal and written consent for those. And so while FBI was processing the crime scene, at that point, I did digital forensic extractions for their phones.
So, so it's at that point that you and the other team, I guess, take the family's phones out of the home. So they did not have them on them when they originally left the home.
That's correct.
Okay. So while they're doing their CSI stuff inside the house, you were doing the extractions. Is that kind of the timeline?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this point, did you have any other role in this search or investigation?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. No other questions. I'll ask.
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Ranger Sherman, how you doing?
Good, ma'am. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. The way that you described this search and the way that you described the approach of the SWAT seems like it was just another day at the office. But would you agree with me that it was just a little bit more than that?
Oh, it was a lot more than that.
Well, let's back up to the search. All right, you said that you were working on the street, that you were down the street surveilling the house,
Yes, ma'am.
and that you were waiting for the, what did you call them?
The SRT, Special Response Team.
And describe for the jury the SRT arrival at the house. What did they arrive in?
As you would expect, almost it's a tactical unit, right? And so they're going in there prepared to encounter any threat, if you will.
So this tactical team arrives in basically an armored vehicle,
Yes, ma'am.
and they're rolling up the street in this armored vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
How many are there?
A team. It's not,
So, okay.
like you said, it's not a normal day at the office.
So you have more than one armored vehicle riding up this residential street
Yes, ma'am.
with how many people in each vehicle?
I don't know.
Were the officers just in the vehicle, or were they also hanging out on the outside of the vehicle?
I don't recall that.
Okay. But you have these officers rolling up, and they are in, and they're wearing body armor, are they not?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're wearing helmets,
Yes, ma'am.
and they have automatic weapons.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you have this tactical team rolling up this residential street to the small house, and then the officers swarm the house, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
They did not get an announce and say, please let us in, they just broke on in.
Yes, ma'am.
And when they broke in, they're screaming, they're yelling. Would you agree with that?
Those would be assumptions. I didn't hear those things from my location based on the way exigency searches would go with an SRT. That would be fair to say.
And you said that they found his mother and grandmother and brother in the home, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And these officers, when they came in the home, pointed these automatic weapons at
Judge,
members of
Judge.
his family, is that correct?
Let me hear your question. Now, what's your objection?
Yeah, I mean, it would be speculation. He's already said he was not there with the team, so he doesn't have the pointed guns at anyone.
What's the say?
So do you know if they pointed guns at them?
No, ma'am.
And you said that they were escorted out. Are you the one that did the escort outside?
No, ma'am.
Or were you aware that the grandmother was in a wheelchair?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you have officers breaking into the house wearing tactical gear and pointing guns at an elderly woman in a wheelchair.
I don't know if they point.
Objection, Judge.
I'll use it right there.
Yes, sir. I don't know. I don't know what transpired inside the home.
Okay. With regards to exigent circumstances and the warrants, or try that again. With regards to the exception to the warrant that we call the exigent circumstances,
Yes, ma'am.
that's really not a free-for-all for officers to search, is it?
Agree.
And that there are limitations on an exigent search.
Yes, ma'am.
So you would agree with me that when performing an exigent search, you are not there looking for evidence of crime.
Agree.
the only purpose of that is to determine whether or not a person that you're searching for is in the home.
Correct.
So if an officer finds something that they believe might be evidence of a crime, they would have to go and get another search warrant.
They would have to get a search warrant. Yeah. If you're talking about like in Plainview, if they saw something in Plainview during the
Correct.
exigent, yes, ma'am.
All right, so in the case of a missing person, like I said, the exigency involved is to find that missing person
Yes, ma'am.
and hopefully find them alive.
Sure.
And if a person is presumed to be deceased, then that particular exigency would disappear, would it not?
I don't know if that presumption was there. That's information that I don't have.
But let's just go back to my question,
Okay.
that if a person is presumed to be deceased, then that exigency no longer exists, does it?
I think that would be dependent on circumstances. That would be a case-by-case basis, I believe. Yes, ma'am.
When you had Tanner's grandmother and mother and brother outside, you know what, Judge? I've got nothing further. Thank you, officer, or wait,
Bruce. Bruce.
Bruce, thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
Bruce.
You bet.
That's my dog's name.
I'm flattered.
Nothing further, Judge.
And no objection.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
Thank you. FBI's Kurt Ross.
I'm sorry?
FBI Kurt Ross.
Kurt Ross. Yes.
Special agent, that would be appropriate?
Yes, ma'am.
Title with the FBI.
I'm a special agent with the FBI.
So if I refer you as special agent, that would be appropriate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long have you worked for the FBI?
21 years.
And what's your educational background before or during the FBI?
So before the FBI, I graduated from Texas A&M, class of 99. I was an environmental science major and did environmental consulting for 4 years before joining the FBI in 2004. And when I joined the FBI as a special agent, stationed in Washington, D.C. for 7 years and moved back to Texas and San Antonio. I was then back to our headquarters and then back here to Dallas in 2019. The whole time I was as part of our evidence response team, our hazardous evidence response team. So I've been doing evidence response for at least 18 of those 21 years.
And to be a part of the evidence response team, do you have any specific training?
We do. So as special agents, we have some basic crime scene training in our new agents class, but we then can volunteer to be a part of the evidence response team, which is an ancillary duty that we can take on with our normal day-to-day jobs. But in order to be a part of that team, you do have to go through a 2-week basic class that teaches you evidence collection, fingerprinting, DNA, photography, alternate light source, and some other techniques that we use, a little bit of computer forensics, not much, we have specialists for that. And then we can go to advanced crime scene courses as well. So advanced fingerprinting, we go to the body farm, which is to recover bodies. And we can go to some outside of the FBI classes as well.
Have you been to the body farm?
I have not, no.
Have you done any of these other special or advanced trainings?
So I've done, like I said, I'm the team leader for our hazardous evidence response team. So I focus a lot on collection of evidence in hazardous environments. So I've done some extra latent fingerprint lifting and some DNA training as well.
Now, how did the FBI get involved in the search and investigation for this right?
Sure. So typically when the FBI gets involved in a non-federal case, we're invited by whoever the executive authority is for whatever agency, whether it's a sheriff's office, like in this case, or a police chief of a police department. We're asked to assist, and we have a method for doing that from an executive to executive level. And then one thing that the FBI provides, ERT at the FBI Dallas, we have 3 teams of 8 to 10 people. So that's 30 personnel. Some of them are still in the process of training, but I would say probably at least at the time of this, especially over half of them were fully certified with advanced training. And so we would be kind of a force multiplier. So anytime there's a scene or a crime that spreads across multiple crime scenes, lots of police departments don't have the crime scene capability to handle 3 or 4 crime scenes at a time. And so we could provide that supplemental crime scene processing.
The FBI in this case was an assisting agency because there were multiple crime scenes.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, it was a state warrant that we were assisting on. So they provided that warrant, and then we provided the trained personnel to conduct the search.
And I think you mentioned you were a team leader. How does a team leader work in these teams?
Correct. So with a team leader, it's my job to assign roles within the search. So we have various roles on each search. We have obviously a team leader. We'll have an assistant team leader. We'll have a photographer. We'll have a person that does sketching. We'll have an evidence custodian that is in charge of making sure the evidence stays clear and is labeled properly and is packaged properly. And then we have usually several searchers that will then go out into the scene and do various searches, just depending on what we're doing. If it's a forensic search, then we have certain techniques that we utilize there. If it's just a document search, it might not be quite the same as a forensic search. So it's my job as the team leader to decide what steps we conduct that search, what personal protective equipment needs to be used to both protect the agents or the professional staff, the ERT team, and then what personal protection equipment needs to be worn to protect the crime scene as well. So we have our suits, Tyvek suits that we wear. You've probably seen them, on TV or something, but they have hoodies, we have booties. We always wear gloves. So that keeps our forensic fingerprint, our DNA, our fingerprints, our hairs, our fibers out of the scene for a forensic scene. So it's my job to not only assign those tasks, but to decide how people are going to enter that crime scene.
You mentioned the Tyvek suits. Are those a certain color?
Typically they're white, yes.
And in general, are there certain standard policies and procedures that the FBI ERT team follows when going into a crime scene?
There are. So we have a set order of how we process a crime scene. And first step is to conduct a kind of a one-on-one turnover with whoever initially had that scene. The FBI ERT is never, I feel confident saying never the first one on scene. Typically, the local police department was there, or maybe our FBI SWAT team, or in this case, the Texas Rangers SRT. So if there's another agency that's there, it's my job as the team leader to liaison with them, figure out what kind of situation, see if there's any evidence that is obvious and possibly transient that might disappear when they need to collect quicker. Sometimes electronic evidence such as phones or computers can be perishable, so we need to react to those quicker. So all that would be discussed in the turnover. And then once I have that turnover for whatever agency was holding the scene until we got there, I would then go ahead and walk the scene with that person. And while the rest of the team is kind of setting up a little base of operations area, just simple table, chairs, places that we can bring out the evidence to, getting a sign-in log started and getting some of the other admin logs started about like what time we got there, who was there, other things. So we would then walk through the scene as carefully as possible with the proper PPE on to preserve the scene itself. Like I said, as we're walking through, I'll have a sheet from time to time of noting certain evidence as we walk through, just depending on how big the scene is and how much I can and can't remember. So we'll walk through the scene completely, and usually we're with the photographer too, who is also one of the first steps we do in that walkthrough is we take initial photographs of the scene before we do any searching. So they're called entry photos. It's to show how we found the scene. It's not necessarily how the scene was before anybody got there. It's the scene as we found it when we showed up. And it starts with the front door, hopefully getting the address numbers in the picture. And it's usually walking through into the house, if it's a residence, around the house, and any other outbuildings that may be on the property itself. So those will be the entry photos that get taken as we're doing the initial walkthrough.
And at some point, your ERT team was called out. Where were you guys called out first to?
We were called out directly to the residence. It was 7628 Somerville Place Road, Fort Worth, Texas.
Was that the defendant, Tanner Horner's residence?
From what I understand, from when I was called out there, yes.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, what did you see?
Sure. When we arrived, there were multiple law enforcement personnel already there, multiple Texas Rangers, a couple of FBI special agents from the squad that was assisting Wise County, and they were kind of there holding the scene until we got there. At that point, the Rangers had already secured the scene from any kind of a threat, like a person threat at the house, so they cleared it, and they were just kind of waiting for us to show up. And so I got there, and the rest of the team got there a few minutes later, and we started to do all the things that I just described, kind of set up a little base area and start with our entry photos.
And so I think you said when you got there, the Rangers had already secured the house.
Correct. Yes.
Did you receive a warrant, like a search warrant for the home when you
Yes.
arrived on scene?
Yes, we did from the Rangers.
Okay. And earlier you said part of your procedures to do a walkthrough. Did you do a walkthrough with the Rangers in this case?
I did, yes.
And after you did that walkthrough, what did you do next?
So after that walkthrough, we identified a couple of things that looked like they were possible items of evidence outside of the residence around behind the shed, which was later identified as the defendant's quote unquote bedroom or place where he stayed. And then we were able to see in there, and I could see that the area inside that shed where the defendant stayed was very messy, very much in a disarray. There's lots of trash, so I knew from there that the search was going to be a little bit more difficult because of the nature of that residence. It was separate than the main house. The main house was a little bit more orderly. And I kind of divided up. So from that walkthrough, I decided we're probably going to tackle this in kind of almost like two teams, one in the main house and then one focused. It just wasn't big enough. The shed wasn't big enough for multiple people to be in there. It's really big enough. We search in teams of two, just for checks and balances to make sure we always have two of our ERT folks together. So I saw, after that walkthrough, I saw what was identified as children's clothes back behind the shed in the grass. Typically, and in this case, it was no different. When I see evidence like that could have trace DNA on it outside at night, I tend to collect that as quickly as possible, but still following procedures. I don't want the weather, the wind, or somebody else trampling through there to mess it up as we see it. So we started moving forward. Once the entry photos were done, I would have instructed the photographer to go ahead and get in place pictures of those items. And then we would label them with our evidence tents and then go ahead and collect them so that they were out of the elements and we could secure those as quickly as possible.
And so you noticed these items yourself on your initial
I did,
walkthrough?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were there any other items, I guess I'll call it evidentiary value that you saw that were ultimately collected?
There were in his bedroom, I believe on his bed, there was a FedEx shirt and a hoodie that during this whole search, we've been talking to the Rangers and that turnover, like I mentioned, they were telling us kind of what kind of clothes we might be looking for, what they were interested in. I believe they were interviewing him at the time of our search. And so little tidbits of things would come out from that interview. And so one of those was a FedEx shirt. And so we collected that FedEx shirt and then a hoodie that was also found on his bed.
So during this search, you were getting information that was being provided by the suspect, and were you also providing information back to others for the interview with the suspect?
Yes. Yeah. So as we located items that appeared to be, as we started photographing them, they fit the description of the victim's clothing that she was wearing that day. We told the Rangers and they were able to phone that back to the interview team.
So that's so Ranger Espinoza would have updated information while he was interviewing the suspect?
Correct. Yes.
And you're on the average?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what are marked as States Exhibits 53 through 82. And prior to you sitting here, have you gone through all these photos?
I have, yes.
Can you tell me what those are?
So these are crime scene photos from the residents that night, starting with our entry photos. And then there are some photos of the actual evidence taken both in place and when we process forensic items of evidence, we usually have to stretch them out to get a good idea of what they are. We don't want to leave them balled up. We do that on a clean sheet of brown kind of butcher paper that we just unrolled and cut. And we do two sheets, one on the ground, and we do another sheet, and we place the items on top of that sheet. We take photos of both sides of the item. And then from there, we wrap that sheet, that brown sheet, over the items and package that so that if anything had fallen off or we were moving the items, it still gets collected within the bag and can be processed by the lab.
You can take a look if you don't recall what are told in those pictures, but if you do, they all fairly accurately depict the actual residence and all the evidence collected as you personally saw it that night.
They do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers an evidence, States Exhibit 52,
53.
53 through 82.
Any objections other than in addition to those previously given to the court?
No additional objection.
Then your previous objections remain overruled and State's Exhibits 53 through 82 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And may we publish?
Yes.
We're talking about how one of the first things you do is go walk through, and then you do, I guess what we call initial photos.
We call them entry photos.
Entry photos, okay. Is that what these photos that we're gonna be looking at are?
Correct. Yeah, this would have been probably the first photo that was taken because our first photo tries to incorporate a house number as well as the front door of the house, which this photo does.
And so in this photo, does it have, I guess, the address in the photo?
It does here on the mailbox post, 7628.
So this next photo, what are we looking at here?
What exhibit number are we looking at?
This is,
Be sure to identify them by exhibit number.
So this would be 54.
Okay.
I'm showing you what is marked as States Exhibit 54.
So that's the front of the residence.
And now I'm showing you what is marked as States Exhibit 55. Is that just kind of a slightly different angle of the residence?
Yes. Yeah, we try to take all sides of the residence before we enter.
Okay. And this is States Exhibit 56. What am I looking at now?
So this is, if you were looking at the house, the right side of the house, and then the shed over to the right side of the photograph is the shed where the defendant was I assume living, there's a bed in there and that's where his clothes were.
And State's Exhibit 57, what do we see in this?
So now on the left side of that photograph is the same shed where the defendant was living. And then the building on the right was just kind of like a storage building. And then if you walk in between those buildings and around the back of that shed on the left is where we noted the children's clothing, child's clothing.
So State's Exhibit 58, it looks like this is a closer view of that shed. Are we seeing anything else in here?
I mean, there's items, trash, looks like recent trash outside the item. There's a guitar that may or may not have worked, but yeah, it's just kind of the front on view of that shed.
And State's Exhibit 59,
Similar, just a closer up version of that.
and is it standard to kind of take kind of further out and then kind of go closer in photos, or how do y'all normally do
Yeah, for evidence, absolutely. But even for our entry photos, if we decide sometimes when there's a lot going on, meaning there's a lot of items in there, then we'll kind of approach that scene. It's the photographer's training to make their photography look as if you're walking up to a door that you're going to then go in and search. And so yeah, different angles is pretty common.
This is State's Exhibit 60. This is just a slightly different angle.
Yeah, I think noting, so lots of times we want to use even our entry photos can also show evidence in place. So with the bed being there, our photographer would have tried to get as much as she could have on that bed without actually walking in.
I'm showing State's Exhibit 61
Same thing. So she just approached the door a little bit closer, took another photograph.
and State's Exhibit 62.
Similar. So she probably stepped, just a little bit into the shed and
So she's kind of right at the door frame now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and State's Exhibit 63. What are we looking at here?
so this just would have been another angle within the shed. It's still the shed where that bed is that you saw before.
Is this kind of more the left side of the shed? compared to
Correct. Yeah, as you walk in the
right?
door to the left. And as I said, these are entry photos. So this is the condition of it as we found it. And just by looking at it, it was already in that kind of disarray when we found it.
So this disarray was not done by your search.
No, this is before we've done any searching.
And State's Exhibit 64.
Same, just getting our training for entry photos typically teaches us to take a photo from each corner of the room. Because of the amount of stuff that was in here, we couldn't do that without completely moving everything, which we weren't prepared to do at that time. We needed to get our in-place photos. So I remember having this conversation with the photographer that let's just get from the center of the room, let's just get pictures panning around.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 65.
So similar now, she's looking back at that front door. So she's doing that kind of 360 look as she pans around.
And State's Exhibit 66.
Same thing. Now she's turned to look at the bed and take that entry photo.
Now, was there any floor space for you to walk on, or?
Very little. Yeah, there was a lot of trash, dirty clothes, some kids' toys, just other items that were kind of just all over the place. Yeah.
No, State's Exhibit
So just noting the items on the shelf here, I think she would have just, like I said, we don't know what's evidence at that point when we're doing our entry photos. So when we see a shelf like that, she would have easily recognized that as maybe a place something could be. So she wants to get it in place, picture of it. And, in this case, there's some children's toys, there's, Tide Pods and just other stuff on the shelf. I believe there's a game console up there. So she might have been trying to get that in there as well. If you can see at the top shelf, that white box is the game console.
Is that a pizza box?
On the floor?
Uh-huh.
Yes, yeah.
And looks like we're moving back outside. Talking about, I guess, inside of the shed, was there any type of smell?
From what I remember, yeah, it smelled like kind of old garbage, like you hadn't taken out your garbage in days, and probably a mixture of dirty clothes as well. It smelled pretty bad.
All right, let me show you State's Exhibit 68. So slightly different angle. So what are we looking at here?
So this is now that she has gotten the photos of the inside of the shed, she's going to work her way around the outside before we start doing any evidence collection. So that's part of this process, is taking another photo of that angle as she's moving down that area between the two buildings. And I would have been right with her as the walkthrough. We would be behind her and she'd be taking pictures and then we'd walk and picture and then walk.
And State's Exhibit 69.
Same thing, just continuing that walk. You can see we're getting closer to that trash can if you look back at the other picture.
And now we're looking at State's Exhibit 70. Now orientate us between those two. Are we between those two buildings? Where are we at now?
So now we're kind of over behind the shed
Okay.
in that building. And this is the area where the ranger said they thought they saw some children's clothes, specifically a little girl's clothes. So we kind of keyed on that and wanted to get a picture of it before we walked back there and started messing with anything. But it's really hard on the screen, but you can almost see dead a little bit bottom of center. There is, looks to be like a little sock. Yeah. So that's the first thing that we noted, that from what we knew of the victim seemed to match.
And is there also, it looks like maybe a cigarette package there to the left?
Yeah, it could be. There was a lot of garbage just buried in there too. I think at one point they were just, it seemed like whether it was the defendant or other people who lived on the property were just kind of dumping trash there.
All right, and this is State's Exhibit 71. And what am I looking at here?
So kind of that, you can see down in the bottom of this picture, what's labeled number 1 from our evidence tent is that sock that I initially mentioned. And then as you got closer to that sock, you kind of looked around that other building. You could see, if you move up to number 2, that's looks to be child's underwear, from that distance. And then if you move on to where number 3 is, over there, just to the right of the number 3 are small in size, looks like little girls' blue jeans.
And so kind of for orientation purposes, can you see that? So where we originally saw the sock, kind of the front part of that track file, now we're seeing those clothes are kind of just all in line, the 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, kind of around that other outbuilding that's next to the shed.
And it looks like there's a little tent there. Can you explain what that is and why you do that?
So
This is State's Exhibit.
State's Exhibit 72.
Okay.
So our procedures when we collect evidence is we take an in-place photograph. So that would have been that first one you saw that didn't have any label on it. And then we take a medium shot of it. So that would have been the one where you saw all 3 evidence tents. And then we do a close-up in place as well. So since this would be item number 1, the tent suggested it's item number 1. And it's the close-up of the item in place where we found it.
State's Exhibit 73. And so what are we looking at here?
So that's that sock, item number 1. You can see it written there on the butcher paper. This is that brown paper that I was referring to earlier. So we always take a close-up with scale is our next photo. So we have the scale there, and then we have the photograph to show size. And then this item after this picture would have been packaged up with that brown paper into a paper evidence bag.
Okay. And so what is the sock is laying on that butcher paper you spoke about earlier?
Correct.
And you can go next.
Yeah, once we identify it and take our pictures close up, we can then move it from that location.
So once y'all do that, you scale it and you put, I think it's that number 1. Why do you write that number 1 on there?
Just so in the photograph we can remember which one it is in case there's multiple items that are similar in style or nature. Yeah.
Is that number 1 also how y'all label your evidence log?
Yes, in this case it is, yeah.
And you're on average?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83. And do you recognize this item?
I do. Yeah, this is our packaging and our labeling style. This would have been one of our evidence items number 1.
And what is in evidence item number 1?
It's listed here, child's light blue multicolored sock found behind shed on brown.
And is that the same piece of evidence that we're looking at here on State's Exhibit 73?
It appears to be, yes.
And are there any other identifying marks on this bag?
Yeah, we have 7 items that we put on all of our evidence bags. So we have the item number, we have the date, we have a case number, an FBI case number, we put the address, and then we have 2 initials. The initials are the collector and the assistant.
And is that bag still sealed?
It is sealed with evidence. Yes.
And are there any marks on this bag that are not yours?
So the Wise County Sheriff's Office sticker, that would have been possibly for their evidence folks. And then these 2 labels might be lots of times the lab that it's taken to will put their own markings on it. So it could be from that. We don't, with the FBI ERT, we don't process any evidence. We're collectors, and it goes to the official either FBI lab or state crime lab for processing.
So you collected this item, but then it will go off to a lab to be processed for
Examine, yeah.
DNA or anything else that
Sure.
needs to be looked at.
Yeah, in this case, it would most likely be DNA. Sometimes it's fingerprints. Sometimes it's computer forensics.
Hopefully not computer forensics on this.
No.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers an evidence State's Exhibit 83.
All right, State's Exhibit 83, they are overruled, and State's Exhibit 83 is admitted.
Good. Now I'm showing you what is admitted as State's Exhibit 74 here on the screen. And what are we looking at here?
So in the previous picture where you saw all 3, 1, 2, 3 items, this would be the second item in that row, which appears to be a child's underwear. Looks to be female underwear.
Now I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 75. And what are we looking at here?
So this would have been a picture close up with scale of those underwear after they were removed from the location that they were originally found, as per our standard procedures to take those scale photographs. On that same butcher paper like I was talking about.
And is there a number listed on that butcher paper?
There is number 2.
And did that correspond with the yellow tint that y'all had next to the item?
It does.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 84. And do you recognize this item?
I do. Yeah, this is our, once again, our packaging, our labeling system, and it says item 2, and it's child's white Hanes underwear found behind shed on ground. So it would have matched the description of what we're seeing in the photograph.
And other than the lab processing, is there, appear to be, is it sealed, is there any?
So once again, there's a Weiss County Sheriff's Office sticker on there. We would have put that. That would be Weiss County that would put that. And then a couple other markers that look like could have been from a state lab or something that would be used for their processing.
Other than that, has it been altered in any way to knowledge?
No, it looks like it might have been opened and resealed by the lab. And then,
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 84.
Same objections, Mr. Gold? All right, those are overruled. States 84 is admitted.
Thank you. Now I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 76. And what are we looking at here?
so in those 3 items out behind the shed, this would have been the third one in that order. It appears to be a pair of small blue jeans. At the angle we're at and everything, it kind of fits the description, but we're not sure. But we went ahead and labeled it item number 3. So photos of it in place so that we can then remove it and better examine it.
And you said fits the description. At this point, was there a description? Did you have a description of what the Athena Strand was wearing when she was kidnapped?
I believe we did. It was a pair of jeans with some flowers on it. We didn't have a picture or an exact knowledge, but it was blue jeans with a flower pattern on it.
And what are we looking at here?
So as with the other photographs, we would have removed it from that area to better examine it, get it out somewhere where we can spread it out on the brown paper, the clean brown paper. And I just want to reiterate that the brown paper gets wrapped up with each item. So it's a new piece of brown paper each time we take this photograph.
And just to be clear for the record, this is State's Exhibit 77 that we're looking at right now.
And it's labeled item number 3 on the paper. It has scale, so we can add size to it. And this would have been obviously the back side of the blue jeans.
And I'm showing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 78.
So this would be the other side, the front side of the blue jeans. And from this, I told the rangers that were out there, I can't remember exactly which ranger, and they were able to see it and relay that back to the other investigative teams that were either talking to the family or talking with the defendant to see if that's an accurate description of what she was wearing at the time of the abduction. So, and we also know when we saw this, you can see there's something in that leg, the pant leg. So it looks like a sock, which it turns out to be a sock.
Now I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 79. And so what are we looking at here?
So these are the blue jeans with the sock removed. We would have packaged these together since they were found inside, since that sock was found in there. So we removed it, photographed it with scale, and then we'll wrap it up into that brown paper.
So one sock was found separately out
Just by
in
itself,
the car,
right.
but one sock was still inside her pants.
Inside the pants, yes.
And on average.
Yeah.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 85. Do you recognize this item?
I do. It's our packaging, our labeling system, our item number, and the description of the item is youth denim jeans with flowers on pocket and one light blue multicolored sock and pant leg found behind shed on ground.
Does that also show that it's item number 3?
It does, yes.
Kind of like the packages before, other than the markings and resealing from the lab, has it been altered in any way?
Yeah, nope, just the additional markings from the lab and the Weiss County Sheriff's Office sticker label.
All right, this time the state offers an evidence State's Exhibit 85.
Same objections, Mr. Gold?
Yes, sir.
Those are overruled and States Exhibit 85 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now, showing on the screen what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 80, and what are we looking at here?
So this was a FedEx shirt that was found in the shed on the bed that we did our same procedures of collecting it with scale and identifying the number. So it'll be item number 4.
And it looks like State's Exhibit 81. Is this just the front side of the shirt?
Correct, yes.
And were you given information of why to take the specific item, or?
We were, because at that point we had determined that she was taken in the FedEx van from the defendant wearing his FedEx uniform or clothing.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86. And do you recognize this item?
Yeah, it's labeled item number 4, same labeling system that we use, and recognize the initials. Extra large black and purple shirt with FedEx, found on bed in shed.
Other than the labeling and sealing from the lab, has it been altered in any way?
Nope, just the West County label and the Washington lab.
Your Honor, at this time, the state officer of evidence, State's Exhibit 86.
Same objections, Mr. Gold? Notes are overruled and State's Exhibit 86 is admitted.
Judge. Now showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 82. And what are we looking at here?
So dark colored hoodie. I believe at the time we were told that he might have been wearing a hoodie as well. So we went ahead and collected that as part of the evidence.
And does this also have a number on it?
It does, number 5.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. Do you recognize this item?
I do. It's our labeling process, and it's item number 5. Large tech gear, gray and navy hoodie found on bed in shed with those additional Wise County labeling and lab.
I'm gonna have Mr. Barry here, can you zoom in on what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 82? Does that read large tech gear sweatshirt?
Yes,
Does that match the item that's listed in that rack?
it does.
And other than the any type of resealing related to the lab, is sitting also anyway?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, State Office and Evidence, State's Exhibit 87.
Same objections, Mr. Gold?
Yeah.
Okay, those are overruled. State's Exhibit 87 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Okay, y'all. Happy Sunday. Thank you for being here. I know I haven't been talking, y'all, but I'm multitasking, okay? Thank y'all so much for being here. Make sure y'all double tap the screen. So that was day 3, okay? Now we're going right into day 4, all right? Once again, thank y'all so much for being here. I appreciate it.
Everyone may be seated. Good morning. We're ready to proceed. So,
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Special Agent Ross.
Morning.
Gonna kind of bring us back to kind of where we finished off yesterday. I believe you finished, you had just got done going over the evidence that was collected and seized at Tanner Horner's residence. Is that correct?
correct, yes, ma'am.
At that point, we were on December 2nd of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Going to bring us ahead to December 5th of 2022. Did you and your team do any additional crime scene searches or evidence collection on that day?
Yes, we did. We were called back out to to Weiss County to assist with searching 2 FedEx vans that they had seized as part of the investigation.
And you say 2 FedEx vans. Why were there 2 vans?
One of them was the van that he was arrested in, that he had been driving after the abduction, and then the other van was believed to be the van that he abducted at the end.
If in my question, if I refer to one van as the arrest van and one van as the abduction van, would that make sense to you for
Yes,
evidence purposes?
Yes.
All right. I believe you guys did the arrest van first. Can you tell me what you and your team did with regards to arrest van?
Sure. So from the information that we had, the arrest van was not, we didn't believe that it was part of the actual abduction and murder. So we didn't feel it needed a forensic search from the standpoint of hairs and fibers and DNA. So that van had some other items in it that we were interested in, one being the SD card to see the movements of the van and the cameras on the van. So we removed the SD card. And then we also, there was a package scanner in there that FedEx employees use for scanning packages as they deliver them or receive them. And we collected that as well.
And did you have a warrant to search this van?
We did, yes, we had a state warrant.
Your Honor, average.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88 through 94. And do you recognize these?
I do, yes. These are, as I talked about with the residents before we do any search, we take entry photos, and it's no different for a vehicle or a van like this. We would take take entrance photos. We would take exterior entrance photos of the whole van around to include the license plate and the VIN.
And did you personally take these photos?
I did not.
And were you there when these photos were taken and present at the scene?
Yes, so as entry photos, as I explained yesterday, entry photos are taken in conjunction with an initial walkthrough with the team leader, which I was the team leader for this search. So I would have been standing right next to or behind the photographer.
So I know you previously reviewed these photos, correct?
Correct.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the search that you guys did and the evidence that's collected?
They do.
And obviously, these are not the entire amount of photos that you guys took.
Correct.
This is a limited number.
Yes, this is just a select few.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers the evidence, State's Exhibit 88 through 94.
State's exhibits 88 through 94 admitted.
Thank you, Judge. May we publish?
Yes, ma'am.
We're showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 88. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
So this would have been one of the, what we call the entry photos for prior to searching the van. As with the residents, we would want to capture some identifying information, excuse me, with that separates this van from any other van. So in this picture, you can see the license plate clearly displayed.
And the license plate, can you read that license plate number?
I can. G as in golf, C as in Charlie, P as in Papa, 0468.
And is that license plate, I think we refer usually to the last four, that 0468, is that associated with the arrest van?
Yes, it is.
Can you publish State's Exhibit 92? State's Exhibit 92, what are we looking at here?
So this would be the van's, I believe, surveillance system that kind of the, I'm not a computer person, but kind of the brains of the surveillance system.
And is this where an SD and a SIM card would be for that camera system?
Yes.
Can you publish State's Exhibit 93? And what are we looking at here?
So this is the SD card that was collected from that arrest van.
And if you zoom in a little bit, is there a specific number listed on that SD card?
There's the size, the 128 gigabyte, and there's also what appears to be their serial number, or I think we called it a serial number.
And I'm going to go ahead and show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 94. And what are we looking at here?
So this would be the backside, the opposite side of both of those objects. We always take a front and a back if it's a kind of a two-sided object.
And was this the SD card and SIM card that you collected? You and your team, and the season agent, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And you're on the correct?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 95. Have you seen this item before?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is?
So this is the SD card that's photographed. It's photographed in Exhibit 93.
Is there a license plate number listed on that item at any point?
No, there's not. Actually, up here in the corner, I'm sorry, normally it's down there, but yes, it is up there in the upper right corner.
And what does that say?
It identifies it to that vehicle that we also have a photograph of, as well as the date.
Is that 0468?
It is, yes.
Can you publish State's Exhibit 93? Can you zoom in on that? Does that number on that SD card match the SD card that is in that piece of evidence?
Yes, it does.
And other than any additional marks on there, was it altered or modified in any way to your knowledge?
No, it looks to be in the same description as the picture from that day.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers to admit State's Exhibit 95, the SUSM card.
State's 95 is admitted.
You may have taken a few more pictures and collected a few more items from that arrest stand, but was that the main item that was collected from that 0468 arrest stand?
Yes, like I said, the other one was the scanner, and that was the package scanner, and that was it.
Now, on December 5th, 2022, did you also look at the, again, we're going to call the abduction van?
We did, yes.
And what did you and your team do on that?
So that van was inside a Sally Port or a car barrage area at the Wise County facility, and it was loaded with packages, and it was definitely the van that he was driving on the day of the abduction. So we wanted to process it for forensics, meaning hairs, fibers, blood, DNA, whether that's semen, vaginal fluids, saliva. So in order to do that, we would, as I talked about yesterday, we would go ahead and suit up in our Tyvek with our booties, take our entry photos, and start unloading the van so that we could get to the back of the van and do our forensic search.
And as a team lead, were you there when the complete search was done and when these photos were taken?
Yes.
And you're on the average?
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 96 through 115. And have you seen these items before?
Yes, yeah, this is the van inside that garage as I talked about. Then once again, they're the start of our entry photos.
And have you had the opportunity to review all those photos prior to having in here?
I have, yes.
And do these photos fairly and accurately depict the search and evidence collected on December 5th of 2022 in the abduction van?
They do, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 96 through 115.
State's exhibits 96 through 115 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Have you published a State's Exhibit? What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 97?
So this would be one of the entry photos to start the search of the van. One of the initial photos that we would take with some. It was a little cramped in that garage, so I think the photographer, we talked about just starting at the best angle we could, and then we'd work our way around. So this is probably kind of the start of those photographs with some looks like identifying FedEx numbers.
And this is a garage. Is this at the Wise County Sheriff's Office, or where is this at?
It is, yes.
Is it a secured and locked location?
It is, and it's also important for it to be inside the garage for not only security and control, but as we do our search, we have to have a dark environment to do an alternate light source, which we did in this case, and so we have to be able to turn off the lights.
See State's Exhibit 99. Showing you State's Exhibit 99. What are we looking at here?
Like just identifying one of the cameras that's on the vehicle.
And you published State's Exhibit 102. If you zoom in, is there a license plate in this photo?
There is, yes.
And what is this license plate on this van?
It is N as in November,
N is in November, R is in Romeo, 4995.
And is that license plate the license plate of the abduction van?
It is, yes.
Have you published State's Exhibit 105? And what are we looking at here in this picture?
So this is the back of the van as we found it that day when we responded to process it. It was still loaded with packages that hadn't been delivered yet or had just been picked up.
Have you published State's Exhibit 106? And what are we seeing in this photo?
So this is the same van, same back of the van after we've removed all of the packages that were back there.
And what did you do with the packages that were in this van?
We removed them out of the van and we put them in another container, and I can't remember if it was a van or a temporary storage area. Yeah.
I guess you don't know, but if they got picked up to be delivered to the rightful people?
Right, yes. Yeah, I think FedEx came and got them eventually. but,
Okay.
I wasn't in charge of that part. That's why I
Okay.
loaded them.
Can you publish State's Exhibit 108? And what do we see here in this photo?
So this looks like the front passenger side, and it's a backpack and basically a hoodie.
Now, this backpack and hoodie, we're talking about the abduction van. Whose backpack and hoodie is that? Is that Tanner Horner's or someone else's?
Sustain, don't leave your wood.
Whose backpack is that?
It's unclear, but we did know that Tanner Horner was not driving the vehicle when it was seized at the time. So our assumption there was that it was the current driver's. I don't have his name, but not Tanner Horner's.
And in the, can you zoom in on that? Can you zoom in a little bit? What are we seeing in the back of this photo here?
As far as personnel,
Yes.
yeah, so that's how we would dress when we do a forensic search. So we have our tie back on with the hoodie, and they have probably started processing, at least getting ready to do the vacuuming.
So that is the white Tyvek suit that you talked to us about?
Yes.
Have you published State's Exhibit 109? And what are we looking at in this picture? What angle is this coming from?
So this is coming from the cargo area, looking into the driver and the passenger area of the vehicle.
So you were standing at that cargo door. That's what you would be staring at.
Correct, yes.
I'll show you what's published 110. And what are we looking at here?
So this would be the same, kind of the brains of that surveillance system that's on the FedEx van.
Is this the same camera system that was on the arrest van that we were talking about?
It's very similar. I don't know if it's the exact same model, but yeah, it's. I think this one had a little bit different camera setup, but it's the same type of system.
Can you publish State's Exhibit 111? And what are we looking at here?
So that would be the SD card that was in the system itself from the other picture.
The front portion of that SD card?
Correct, yes.
And I'm going to show 112. And what are we looking at here?
The back side of the SD card, and the white thing is the SIM card, but the SD card is the black one that we took the front and back photos of.
And you're on camera?
Yes.
Mr. Mary, if you can go ahead and put it on. Yeah, thank you. Already have. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 116. Do you recognize this item?
Yeah, the SIM card is, I know it's in there. There it is, yes. Yeah. It is in here, but there are also some thumb drives, but the SD card is in here.
And may I have you read the front of the package first? What is the license plate number on this package?
It is November, Romeo 4995.
And is that the license plate that is associated with the abduction van?
Yes, it is.
And is that where that SD and SIM card were seized?
Correct, yes.
December 5th of 22.
Yes,
And I believe you're looking at the SD card in there.
I am.
Can you see that?
It's very small, but yes, I can see it.
You can open it if you need to, but if you can see those numbers, do the numbers match the photographs that were taken on 2022?
Yes, they do.
And you were there present when this item was collected?
Yes,
And when this item was collected, you were here handed it to Wise County Sheriff's Office for storage?
yes. After we collected it, it was handed over to Wise County.
And the USB drives were added when Ranger Espinoza went and got the full video put in place?
Yes, they could be derivative evidence of the SD card.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers an evidence, State's Exhibit 116.
No additional objection.
Those objections remain overruled and State's Exhibit 116 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. In finalizing the search on the abduction van on December 5th of 2022, was there any additional evidence that you guys collected at that time?
For the abduction van, we did take some forensic vacuuming samples. So when we do that, we have a vacuum that has a clean filter on it, and we vacuum in quadrants. And so we'll vacuum like the driver's side, and then we'll get a new filter, change gloves, go over to the passenger side, take vacuums, and then we'll vacuum the back cargo area as well. And then after doing that, we would do fingerprinting. So we would look for latent prints around the vehicle. If we see any obvious ones, we can take photographs. Otherwise, then we start dusting. And I believe we did dust the frame area that looks into the driver and passenger side from the cargo area. So we looked at some prints there. And then there was a couple of areas where we took some swabs as well. So we do swabs for DNA, and we can do whether it's touch DNA or whether it's actual bodily fluids. It's the same swab that we would use to collect that.
And to your knowledge, was there any real evidentiary value of any of those items?
On that day, I don't believe so. Not that I'm aware of.
I kind of move you ahead. So after December 5th of 2022, was your FBI ERT team asked to do anything additional with regards to this investigation for Venus Train?
Yes, we were asked to come back out and reprocess the abduction van.
And do you recall when that was?
That was on January 6th, 2023.
And why were you asked to come back out?
So when we processed the van the first time, we have forensic flashlights that emit a blue light at a wavelength of 455 nanometers. And so that's a good enough wavelength to process the scene for bodily fluids, or you can see cleaning supplies with that. But sometimes if things have been cleaned up well, that the strength of the flashlight isn't quite strong enough. So we have another system that we have back at the office that, in discussion with our FBI lab folks, thought that might be a better option for us to process there. So we decided to, in coordination with Wise County, and at the request, come back out and reprocess the vehicle with a stronger, basically stronger flashlight, forensic flashlight.
And at that time, were you aware that Tanner Horner attempted to clean up that abduction van?
Objection. Here's that.
So as part of the discussions for redoing or reprocessing the van, Wise County mentioned that when we did it on December 5th, there was still a lot of information from the interviews, and the autopsy hadn't been processed yet. So as those items came in, it allowed us to have more information to reprocess the van.
Your Honor, may I first?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 117 through 139. And have you been able to review all of these prior to coming in today?
I have.
And do you recognize what these are?
Yes, this is the entry photos and item photos for that search on January 6th. Along with the photo sketch and items seized.
And were you present when these photos and this search were conducted on that day?
I was.
And do these fairly accurately depict what you saw during that search and the evidence collected?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers an evidence, State's Exhibit 117 through 139.
Judge, we have no objections to the majority of the photos. However, we do have objections to 126, 127, and 128. For 126, the proper foundation has not been laid, and the officer has not testified to any personal knowledge of that document, and I apologize, it's 126, not 128. As for 127 and 128, these fall under a police report, and these are part of the police report, therefore they're hearsay with no exception.
Let me see, 126, 127, 128.
Your Honor, they are just the diagram of where the actual 10 swabs were taken and the swab.
Objection, oh, sorry.
I'm gonna hold in abeyance 126. Your objection is 127, 128 or something. And I'm gonna hold 126
Thank you, Judge.
at this time.
And we published States Exhibit.
And all the, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
Ms. Jewell,
Hold on,
states 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, and then 129 through 139 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going to publish States Exhibit 118. What are we looking at here in this photo?
So this is the, what we're calling the abduction van, again, with the back cargo area still cleared out as it was when we left it from December 5th.
I'm going to have Mr. Berry zoom in a little bit on that.
Your Honor, maybe approach real quick.
Yes.
Okay, we're still looking at what has been admitted as States Exhibit 118. And this license plate, can you read that off?
Yes, November Romeo 4995.
And is that the license plate that is with the abduction? Yeah.
It is, yes.
No. Published States Exhibit 122. And what are we looking at here?
So these are tie down straps that we found in the back of the van, and they were laid like this for purposes of photograph.
And why were you looking at these tie-down straps?
After discussions with Wise County and some of the investigators, it was determined that
Sustain. Rephrase your question.
States Exhibit 123. What are we looking at here?
so these are green bungee cords that were found in the van.
And did you have any additional information that would make you want to look for any of these types of items?
Yeah, as we started processing this van, we were told.
Officer, don't testify as to what other people told you. Objection sustained.
Did you process these green bungees and collect these?
Yes, we did.
Show you what states, or actually, just hold on, Mr. Ring. Your Honor, may I approach this?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as States Exhibit 142. And do you recognize this item?
I do, yes.
And how do you recognize it?
So it has item number 2, which matches our labeling nomenclature as well as all the other items on the bag. The description is listed as green cords with the number 3 beside that.
And other than any lab processing, has it been altered in any way, to your knowledge? And were you present when this item was seized, and were you considered the seizing agent?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offered evidence States Exhibit 142.
photos. They match the swab locations.
And other than any processing, has it been altered in any way to your knowledge?
I don't believe so, yeah, other than the additional Wise County label and a couple of lab notes.
At this time, the state office and evidence states exhibit 140.
Okay, those objections are overruled. State's Exhibit 140 is admitted.
Judge. After the search on January 6th, did you with the FBI or ERT team, did you do any additional searches at that time? Or did that conclude?
After this search of the van and the swabs and the items collected on January 6th, I myself and the blue team who I'm the TL for did not do any more searches.
Thank you. And that's it, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Agent Ross.
Good morning.
A couple of quick questions. Actually,
Yes, sir.
how many handbooks and mark exhibits 6 through 10? I believe you had a chance to look at those before the court.
I did, yes, sir.
Can you identify those for me, please?
So these were photographs taken on December 2nd when we did the search of Tina Horner's shed and associated residence. These pictures appear to be pictures of the main residence for that address.
And they are true and accurate representations of what you observed that night?
Yes, these would have been entry photos that we would take before or as we're entering the house before we've done any kind of searching.
Can I move to have exhibit 6 through 10 admitted?
Passing, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay, defense exhibits 6 through 10 are admitted.
Can I move to public safety for?
Yes.
May I do it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
There you go. Just to clarify, those are pictures of Jackie Harbison's residence.
Yes. Yeah, the main house of the residence.
Do you know her relationship with Mr. Horner?
I do not.
Thank you, Ross. You testified earlier about using brown butcher paper.
I did, yes.
Can you tell me why that's important in handling evidence?
So when we remove evidence from its found location, sometimes due to environmental conditions or lighting or something like that, we have to move it to an area that would be better suited to take those photographs and also the scale photographs. So in order to preserve the integrity of the evidence, we place it on a clean sheet of butcher paper. We put down one butcher paper to protect us from the ground. And then so that one would be clean. We put down another sheet for each item so that sheet could then be wrapped up and put in with the item. Sometimes, we have to move it inside if it's raining or inside of an area that hasn't maybe been associated with that item.
You'll actually send the butcher paper with the item.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why a sock would have a whole big bag because we have a big wad of paper in with it to preserve that item.
Absolutely. And I don't know if you remember or not, but on a couple of your photographs of the FedEx van, in addition to having the big FedEx logo, I believe specifically states exhibit 97 and 100. On the side there, it has a designation that it's a big top spin vehicle.
A big what, sorry?
Big top spin, the company's name, I believe it says Contractor Services Program.
Okay, I do not recall that in the photo.
Okay. Now, when you showed using a light to show organic fluid, that light doesn't tell you what kind of organic fluid it is, does it?
It does not. That's why we take the swabs.
As to those items seen, those were not collected by you.
Which items specifically?
We've got items 1 through 8. It looks like those were by Tibbet and observed by Clark.
Which A were you talking about for the van?
This would be the, January date. January 6th.
And are you referring to the swabs specifically, or?
Yes.
I don't have the item numbers in front of me, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't know?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
This who collected them?
So the swabs were collected by Tippett and Klein.
And then the other 3 items were collected by Klein with USC Observer.
Correct, yes.
And these items were turned over to at least Amy with the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Correct, yes.
And after that, you wouldn't know what happened.
No, once we turn it over, it's within her chain of custody.
Absolutely, sure.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May, witness be excused subject to any potential recall.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, Special Agent.
Thank you.
For purposes of the record, the defense exhibit to State's Exhibit 126 is sustained. I need a break. Give me about 15 minutes and we'll start up at 10:20.
It's fingerprint, latent fingerprint investigator, and also a forensic investigator as well.
So let's talk about CSI. When did you get promoted to CSI sergeant?
About 8 months after being on patrol.
And did you have to have any particular additional training and other things to be a CSI sergeant?
I did go through I went through the FTO program that they had at the sheriff's office, and then prior to becoming a full-time CSI investigator, I actually did it part-time as well.
Okay. And during that time, being a CSI investigator, were you under the supervision of other CSI investigators during that time?
Yes, sir.
And who was your primary supervising investigator during that time?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
Sorry, say that again.
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
Okay. So
Spell the last name for the corporal.
Y-A-R-O.
first name Brett with 2 T's?
That's correct.
Is he also a sheriff's deputy at the Wise County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And had he been there quite a bit longer than you?
Yes, sir.
And how long had he been in CSI when you made CSI sergeant?
For an extended amount of time.
A lot longer than you.
Yes, sir.
So with regard to being in CSI, they don't just turn you loose just to do CSI stuff when you walk in the door, do they?
No, sir.
And during the time that you're in CSI, you said you went through an FTO program.
Yes, sir.
And does that stand for Field Training Officer?
Yes, sir.
And is that kind of like what you do when you're being a deputy and on patrol? You do a similar course of training?
Yes, sir. It's like a probationary period.
And so with regard to CSI and that Deputy Yarrow being your primary, was he your primary supervisor through all of that FTO training?
No.
Okay, who else did you?
Each month I had a different phase that I went into whenever I was on patrol. So I would have one sergeant from one shift, and then we had 4 shifts on patrol. And so each phase I went through different shifts, and a different sergeant would be my field training officer.
So at each of those, you would have to get checked off by each one of them.
Yes.
Is that same process is what happens when you get promoted to CSI sergeant with regard to CSI deputy guard?
Yes.
And so with regard to CSI, were you allowed to simply just walk into CSI and start doing all this stuff?
No.
And in fact, when you're doing CSI work up until the time that you were allowed to be out on your own, are you supervised by somebody during that time?
Yes, depending on the offense, yes.
And so when we talk about CSI, are we talking about evidence collection, documentation, things of that nature?
Yes.
Are we talking about taking photographs?
Yes.
Okay. All the things that we might consider crime scene related, that's what CSI does.
Yes, sir.
Now, if we move to November of 2022, you said you had been in the position of CSI sergeant. How long in November of 2022?
About that time, I was about 6 months into being a crime scene investigator.
All right. And during that time, at the end of November 2022, you called to participate in the search for Athena Strand.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were, where were you first dispatched to participate in the search for Athena Strand?
My father's house
And where is that?
in Paradise, Cottondale area.
Is it a rural area?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember when you went out there and you were tasked at that residence?
Yes, sir. I was tasked that morning. That morning we had a briefing and with all of our investigators of what we were going to be doing that day.
All right, I'm going to clarify that. Do you remember which day that was?
Thursday the 1st.
So on that first part of this, on that Thursday, what were you tasked with doing on that Thursday?
So I was, basically my primary location was to be at the house of the residents. A bunch of our investigators separated with civilian search teams at that time. And if they found something that they needed to be documented or found like it was important, I would go and document it at that time.
I'm going to ask you, when you got to the Strand home, what do you do like when you first get there?
When I first got there, I got orders for what they wanted me to do. And then whenever everybody kind of broke off, I started documenting where I was and started my kind of initial investigation.
And as part of that investigation, take any photos?
Yes, sir. I initially took a video and then followed it up with photographs.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as states number 10. Okay. Is this one of your photos?
Yes, sir.
And it's already been admitted through Ashley Strand. Is that the location we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And you said you took a multitude of photos of that location. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, did you take pictures of this abandoned structure that we saw here?
Yes.
Did you take pictures of the Strand home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you take pictures of all the surrounding stuff around?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a little bit at that time. That's what you were tasked with.
Yes.
Okay. On December 1st, 2022. Were you tasked to do anything else on December 1st, 2022? We're good, Mr. King. Thank you. Here.
Just to, if somebody found anything, just to kind of document it, follow any kind of leads that what we thought could potentially be her and lead us into a direction.
So at this point in time, as we've seen in the scene, was there a lot of searching going on at that time?
Yes.
Were there a lot of assets deployed, including law enforcement, civilians that were out searching for Athena in that general area?
Yes.
So were you tasked to do anything as part of that searching during that time?
Yes. So like I said, I took the video of everything and then the FBI showed up that day and they took their pictures and we walked around the initial residence that you see in the front yard and then we did our investigation into the back and also shed.
And at some point, were there items that may have come up during the search that you needed to take pictures of or document?
Yes.
And what kind of, just give us a short example, what kind of things did you go take pictures of?
A set of keys. I think we found boots, socks, things of that nature.
So these are things that out in the search area
They were very spread out.
that people had located.
Yes, sir.
That might relate to this investigation.
Yes, sir.
And then you went out to pictures of.
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, was that the total of what you did on December 1st?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let's move to December 2nd. What are you doing on December 2nd in the first part of that day?
We meet at the father's residence again and that's whenever everybody got together and we had a meeting of law enforcement searches.
Okay. And so would I be correct when you said searches that law enforcement's continuing to search? Is that right?
Yes, no civilians at that time.
Now, at some point, did you become aware that Athena Strand's body had been located?
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon, at any point, actually.
Oh, just in the evening time, yes.
So did you also become aware that FedEx vehicle had also been acquired by law enforcement?
Yes.
And I just want to get this right on the time periods. Did you participate in the actual search of the van that Tanner Horner was arrested in?
I assisted the FBI.
And when you say assisted, were you actually actively participating in the actual collection of evidence and that kind of thing? Or were you doing something else?
No, so they had distinguished people who took pictures and collected evidence and then I received the evidence.
Okay. And so let me get this right in time. You said that they found her body in the evening. When was the search of the arrest van performed? Was it before or after they found her body?
Before.
So let's talk about the search of the arrest van. Okay. And when I say arrest van, you know what I mean by that, right?
Yes, sir.
This is the van that Tanner Horner was arrested in on December 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll refer to the other vehicle as the abduction vehicle. Okay.
Okay.
So on December 2nd, where is the location of the arrest van?
It is brought to the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Where you work?
Yes, sir.
And were you tasked, like you said before, to assist the FBI?
Yes.
And so let me just get a picture of this in my head. Does the FBI, do they bring all their own stuff or do you have to provide things?
They bring their own stuff.
And is this what we commonly see with the FBI in their moon suits and things like that?
Yes.
And so with regard to the FBI, are you watching them, what they're doing in searching this vehicle?
Yes.
And so are you actually out there on scene when they're searching?
Yes.
And during that time, and we'll talk to the FBI about that. So it sounds like you're just kind of standing there waiting. Is that right?
Correct.
And at some point, what is your actual participation with regard to the search of the arrest van?
After they got done searching the arrest van, they took their pictures, they collected the evidence, and then they turned the evidence over to me.
Right. And when you say turn it over to you, is that like a physical turnover? They hand it to you?
Yes.
And then once they hand it to you, you can see we have some evidence out here. They hand you the evidence and you've got it. What do you do with it at that point?
I walk into our CSI lab and put it in our lockers.
Okay. So from that point, your job, and I'm not trying to minimize your job as the CSI here, was to just physically carry the evidence from point A to point B.
Correct.
And did you open any of the evidence?
No.
Did you handle any of the evidence, take it out of any of the bags or anything else?
No.
So as the FBI left it with you, you placed it in your locker.
Yes, sir.
And did you have any other contact with regard to the search of the arrest van evidence from 12/2 of 22. Do you have any other contact with the evidence?
No.
Now, also, you mentioned that you were there at the recovery of Athena's trans body. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, it seems to me that somebody who had, I would say, fairly limited 6 months CSI experience.
Objection, Your Honor, counsel is testifying.
Sustained, rephrase your question.
How long had you been in CSI when you attended the body recovery of Athena's trans?
6 months.
And at that time, where was your field training officer, or let me just ask you, where was CSI Sergeant Yar?
He was out. He was out.
Okay. Did he have COVID?
Yes.
Objection, moving.
Overruled. She's answered.
And at this point, you get tasked to do body recovery. Okay. So let me just ask you, is it just you, CSI Amy, out there recovering this body, or are there other people?
No, so there was other people.
Okay. And who were those other people?
3 other FBI agents.
And was it just those 3 FBI agents? Were there other people on scene as well?
There was law enforcement up on the bridge and in the road, everybody who had been there with the search, and then there was 2 investigators, 2 FBI special agents taking pictures, and then there was the 3 FBI agents, and including myself in the body.
And when you say, and I'm not going to go in depth into the body recovery, is this where we physically remove her body from the water?
Yes, sir.
And is there a process by which we pay to remove her body from the water?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't need every detail, but just give us the short version of what it takes to recover a body from the water.
So how we walked the scene, we got a good idea of where we needed to go. And because of the grass being grass and dirt and a mixture of certain things, the FBI did what they were trained to do. And I worked the top. So I worked the ledge where we placed her. We laid out a bag and then we laid out a sheet. So once they removed her from the water and I laid her on the sheet, then that is where we documented any kind of physical evidence.
So with regard to removing her body from the water, who performed that physical task?
The 2 FBI agents in the water.
And then you said once they get her out of the water, you prepared an area. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir. So I prepared an area because it was dirt and gravel and rock. So I prepared an area to where as soon as she came out, any kind of evidence would be preserved on the sheet.
And at that time, are there big people taking all of this happening?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you taking any pictures of all of this happening?
No.
And so why do we prepare the scene with the sheet and other things?
I was taught that you never know. So it's evidence preservation. It's the way we collect evidence. And at the time, bodies it's a piece of evidence.
And so at this time, does that occur? Does the FBI remove the body and then place it on your area where you have it set up?
Yes.
And at this particular time, you said there's a sheet?
Yes.
Okay. And what else is around the sheet or covering? Is there anything else around the side of the sheet?
Just the body bag.
And so with regard to that, the FBI then removes Athena from the water. The role at that point with regard to Athena's body.
I asked the FBI to document Athena the way that I am trained, because that is how I do ours. We talked it out. They took the pictures, we scaled everything. I bagged her hands for any kind of evidence preservation and signed it and then put her in the bag and we carried her upstairs.
So let me ask you, said something about bagging her hands. I'm going to ask some questions about that. What does that mean when you bag someone's hands?
So we have brown bags. When you collect evidence, we put them in brown bags. Anytime there's a body involved, any type of DNA or anything that could be possibly on the hands, you put them in brown bags and then you tape them. And then that's kind of like you sealing your evidence for preservation. So that's what that means.
Now, if you know, do you know where the Athena's body ended up from where you took it to where it ended up? Do you know where it ended up?
Medical examiner's office.
And when you have a body bag like that, is there a process by which you go about securing the body bag such that it's not tampered with or opened or anything else?
Yes. So the last pictures of any crime scene, I asked the feds to take the last picture as well. Once a body is placed in a bag, we zip it up and then we have body bag tags that follow that body. And so at our last pictures that we took were of the tag front and back.
And these are pictures we took, not pictures that you took. So.
That's correct.
So we're on that scene. Do you do that? Do you tag the hands? Do you or bag the hands? Do you then seal up the body bag at that time?
Yes.
And at that point, I'm just asking you physically, how does Athena's body in the bag go from where you have it on the creek side, if you will? How does it get to its next location?
The 4 of us carried her up to the van.
So when you say the 4 of you, I'm just going to clarify here. That's you and who else?
3 FBI agents.
And then she went into some form of vehicle?
Yes. The funeral home.
All right. And from that point in time, did you have any more contact with her body or anything to do with that?
No.
So at that point, are you done with your role in the processing of Athena's body?
Yes.
And did you do all of the tagging and things with regard to her hands and the bag like you just talked about?
Yes.
So at that point, we now have had a search of an arrest van on earlier in the day. We've now recovered Athena's body. What is the next step you took in your role as CSI in this case?
So following that, I was contacted by an investigator to process Mr. Horner.
Okay, and so, with regard to processing of Mr. Horner, is that processing of his physical self?
Yes,
And where was that conducted?
at the Wise County Jail.
And was that just you in the Wise County Jail? Was there anybody else there?
Sergeant Oliver was there.
You say Sergeant Oliver. Who's Sergeant Oliver?
He was a CID investigator.
And was he also participating in this case with Ranger Espinosa?
Yes,
And so who all else is there to process Tanner Horner?
just the two of us.
And when you say process Tanner Horner, what types of things generally did you do to process his person?
So I would take pictures, all four sides, and then document any injuries he may have on his body.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes,
And was Sergeant Oliver there the entire time as well?
yes,
Was that the extent of your role in the processing of Tanner Horner?
yes.
And when was that done? Tell me that again.
That was done just after we recovered Athena.
Okay, so in the evening of the second.
Yes,
So now we've got to the evening of the second. Do you do anything else on the second?
No.
Right. When is your next time to participate in any capacity in your employment as a CSI in this case?
may I look at my reports real quick?
Sure.
So it'd have been 12/5.
So body recovery on 12/2, and then 12/5 is the next time you participate in this case in any capacity.
Yes,
And what was that?
that is the day that we processed both FedEx trucks.
Okay. Now you've already testified that the FBI has already looked at the arrest vehicle. Is that right?
Yes,
To your knowledge, had anybody looked at the abduction vehicle at that time?
No.
So you said that on 12/5, do we have both vehicles we're looking at that day?
may I look at my report right quick? Sure. So we just did the van number 1, which you're calling the abduction van.
Okay. And I was going to ask you that if you had a particular report. So in your report, that's referred to as van number 1.
That's correct.
So this abduction vehicle, AKA van number 1, who is participating in the processing of that vehicle?
The FBI, ERT, and myself.
And let me just ask you, was this the same process that y'all took when you did the search of the arrest van? I'm assuming that'd be van number 2.
That's correct.
Is it the same process you testified that happened in the search of the first one?
Yes,
So did you participate in any of the evidence collection or anything else? Or was that the FBI?
that was the FBI.
So anything with regard to collection of evidence, we would need to ask the FBI.
Yes,
And your role, was it again what you testified before, essentially as a carrier of evidence from point A to point B?
yes,
And any evidence that was collected in the van number 1, the abduction vehicle, did you do the same thing?
yes.
And all of that evidence, did you open any of it or mess with any of it at that time?
No.
No. So at that point in time, so what do you do next? That's 12/5. What happens next?
So on 12/15, I was contacted by our property manager, Paige Jobines, to meet her in her property room.
Sorry, Judge, that was me.
Let me ask you, with regard to what you did on the 15th, who all was there on the 15th?
It was the victim's mother, or the mother's attorney, myself, and Sergeant Paige Jobines.
And so let me show you, Judge Graham.
Yes.
Let me show you what I've marked. States 154. Reading this. States 154, 155, 156, 157, and 158. Will you take a second look at those and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes,
And who took those pictures?
I did.
And was that on the 15th, like you just talked about?
Yes,
And those pictures depict exactly what you saw on that particular day.
yes.
Judge would have submit states 154 to 158. My numbers are correct.
No objection.
States exhibits 154 through 158 are admitted.
And ask you, this particular time when they arrived, just give us a general description of what they brought you and what was in the box.
So when I arrived into our conference room at the sheriff's office, I was met with them, and there was a Walmart package on the floor.
Okay, cool. And can we, yeah, it's just one. Oh, actually, no, I'll right here. This particular box that we see in this exhibit that we already have up here, states number 10. Is that the same box that you have in those pictures in front of you?
Yes,
And so that box, I guess, went from that scene to you at this point on the 15th.
yes,
Did the box appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you saw it here?
yes.
And let me ask you. Yes. There we go. Take your picture as well in states number 9,
Yes.
and then. So when that gets there, is your only role with that box just to take some pictures of it?
And to collect it as evidence.
And when you say collected as evidence, what does that mean?
So I document the box, I document what's in the package, and then I package the box up into a Wise County Sheriff's Office bag and seal it.
And so is this your picture as well in states 155?
Yes,
And is this what's in the box?
yes.
And yeah.
You need glasses, sorry. I'm gonna show you what's been marked states 159.
You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple of questions about it before we get into it. When you take in evidence and you document evidence, do you put a tag on it?
Yes,
And that tag, is that your tag that's on that?
yes.
And also, is that some of your writing also on that box?
This is Sergeant Yarl's writing.
Okay, but you collected it.
That's correct.
And did you physically put it in that bag?
No.
Okay, were you with Sergeant Yarrow when he put it in the bag?
I was off that day.
So when you say you collected it, what do you mean you collected it?
So as soon as I collected the evidence, I took it to locker number 1 in Pages property room.
You say page property, is that our evidence?
Yes,
So you took it physically
yes,
and you took it to property,
yes.
and it was later actually placed in a bag like this
Yes.
by who?
Sergeant Brett Yarl.
So the item that's in that, do you know what's in that bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that the item you collected?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we offer states 159.
Your Honor, I object as, may we approach?
No, I
Okay, Your Honor, she didn't collect it. We don't have a chain of custody on this. She admitted that she didn't put it in the bag. So how does she know what is in the bag is what was taken to the locker?
Your objection at this point is to say.
Yes. All right, so the next, that's on the 15th, correct?
Yes.
And with regard, what did you do next with regard to this case involving the instrument?
Your Honor, you would also object to having Safety Exhibit 158 displayed without the witness testifying to it.
158 has been admitted into evidence.
Exactly, Your Honor, but we would object to them leaving it up on the screen while the witness is not testifying to it.
Oh, that's over, go ahead.
What did you do next? You said you collected the box that you just talked about with the Barbies in it. What did you do next?
So the next day was January 6th. That is when the FBI ERT team met me back at the Wise County Sheriff's Office jail, where the van 1 was. And that's where we called it DNA Day. It's when we searched the van for DNA using an alternative light source.
And so again, kind of the same questions I've asked you before. When the FBI shows up, do you get to participate with the FBI when they're doing their business?
No.
And so with regard to anything they did, we would need to ask the FBI.
Yes,
And then are you similarly, what I asked you before, the carrier of evidence from point A to point B?
yes,
And so any evidence they collected on that day on January 6th, 2023, I didn't ask you, is that January 6th, 2023?
yes,
And any evidence they collected, did you open any of it or tamper with it or do anything with it?
No.
Just simply carried it and put it in locker?
yes.
Do you have any more contact with that evidence from the time at which you carried it and put it in locker?
No.
All right. What do you do next?
The next day is 110. We were advised to take the floor out of van number 1. There were some markings on the victim's face, so that were consistent with the patterns on the floor of the FedEx van.
Well, you didn't conduct any investigation into any marks on the victim or anything like that, did you?
No.
You were instructed to go and simply take the floor mats out.
Yes,
And was that just you?
yes, sir.
Who else was with you?
Sergeant Brett Yarl.
And so what did y'all have to do to remove the floor panels from the vehicle?
May I go to my report?
Yeah. Well, let me just ask you, I'm going to speed this up a bit here. When you remove them, does that include unscrewing them from the floor?
Yes,
And does that remove, actually physically,
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained, no lead your witness.
what do you have to do to remove these panels from the vehicle?
we have to unbolt them from the chassis of the truck and then remove them one by one.
And when that's done, what do you do with that?
We bagged them in brown paper since they were so big and they were in 5 or 6 different pieces. We'd have to bag them separately and then we tagged them with our initials.
And is that you and CSI Sergeant Morrow?
Yes,
Get all that done, do you then tag those and place them in evidence?
yes.
Objection, Your Honor, still leading.
Don't lead your witness.
Once they're all collected and put in the brown paper, what do you do with them?
I take them to locker number 1.
And any other contact with those items?
No.
Now, did you then go back out and take a look at the arrest vehicle in January of 22, at the end of January?
Yes, that's correct.
What did you do on late January 2020?
We were looking for a piece of paper or a sticker or decal of some sort that was placed over the video camera.
And who were you with?
Sergeant Brett Yarn.
And were you able to locate any evidence?
Yes, we located a number of FedEx tag. We found out that they were actually a FedEx
Objection,
tag.
Your Honor. That's based on hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
We found out that they were FedEx tags, and we collected an abundance of amount of FedEx tags from the FedEx van.
When you say FedEx tags, what are we talking about? Can you describe what a FedEx tag is for the jury?
So it's a small tag that has general information. May I refer to the pictures on the box?
Just give us a general description. Then.
They have names, sometimes tracking numbers, or a barcode, some sort of identifying marker on it.
And these particular tags, are they as big as a sheet of notebook paper?
No.
Are they small?
Yes.
And these are things you were looking for in the vehicle?
Yes.
How many do you think you collected?
There were quite a few.
What did you do with them when you collected?
We bagged them, we taped the bag, and we put them into our evidence locker.
With regard to those stickers, do you have any other contact with those once that's done?
No.
All right. What happens next in your role as a CSI in this case?
That is it for me. That was it for me.
Let me ask you, did you participate in removing the black boxes from these vehicles?
Yes.
You remember when that was?
In the month of January, shortly after removing the floors.
And was it you who removed the black box or someone else?
No, someone else.
Who was that person? If you remember.
He was a trooper, Patrick, his first name.
So how does this come about that these black boxes are removed by the trooper? How's that?
We were just advised to meet him out there that he had to pull some information off of the vans, and that there's a black box located in each FedEx van that could have vital information on it.
Did you actually do anything that day or just be present?
No, I'm just present.
Now, we've gone through several things so far. Did you do anything else with regard to this case after you observed the trooper pulling the black boxes?
No.
That was at the end of February of 23, is that right?
I'm not really for sure. It was around the January, February. Yes.
So at that point in time, are you still employed as a CSI sergeant at that time?
Yes.
In between the rest of that time, and I guess I ask you, I don't see you in uniform. You're no longer employed by the West County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so when was your last day at the Sheriff's Office?
In October of 23.
Okay. So how many months is that after you were done participating in this case?
7, 8.
7 to 8 months after this. Let me just ask you, were you fired from the SO?
No.
Sheriff's Office?
No, sir.
Did you resign?
Yes.
What is your status with the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement?
I am no longer a basic peace officer.
Okay. And when you resigned from that, what was your designation when you resigned? Honorable or dishonorable?
Honorable.
Now, I'm going to ask you about this because I'm sure the defense will in a minute. At some point after this, did you have a little bump in your CSI career?
Yes.
And let's talk about that. Were you participating in an investigation into another murder committed in Wise County?
Yes.
When this incident occurred?
Yes.
And was that also another murder that was charged as a capital murder?
Yes.
When did that murder occur, if you remember?
In June 2023.
So how many months after you were participating in this case here?
A year and some days.
You said how many?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was in 22. It was, I don't know. I'm not counting.
Several months.
Several months.
And so what we're talking about here, and I'm just going to get into it here with you, was there an incident involving photographs that were taken in that investigation?
Yes.
And is that incident related to who took those photographs?
Yes.
And as far as your being, were you disciplined with regard to these photographs?
Yes.
So let's talk about that. What was the standing order when you went out on that scene with regard to who was supposed to be taking photographs?
I had an intern with me, and the intern was not supposed to take pictures.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you allow the intern to take pictures?
Yes.
And you know how many pictures it was?
A handful.
And at that time, was that the standing order by the patrol captain at that time?
Yes.
So you didn't do what the patrol captain told you to do?
That's correct.
That's not good, is it?
No.
Now, the problem came up, you were asked later on if you had let that particular intern take those handful of photos. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what'd you tell him?
Told him no.
That's not true.
That's correct.
And that caused you problems in the sheriff's office, didn't it?
Yes.
Are you proud of that you said something that wasn't true?
No.
But you did. Did you eventually tell your superiors that what you told them wasn't true at that time?
Yes.
At that point in time, once you told them that it wasn't true, no longer get to be a CSI.
That's correct.
You weren't fired?
No.
What was your duties after that?
I moved back down to patrol.
And you did that until you resigned in October of 2023.
Yes,
Now, that incident happened after the one we're talking about, correct?
yes.
And other than that incident, do you have any other issues with regard to you not being accurate and truthful with your spirit?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you have any other incidents where you were not truthful with regard to your spirit?
No.
Absolutely. Cross-examination.
Your Honor, may we approach? Miss Annie, how you doing?
Good.
I want to ask you a little bit about your job as an evidence tech. So your job when you were with the West County Sheriff's Department was to collect evidence at scenes?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was to photograph evidence at scenes?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that when you have a criminal offense, especially something like a capital murder, that collecting evidence is a must.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you go out and collect evidence, a lot of what you collect would be the physical evidence, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's important to collect all the physical evidence. You agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Because physical evidence are objects that might establish that a crime had been committed.
Yes, ma'am.
Could provide a link between the crime and the victim.
Yes, ma'am.
And it can also provide a link between the evidence and a suspect, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But would you agree with me that it could also exclude suspects?
Sure.
So when we're collecting evidence in a case, the priority is to do it properly.
Yes, ma'am.
And special care needs to be taken when collecting all evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, with a capital murder case, we have to be, take it up that extra notch. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Because someone's life is on the line in that case. So we want to make sure that everything is done correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you collect evidence, at the time that you collect the evidence, you don't know whether there's going to be a guilty or not guilty plea, do you?
No, ma'am.
Because at the time you collect the evidence, 9 times out of 10, the case hadn't even been filed yet.
That's correct.
So would you agree with the proposition that you should treat every case when you go out to the field to collect evidence as if that case were going to go to trial?
Yes.
And so when you go out to collect evidence, it's important to do it properly because you don't want any contamination.
That's correct.
And explain to the jury what contamination is.
So anytime, if I am collecting something from a crime scene, I need to have proper gloves on, you have to dress properly. If I need to wear booties in this crime scene, they go over your shoes, then I have to wear that. Anything that I can bring outside in or inside out.
Why is that important?
Cross-contamination can ruin evidence.
And cross-contamination can happen in a variety of ways. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
That if you're not wearing proper gloves, that if you were to pick up something and hand it to someone else, your DNA could be on that item.
Yes.
And so when it gets placed into evidence, not only has that piece of evidence been contaminated, you could have destroyed any other evidence that may have been on there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when I picked up my glass and talked about leaving my DNA on that glass, is that what we're talking about when we're talking about contact DNA or trace evidence or something like that?
Yes.
And every time someone handles a piece of evidence, it's possible that new physical evidence could be deposited onto it, right?
It's possible.
And that's why we wear gloves.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why we wear the booties.
Yes, ma'am.
And why we wear the protective gear. And why when collecting evidence or viewing evidence or doing anything like that, it's important to have a clean area to place that evidence on.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you have that clean area to place evidence on, not only do you want the table clean, but you want to put butcher paper down or some sort of protective barrier there, right?
It's possible. Yes, ma'am.
And so sometimes that when evidence is being handled, a tech may inadvertently contaminate a piece of evidence. Do you agree with that?
It's possible. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and not doing it on purpose. Accidents happen. But that's why it's so important to have that protective gear. Because if you don't have the gloves on, you might have the contamination by touch DNA. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't have a mask on, you could sneeze, you could drip sweat, you could have any sort of respiratory fluids that come out, may contribute to additional DNA on an item.
Yes, ma'am.
And the tools that you use, each of those tools proper procedure would tell you that you don't use the same tool twice.
Correct?
Or you don't use the same tool twice without disinfecting it and cleaning it properly between each use.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about the packaging of evidence. Evidence has to be packaged in such a way after it's collected that basically just to prevent any contamination or destruction of the evidence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because, well, let me back up, because contamination, again, could affect the outcome of the case.
Yes, ma'am.
And it doesn't take a lot to contaminate or cross-contaminate an item of evidence, does it?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that when you put packaging, or I'm sorry, when you put evidence into a package, you also have to make sure that that evidence bag is not contaminated?
That's correct.
And a way to do that is to make sure that, again, everybody wears gloves, personal protective gear. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With regards to packaging evidence, to avoid contamination, isn't it important that it should be sealed as soon as possible?
Yes, ma'am.
And preferably to seal that evidence at the scene.
It just depends on evidence collection and where it's coming from.
But the main thing is you got to get it sealed quickly because you don't want any opportunity for evidence to become contaminated.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about storing evidence. After evidence is collected, it's important to make sure that it's also stored properly. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
And part of that proper storage is that items shouldn't be, well, let me back up the packaging. If you have several items, you put all those items in a separate package, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That you don't want to put a suspect's shoe in the same place with a victim's pair of pants, right?
That's correct.
You don't want to put more than one item in a bag because that too can cause contamination.
That's correct.
All right, so when we store the evidence, we want to make sure it's stored in a secure place, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we also don't want to store evidence from a suspect and evidence from a victim in the same place either, do we?
I don't understand your question.
I'll try to ask a better one.
Okay.
All right, when we store evidence in the evidence locker,
Mhm.
it would be better practice not to have any evidence related to the suspect in close proximity to any evidence related to the decedent.
No, ma'am. I mean, they're both in, everything's in separate, everything is in its own bag. Everything is sealed before it ever goes into a locker.
All right, so let's talk about the evidence collection in this case. You were asked to participate in the investigation of this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you went out to the scene and documented what was going on at the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I believe earlier you testified that there was an image of the box on steps.
Yes, ma'am.
You photographed that at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took that into evidence?
No, ma'am.
I thought you testified earlier that you took that and handed it off to Paige Dovines.
That was on the 15th of December. That was not on the day that that picture was taken.
Okay, so who actually collected that evidence?
I'm not sure.
And do you know how it got to Paige Dovines?
The day that I met with the victim's mother and her attorney is the day that it got to Paige Dovines.
So now is your testimony that when this was, that evidence was not seized at the time?
It was not seized the day that that picture was taken. No, ma'am, not by me.
And to your knowledge, was that seized by any law enforcement officer on that day?
I'm not sure.
But you do know that you met with the sheriff, or in the sheriff's office with Paige Dovines, Athena's mother, Ms. Gandy, and Ms. Gandy's attorney, Mr. Varghese, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was Mr. Varghese who is the one who provided that package to the sheriff.
That's correct.
And on what day was that?
It's on 12/15.
So that was 13 or 15, 16 days after that photo was taken?
Yes.
Part of your job in this case was also to serve a warrant on Mr. Horner at the jail. Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your job was to collect his DNA?
No, ma'am.
Or to collect a buccal swab?
No, ma'am. That was not me.
Okay, so you were present when the buccal swab was
No,
collected?
ma'am. I was not.
Who was present when?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
So, but you did process Mr. Horner, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took photos of him?
On 12/2. Yes, ma'am.
During the time that you took photos of him, he didn't try to fight you, did he?
No.
Didn't resist you in any way?
No.
Didn't try to commit any act of violence against you?
No.
He was cooperative.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, didn't cuss or yell at you?
No, ma'am.
He just did everything that he asked, or that you asked him to do, correct?
There was some resistance, but yes, ma'am. In the end, it was okay. Yes, ma'am.
But at the end of the day, he respected your authority as a person from the sheriff's office.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you with the sheriff's department?
At its entirety?
Yes.
A little over 2 years.
During that time, were you ever involved in what we call an evidence view, where the defense attorneys come in and view the evidence that was collected in the case?
No, ma'am.
Are you aware that there are times when defense attorneys want to come in and collect evidence, or sorry, view the evidence that was collected in the case?
I've heard such. but I don't know what they are. Yes, ma'am.
We might be able to break here because I understand that lunch.
They're not here yet, so let's.
Okay. Can I approach the court order?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as, or offered in evidence as state's exhibits number 120 through 122. Did you take these items, or did you process these items and collect them as evidence in this case?
No, ma'am. Let me refer to my report, please, if you don't mind.
Okay.
That was collected by the FBI ERT team.
All right, so I want to. Mayor Bertrand?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as defendant's exhibits number 11 through 15, and I'd like you to take a look at this, please. Now, on defense exhibit number 11, does your name appear on that as receiving this evidence or having anything to do with the evidence that was included in this?
Yes, so this tag states that I received it from the FBI and put it into our RMS system at the sheriff's office.
All right, so I'd like you to take a look at defense 12 through 15, and look at states 120 through 122.
Okay. I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
Do those appear to be the same items?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, defense offers defense exhibits 11 through 15, and I have given copies to the state too.
State, I'm sorry, defense exhibits 11 through 15 are admitted.
May I publish your own?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to cut to the chase on this one, Ms. Amy. When we are looking at, oops. All right. All right, so let's take a look at defense exhibit. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. I'm sorry, I'm not very technologically advanced. All right, so we're looking at the evidence bag, and this is the evidence bag that would have been given to you to place in the locker.
Yes, ma'am.
And it shows the handwriting and the chain of custody from whoever collected the evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we talked about the importance of using protective gear when looking at evidence. And you talked about the importance of having a clean surface and having butcher paper between the item and the surface. In states or defense exhibits number 13, 14, and 15, do you see any butcher paper on the table?
No, ma'am.
And it's important to have butcher paper on the table because that can reduce the possibility of cross-contamination, correct?
I can't answer why they didn't put it down. I mean, I wasn't there for that.
But I'm saying that it's important to have it there to reduce the chance of cross-contamination.
Yes, ma'am.
So evidence that was left on the table that has not been either sterilized or that doesn't have butcher paper, or if an officer didn't change his gloves routinely, as in between every item, there's a possibility that this piece of evidence could become contaminated.
It's possible. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as defense exhibits 23 through 28. That right, Ron?
Yeah.
Ms. Amy, if you'll look at 23 to 28, I'd like you to. Do you recognize 23 to 28?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll offer defense 23 to 28. I have given you copies of all of them that we were. Oh, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, we're going to object to these unless it's stated by the defendant exactly when these were taken, because it's our belief they were taken at evidence review when the defendant was there, and none of these items were tested.
You need to lay the final verdict. The objection sustained.
All right, so when, Judge, I'll hold this off and I'll talk to Mr. Yarrow about it.
Okay.
But I will talk to you about what happened with the paneling, because you were present with the paneling. And may I approach?
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as defense exhibits 29 and 30. Is that your handwriting on the first one?
Yes, ma'am.
And so do you recognize your handwriting and the
Yes, ma'am.
description of the item?
Yes, ma'am.
When you package something and when you store evidence, you would agree with me that it's important to store it in such a way that it does not become destroyed or tampered with or any way changed.
That's correct.
And so when you store something, you want to make sure that it's not in any water, not in any other liquid, because that could cause contamination, correct?
Sure.
I want you to look at defense exhibit number 30. Sneeze, I'm sorry. Your Honor, I'm going to offer, or do you recognize state's exhibit number, or defense exhibit number 30?
I don't.
Okay. And I will, let me get another one.
Okay.
When you processed the van, was it just you or who else was involved?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
I'm sorry?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
Okay, then I'll hold off on these until Mr. Yarrow takes a stand. Ms. Amy, the last thing that I really want to talk to you about is your disciplinary action that you had with the Wise County Sheriffs. You had been accused of not telling the truth to your superior officer about who had taken those photos, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you had received a complaint, and that was just one of the incidents that was listed, right?
The complaint about the pictures?
Yes.
That was the only.
If we're going to go outside the court ruling on this.
Well, let me see where we're going. Go ahead.
So as a part of your complaint, you were accused of violating rule of conduct regarding truthfulness, correct?
That's correct.
You were given the opportunity to provide a response to that complaint, right?
That's correct.
After you provided the response, you had a chance to sit down with your captain at the time, is that right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, ma'am. I'm not for sure.
And then after you met with that captain, you were given the opportunity to revise your response regarding the truthfulness, correct?
That's correct.
You revised that response, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you admitted during the revised response that you had in fact not been truthful.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Sandy, I just want to go back. Were you the one that processed the arrest van?
I assisted the FBI. I did not physically process it. No.
Did you take any items from the arrest van into custody?
Whatever the FBI ERT team collected, they collected it, and I walked it to the RCSI locker.
Were you observing the collection of that evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were with the arrest van, one of the items that they collected was a backpack, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was Dragon Ball Z backpack?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further this time around.
So a couple of questions. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8, which has already been admitted as evidence. Can you change that back? Sure. This picture that you took on scene of this box, Debbie Gaines, I'm gonna have you read that middle number on the box. That middle number on the box right there, the TRK number. What's that number?
6184-8685-6845.
Let me show you State's 156. Is that the same number?
Yes, sir.
Same box?
Yes, sir.
Same box as you took a picture of? It was provided to you later on by an attorney and Mrs. Gandy, mother of the Strand.
Yes.
No further on.
Ms. Anderson.
When you took photos at the scene, was the box open?
At the house?
At the house, yes.
No, ma'am.
And when you took photo at the sheriff's department after that box had been delivered, when it was received, had it been open?
May I look at these pictures one more time? Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Mr. State,
No further on.
may Ms. Amy be excused subject to any potential recall?
I'll stay on.
Good with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Your lunch is here, so we'll start up at 12:45. Okay, see you then. Gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Whose witness is this? Mr. Berry?
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Yarrow, will you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court, please?
Yes, sir. I'm Sergeant Brett Yarrow. It's Bretttyaro. I've been in law enforcement for 16 years at the sheriff's office the whole time. I've been on SWAT, canine patrol for the last 8 years. Been in crime scene. I'm currently the supervisor and the head over our crime lab there at the county, and also a fingerprint expert in the state of Texas.
And how long is your total number of law enforcement years?
16.
And before becoming a law enforcement officer, did you work in any other fields?
Did I work in law enforcement related job or?
No. Where did you become a law enforcement officer later in life?
I had a first career, sir, as a motorcycle racer.
Gotcha. And since you've been on the force at Wise County, you described a number of different jobs that you've held. But with it for, I believe you said the last 8 years, what have you been primarily doing?
Working in crime scene, sir.
And when you say you're working in crime scene, can you kind of describe for the jury what you mean by that?
Yeah, so in our county, we have a little bit of a smaller county. So what that means for us is the jobs are more specialized and we do more jobs within that job. So I work on fingerprints for the county. I collect fingerprints, I process fingerprints, I put fingerprints in the computer, do comparisons along with the fingerprints. We do pattern analysis on the fingerprints and other things like that. So we deal with patterns, we deal with friction rated detail as far as the fingerprints go.
Oh, Investigator, I'm going to slow you down just a little bit, okay? Because the court reporter's got to take down everything. So you just slow down a little bit, but keep going.
And then as far as crime scene goes, I have a number of certs from the state, from Texas A&M. So I have a forensic cert, I have a crime scene investigator cert, photography certs, blood pattern analysis. I run our AFIX fingerprint computer, which is attached to AFIS, our state system. I also am the head over our lab. And what that basically means is I do a lot of house cleaning over there. We're constantly keeping the place clean. We're working on all the different types of equipment that we have in there and working with them. So if a scene comes available, which is very broad for us, what that means is I will work anything from a sexual assault to a large scale robbery to suicide and homicide. So we wear a lot of hats under the same umbrella.
And since the time you've been in the crime scene work, you and I have done a number of cases together, would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Including a number of homicide cases.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Yes, sir.
Let's move on.
Well, with regard to that, you're familiar with investigating homicide cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that, your training, have you been called upon to take what is known as buccal swabs from potential suspects?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain for the jury what you mean by that?
A collection of a buccal swab is we're basically taking a DNA swab. It's going to be from inside the cheek area of the mouth. 2 swabs normally. They're rotated up and down between the top of the gum and the bottom of the gum line. On the cheek on the outside, the swabs are being rotated. You actually rub vigorously while you're doing that. And then they're contained in a special sealable swab that is aerated so that it won't mold or anything like that once it's put into evidence, and then they're sealed in evidence envelopes.
And so let me go back to November 30th of 2022. And then I guess leading up through December 2nd of 2022, were you somewhat incapacitated during that period of time?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain to the jury what was going on?
Yes, I was out with COVID.
Okay. And because of that, your trainee essentially was,
Objection, Your Honor, that's leading.
Let me hear the question.
who was working for you in the crime scene investigation unit there at the sheriff's office at that time?
Sergeant Annie.
And was she, can you tell us whether or not she was still in training or what where she was in her career at that time?
So she was working through the FDO process in the crime lab.
And who was her FDO as far as in the crime lab?
That would be me, sir.
But because you were incapacitated, were you able to do that on those particular days?
No, sir.
Okay. So when was the first day back for you after you were recovering from your COVID?
I don't recall the exact date, to be honest with you.
Were you there by December 5th of 2022 when the 2 vans were processed by the FBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So were you able to observe that process as it was taking place?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular day, were you also called upon to execute a warrant for buccal swabs on a person by the name of Tanner Corner?
Yes.
And do you see the person that you know to be Tanner Corner here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And could you identify him by where he's sitting in the courtroom and describe him where?
Yes, sir. He's sitting at the end of the table there, the defendant table. It's going to be a gray shirt, gray tie, light gray pants, black shoes.
And
That's the color reflect me.
I'd ask the record to reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
Record also reflect.
And sometime in the afternoon of December 5th, 2022, did you receive a warrant to take those buccal swabs from the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
And after receiving that warrant, what did you do?
We went ahead and processed the subject, sir.
Okay. And did you take a couple of pictures while you were in the room collecting the buccal swabs from the defendant?
I did, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 179, 180, 181, and 182. State's 179, is that a photograph of the warrant that you were operating under?
Yes, sir.
State's 180, what is that a photograph of?
Of Horner, sir.
And you're talking about the defendant?
Tanner Horner, yes.
And was that on this date at the time you were taking the swabs?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit number 181, what is that a photograph of?
It's a photograph of my property sheet that I filled out, and it's 4 envelopes containing all the buccal swabs that it contained.
And then State's 182, is that the actual report?
Objection, Your Honor, meeting.
Go ahead and tell me what that is.
This is my property report sheet, sir.
And does that document when those swabs were taken, and that you were the one that took them in the property?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Is all of the information contained on State's Exhibit 182, is that true and correct and placed there by you?
Yes.
I will offer into evidence States 179, 180, 181, 182.
Your Honor, we object to 179 on 2 grounds. 1 is hearsay and 2 is not the best evidence. No objection to 180. And States 181 and 182, we would object to as these are constitutive police report. They're hearsay.
States 180 is admitted. Let me see 179, 181, and 182. I'm going to admit 179, 181, and 182 for purposes of the record.
Once those buccal swabs were taken, were you, what did you do with those swabs?
They were placed into evidence, sir.
Now, did you also document some of the evidence that was taken? Did you document some of the evidence that was taken on the searches of the vans on December the 5th? Specifically the van that what we call the arrest vehicle with Texas license plate GCP 0468.
Yes, sir.
And may I approach your?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, and 193. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, sir, I do.
Have you looked at those prior to court today?
Yes, I did.
And are those all of the pictures that were taken at that time or just a portion of them?
It's just a portion, sir.
Okay. And do these fairly and accurately represent items that you went through and took photographs of to document the items that were collected from the van on that day, or some of the items?
Yes.
From Mr. Horner's, the van he was driving?
Yes.
I will offer State's Exhibit number 183 through State's Exhibit 193 to the evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
States Exhibits 183 through 193 inclusive are admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And also may I publish number 180?
Yes.
Thank you. States 180, this was from the day that when was this taken?
Yes, sir.
The 5th, when the buccal swabs were taken?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regard to starting 183, this is what is this that we're looking at in States 180?
This is a evidence bag that was collected from within the van that he was arrested in, sir.
Does it have the date that it was originally collected?
Yes.
Okay. And then put in this bag and marked number 2, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going on to 184, what are we looking at here?
It's going to be the backpack that was contained in that evidence bag, sir.
And the other items that we're going to see in a moment are those items that were contained within that backpack inside of the brown paper bag?
Yes.
Okay. So does that have a distinctive design on it
It does, sir.
And does it have an actual reference to, I think it's some type of a comic strip or something?
Dragon Balls. Yes, sir.
Dragon Ball Z, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. With regard to what was inside of it, I see some gloves here. Are these your gloves?
No, sir, they're not.
And where were these gloves contained?
Inside the backpack.
And can you describe these gloves for me as far as texture, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so it looks like a cloth glove with a rubber texture on them, a no slip texture.
Okay. So cloth on the back, but rubber on the fingers and the hand and the palm?
Palms, yes, sir.
Okay. And are those now on top of the backpack as we're looking at State's Exhibit number 186?
Yes.
Okay. And I will represent to you, these may have been,
Objection, Your Honor, that's leading.
Let me hear what he's gonna say. Go ahead, Mr. Green.
that these may not be in the exact same order that you took them in as they're being displayed, okay?
Correct.
So with regard to 186, we're looking at what here?
That's when I first opened the backpack and I was starting to retrieve the objects from within the backpack.
Okay. So then I'm gonna go into 187. What are we looking at here?
And up close of prescription meds that were located in the backpack so that we could see the information on the bottles.
And I'm gonna zoom in. What is the, can you just say what the name is on State's Exhibit 187 as far as the type of controlled substance that it is?
I'm not a doctor, so my enunciation of this is probably gonna be incorrect, but fluoxetine, I believe, sir.
All right.
20 milligram.
For purposes of the record, can you spell that, please?
Yes, it'll be FLUOXETINE,
And what was the prescription amount?
20 milligrams.
Next, we have State's Exhibit 188. Is that a different bottle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you spell the name of the controlled substance for purposes of the record?
Yes, sir. ATOMOXETINE, HCl, 25 milligrams.
Okay, thank you. Now, are these the same two bottles that were in the previous pictures?
Yes.
And does it give the prescription instructions as far as when to take those?
Yes.
And what does it say for the bottle, for the fluoxetine?
To take one in the morning, sir.
And what does it say with the atomoxetine?
Take one capsule in the mouth in the morning, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, this looks, is this the backpack or is it something different?
No, this is what I consider a soft-sided lunchbox that belongs to that same cartoon or video game family as a Dragon Ball's lunchbox.
And then going on to State's Exhibit number 191, what are we looking at here?
A cellophane wrapper containing marijuana.
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation. It has not been tested.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
Jury will disregard the last answer.
Is it, can you tell me whether or not that is some type of plant substance?
It's a green leafy substance, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, with regard to State's Exhibit number 192, what are we looking at here?
The contents of that soft-sided lunchbox.
And can you describe what you see here?
Yes, so you have a bottle of ibuprofen. It looks like you have a thumb drive. There's a vape pen, a marking pen. There's a Coastal Cloud strawberry cream. I'm guessing some sort of something for the vape
Objection, Your
pen.
Honor,
And then
that is speculation.
Sustain.
That's fine. We'll go on to State's 193, and this is, where were these items located?
within the backpack.
Okay. And with regard to, most of these things may be self-explanatory, but can you tell me what this is?
It's a vape canister.
Now, after you documented the items that were taken during the search of the arrest vehicle, did you also take some action with regard to the shoes that the defendant was wearing on the date that he was arrested?
Yes.
Yes.
Corn may be seated. Mr. Berry.
Right, Sergeant Garrow, you kind of explained, I noticed when you put on your glasses, can you kind of tell the jury why you're wearing dark glasses in court?
Yes, so respectfully, they're not sunglasses. I had an eye injury on a motorcycle. I had a grasshopper too fast and it detached my retina. When they repaired my eye, it causes sensitivity to light. And so my prescription glasses are darker than normal. They are regular prescription glasses that transition, but they're just pretty dark. So I get this a lot. That's why they're on.
Okay.
They're not oaklys.
I just didn't want, I wanted the jury to understand why you're wearing your glasses in court. So
Yes,
feel
sir.
free to do that.
Thank you.
Yes. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
That's funny.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, and 206. Do you recognize items in those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Where did the items in those photographs come from?
The arrest van, I believe, sir.
Did they come from the defendant himself?
Yes.
He said,
Yes.
okay. I will offer evidence State's Exhibit number 194.
Any additional objections?
No further objection, Your Honor.
Okay, those are, remain overruled and the exhibits are admitted 194 through 206.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. And members of the jury, I'm trying to find out why this is so loud. So if you can't hear, let me know, okay?
Publishing State's Exhibit number 194 first. What are we looking at here?
Pair of black tennis shoes covered in mud.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number, let me ask you this. The first several photographs that are taken here, are those like close-up detail photographs or something different?
No, sir. These are overall photographs to show the condition of the shoes when I received them.
Okay, so State's Exhibit number 194, 195, I apologize, this is 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201. Looking here, beginning at 201, are these a little bit closer up?
Yes, these are mid-range.
Okay. And as we look at those, do you see, you talked about them being muddy, but what else do you see here that might be of evidentiary value?
How far up the mud goes on the shoes, sir.
Okay, so that's one thing. What about the different materials used on the shoes themselves?
Objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go on to the next one, which is 202, I believe. And then I'm going to ask you if you notice anything on 202 other than mud.
Yes.
Describe what you're looking at.
The texture on the material, sir.
Okay. But in addition to this gray, lighter colored mud, do you see some type of a substance there on that shoe?
Your
Yes.
objection, bleeding.
Overall.
It's a possibility that it's blood, sir.
And you see some paper down underneath that. What's the purpose of the paper that you have there?
It's a sterile area to work on while I'm putting the shoe down and doing the photographs.
All right. And then now we're going to look at the State's Exhibit number 203. What are we looking at here?
The texture on the bottom of the shoes and how much mud the shoes are actually holding.
And is there a distinctive tread pattern that you can see there?
Yes.
Can you just, as best you can for purposes of the record, can you describe what you're looking at?
Yeah, it's like a ongoing up and down, like elongated W pattern.
And is that, as we go through the next few photographs, number 20, I believe this is 204, 205, 206. Do those appear to have that same sort of tread pattern all the way from the toes down to the back of the shoe?
Yes, sir.
And going back to where we can see both shoes, although there's mud on top at this point, do both shoes have that same distinctive tread pattern?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked to take these specific photographs?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that, in your understanding?
We were looking for different patterns to match the pattern on the victim's face.
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer. You can say that again.
We were looking for a pattern to match the pattern on the little girl's face.
So once you had taken the photographs of the shoes, were you asked to go somewhere else and determine whether there were other patterns that you might be able to locate?
Yes.
And where was that?
I was looking for the patterns that would be encompassed inside the van.
All right. May I approach you? Yes, sir. I'm now going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 207, 208, 209, 210, and 211. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
Where did those photographs come from?
Within the van, sir.
And who took those photographs?
I took those photographs.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what we're seeing there?
Yes.
I will offer into evidence these exhibits number 207, 208, 209, 210, and 211.
No further objections, Your Honor.
All right, those are overruled. The previous objections are overruled, and state's exhibits 207 through 211 are admitted.
May I publish those, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to publish state's exhibit number 207. What are we looking at, state's 207?
We're looking at the side door of the van where you have the inside step that has a diamond plate pattern.
Now we're going to, is that the same thing that we're looking at, just closer up?
Yes.
Now we're looking at, get out of this one. We can see the exhibit number. Looking at state's exhibit number 209, underneath the box there, and looking down, where are we looking at in the photograph?
This is the area between the seats and the cab that has a texture on the rubber floor.
Okay. And going on to 210, is that same location?
Yes.
And then going on to 211, what are we looking at here?
This is the texture on the floor in the back of the box van.
So this is the area where the packages would be kept, is that right?
Yes.
All right, so all of those, without repeating why you took them, or were they taken for the same reasons? They took photographs of the shoe and tread patterns on the shoe?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before I go any further, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you two exhibits. First, I'm going to show you state's exhibit number 230. Do you recognize state's exhibit 230?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is state's exhibit 230?
These are going to be my buckle swabs from the suspect, sir.
All right. And other than having been opened by the lab, does it appear to have been tampered with in any way?
No.
I will offer state's exhibit number 230 with evidence.
And no further objections, Your Honor.
Those objections remain overruled, and state's exhibit 230 is admitted.
I realize it's just written since I was holding it, but state's exhibit number 225. Do you know what state's exhibit number 225 is?
Yes.
And what is it?
The evidence bag contains the shoes.
Okay. And are these the same shoes that you took photographs of that were just admitted into evidence?
Yes, sir.
These are the actual shoes that were recovered from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
I will offer in evidence state's exhibit 225.
Your Honor, I would object as the proper chain of custody has not been established for this exhibit.
Response?
Wait, not admissibility, Your Honor.
All right, your objection is overruled. State's, it's 225
Yes, sir.
is admitted.
Next, I want to talk to you about other clothes that were worn by the defendant at the time he was arrested. Did you take those the clothing worn by the defendant at the time he was arrested? Did you go to a locker in the jail, retrieve those clothes, and lock them in evidence?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you did that, were there more further photographs taken of those clothing items?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Collection here. I'm going to show you what has been marked as state's exhibit number 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, and 222. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, sir.
And are those photographs?
Yes, I took those photographs, sir.
Okay. And do those fairly and accurately represent the photographs you took, or at least some of the photographs you took of the defendant's clothing at the time that he was arrested?
Yes, sir.
I'll offer state's exhibit number 212 or 222 into evidence at this time.
No further objections.
Okay, the previous objections remain overruled and states exhibits 212 through 222 are admitted.
May I publish those?
Yes, sir.
Going on to State's Exhibit 212, what are we looking at here?
The locker that I retrieved all of his clothing from, sir.
And then is this the locker?
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 214,
These are some of the contents of the locker.
State's Exhibit 215?
Tanner's ID.
Good morning, Brandy.
And does it have a name on it?
Tanner Horner, sir.
Tanner Elkhorn?
Tanner L. Horner, sir. Yes, sir.
And does it also have a photograph?
It does, sir.
And who does that photograph depict?
Tanner L. Horner, sir.
Is that the same person that you previously identified as the defendant?
Yes, sir, it is.
216, what are we looking at?
A pair of his Hanes underwear, sir.
And 217, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the inside of the underwear with a scale that I was using to show the seminal fluid that's in the front of the
Objection,
underwear.
Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Photos taken.
What does the date say, ma'am?
And you're the one who took the photos.
I've worked 200 cases since then.
Wait a minute, we're not gonna play this game. If you know the answer, give the answer. If you don't know the answer, say, I don't know.
Yes,
We're
sir.
not gonna go back and forth.
I do not know the date, ma'am.
It was done after he was arrested, correct?
Yes.
The items in the photos, hold on, let me make sure I have it correct. In State's Exhibit number 212 through 222, those were all taken at the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
The incident in this case occurred on November the 30th, 2022. Do you recall that?
Okay.
And Tanner Horner was not arrested on November 30th of 2022, was he?
I don't know, ma'am. I was out then at that time.
When he was arrested on December the 2nd, 2022, correct?
Okay.
So if these photos were taken, you don't know for sure whether or not he was wearing these clothes on the day the incident due.
Well, I would think that he was wearing these clothes, ma'am. And the reason I say that is these were taken off him when he came into the jail at the time of his arrest.
So at the time of the arrest occurred 2 days later. You don't know, you're guessing that he may have been wearing these on the day of the incident.
Yeah, I didn't state that he was wearing those at the time of the incident. I said he was wearing them at the time of the arrest.
Okay, so, Your Honor, I would object that all of this is irrelevant because unless they can tie it into any clothing that he may have been wearing at the time of the incident, then none of this is relevant.
Your objection's overruled. I'm going to continue and you may have a running objection. Y'all ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
All right, everyone may be seated. Mr. Berry.
Go on. Going on to State's Exhibit 219, what are we looking at here?
Prepared denim pants, sir.
In all of this evidence, did you actually do some further processing on this that was not exhibited here in the photographs?
Yes, sir.
And did you take, independently of what the FBI did, take some further swabs and things like that so that that would be retained just in case it was needed in the future?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with regard to State's Exhibit number 220, what are we looking at here?
It's a FedEx shirt.
And is this that same shirt in 221?
Yes, sir.
And then states 222, what are we looking at here?
Oh, right in the left sock, sir. Black in color with a gray toe and a gray hair.
And I am going to show you something that's already been admitted into evidence now, as state's exhibit number 223. Do you recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes, a drawing inside the interview room.
Objection, Your Honor, I don't believe that's been admitted yet.
No, it has been.
It has, okay.
Yes, 223 is admitted.
My apologies, my notes are like that.
No worries.
Just for purposes of the record, Your Honor, it was admitted during the testimony of Joe Westman.
Okay.
So,
Yes, 224 is not admitted.
so 223, where did you say that that photograph was taken?
Inside the interview room, and the CID officer.
It was that same room that the vocal swabs were taken in?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you notice this writing?
Yes, I did.
And later that day or the next day, did you come back and take these photographs?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to 223, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 224. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph of essentially the same thing?
Objection, Your Honor. Pleading.
Please tell us what that is.
Sir, this is a map of the explanation of where the victim was located.
With regard to this photograph, is it representative of the same thing in 223, but just a closer up, more definitive shot of the picture itself?
Yes.
I'll offer 224 as evidence.
I'd object to the cumulative.
Objection overruled. States 224 is admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
On states exhibit number 224, can you see this writing in red down here?
Yes, sir.
Would you please read that, what's written there?
He's going to hurt me, period. Please help.
Now, one further thing, can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Officer Amy, crime scene, did she take into evidence a box, a FedEx box containing, that was brought in later that pertained to this investigation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you then take that out of box one and bring back that up? And I'm going to tell you it's been marked. And remember, I offer
Overruled and states exhibit 159 is admitted.
May I open 159 now?
Yes, sir.
Is this the box that was contained inside that?
Yes, sir.
Inside of that box, was there another box?
Yes, sir.
And is this the item that was contained within that box?
Yes. Yes.
We can do that, package it up after we finish.
Final thing I want to ask you about Rescue Yarrow, sometime, can I have just a second? I need to look at the specific date on, I believe it was May the 16th of 2023, was there an incident that occurred at the Wise County Jail involving the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what that incident was, please?
An attempted suicide and then his jail cell.
And at the time that that suicide or attempted suicide, and obviously when we use the word attempted, you have to, that sort of implies that somebody,
Objection, Your Honor. Leading and testifying.
Sustained.
when you use the word attempted, do you know whether or not the person actually intended to kill themselves?
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for speculation.
Sustained.
With regard to that incident, when that incident occurred, were there some letters left by the defendant at that time?
Objection, Your
Yes.
Honor. It's leading.
Overall, you can answer that.
Okay, were there some letters left by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And who were those letters essentially addressed to?
I believe there was a letter to law enforcement, a letter to his family, a letter to the victim's family, and an additional letter, I believe, to a clergy member, or a pastor or something.
And did you collect those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And if you were to come back here on Monday, would you be able to identify those?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Sergeant Era, how are you doing?
Good, ma'am. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. I just want to talk to you a little bit about what it was that you collected and what it was that you processed in this case.
Okay.
So I understand that you processed the FedEx truck where the alleged, or where the incident occurred, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you served the search warrant for the buccal swab on Mr. Horn in jail,
Yes, ma'am.
and then you processed the clothing that was in the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's talk about the shoes and the clothing.
Okay.
The shoes and the clothing that were collected in this case were not collected on the date of the incident, were they?
I only know that those were the clothing that he was wearing at the time of his arrest.
So you don't know if he was wearing this clothing on the date of the incident, do you?
I do not know that. No, ma'am.
And you don't know if those were the shoes he was wearing on the date of the incident, do you?
I do not know that.
Okay. With regards to the clothing, when they were stored in jail, how were they packaged?
How they were packaged
Yes.
when I got them out of the locker.
Yes, when you got them out of the locker, how were his clothing packaged?
They were placed in a clean bag like they do every inmate before they put them in the lockers.
So were they all stored in the same bag?
They were all in the same bag, ma'am. Yes.
So at that time, his pants, his shirt, his underwear, his jacket, they were all stored in the same white bag.
Yes, ma'am.
When you took them out, did you store them differently?
Yes.
How did you store them after you took them out and collected them from his property?
Anytime evidence comes to me and I put my hands on that evidence, it gets put in separate bags, separate evidence bags.
Why is it important to put everything in a separate bag?
Why is it important for me? It's
I just-
important for me evidentiary wise. It's also important for me so that I can label them correctly.
Another important reason to put everything in separate bags is to avoid contamination, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you had processed the van in which the incident occurred.
Yes, ma'am.
Part of that processing was collecting evidence from it,
Yes, ma'am.
and part of that process was collecting the floorboards.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so with regards to the floorboards, that is where some of the other biological evidence was obtained, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you would agree with me that it would be important to store those panels in a secure facility?
As far as I know, they were stored in a secure facility. They were taken to our evidence area.
And we want to have them stored in a secure facility and in a sterile way so that just in case something comes up, we have the ability to do additional testing should it be necessary.
Okay, they were wrapped individually, ma'am, like I do all of them.
But my question is, it's important to have that because in case further testing is needed.
Yes, ma'am.
Member, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Arrow, I'm going to show you what has been marked as defense exhibits number 31 through 34. Can you take a look at this for a moment?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on defense exhibits number 31 and 32, does your name appear as being the person who packaged that?
Yes, ma'am.
On defense exhibits number 33 and 34, are those your initials over the evidence tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that signify?
I'm the one that wrapped that evidence. I'm the one that secured that evidence. I'm the one that sealed that evidence. Those are my initials to show that that is honestly my piece of evidence.
Defense officer, defense 31 through 34.
No objections.
Defense exhibits 31 through 34 admitted.
Thank you. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Arrow, you agree with me that there are some stains on the brown paper wrapping that exhibit, would you not?
Yes, ma'am. In the photo, it looks like there is.
Was the brown paper, or I would assume that the brown paper wasn't stained when you put it on,
No, ma'am.
and that something like that occurred while it was in storage.
I guess.
Sergeant Arrow, how have you been with West County?
16 years, ma'am.
How long have you been an evidence tech with them?
An evidence tech, ma'am,
or in working with CSI.
in 8 years, ma'am.
During that time, it's not uncommon for defense attorneys to want to come in and view the evidence, is it?
No, ma'am.
And when the defense attorney comes in and views that evidence, usually you have the prosecutors are there, members of the sheriff's department will be there to observe everything.
Yeah, so you're talking about an evidence review, right, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, that's right.
Yeah, I'm up here.
It's been a
I
long
realize
week.
we don't look alike, but,
Well, you have the same haircut.
there you go.
Sorry about that.
That was a good minute.
All right, so Sergeant, when the defense team comes in to, or when a defense team attempts to come in to review, or when they do come in to review the evidence, it's still important to maintain the sterility of the environment. Would you agree?
And so let me get this straight. You want to know at that time that you guys do the evidence review in the area that we're doing the evidence review or the area that the evidence is housed?
In the area that we're doing the review, you still want to put the butcher paper, don't you?
I do not if it's already wrapped, ma'am.
And if it gets unwrapped, you want to have that evidence placed on butcher paper, don't you?
So it depends on the evidence review. To be honest with you, I have been through several of those. Not everybody opens evidence up. They want to look at markings. They want to look at seals. They want to look at chain of custody. So not every time. So
All right, so the best practice, if that evidence is open, would be to place it on a.
we would put paper down there.
The other thing that's important is that the person handling the evidence has gloves on.
Yes, ma'am.
Because again, that evidence is still in play in a case, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it could be that there's other evidence that needs to be tested.
Okay.
And if you don't follow those procedures, there's a possibility that contamination could occur.
Yes, ma'am.
You have, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Arrow, I'm going to let you look at what has been previously marked as defendant's exhibits 23 through 28.
Your Honor, I'd ask the defense to specify exactly when these photographs were taken and under the circumstances that they were taken.
I'm not going to order the defense to do anything. It's their cross-examination.
All right, so Sergeant Yarrow, you testified previously on direct that you had taken into custody a backpack that had Dragon Ball Z.
Yes, ma'am.
And defense exhibits number 21 through, or 23 through 28, does that appear to be the same backpack that you took into custody?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Does it appear to have the same contents that you had taken?
Yes, ma'am.
We offer state, or defense 23 through 28.
Your Honor, the evidence review in this case occurred March.
Your Honor?
Do you have an objection?
I object, yes. The proper predicate has not been laid as to when these photographs were taken and the circumstances that they were taken.
Objections are overruled. States exhibit, or sorry, defense exhibits 23 through 28 are admitted.
Yeah, well, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, in defense, Sergeant Yarrow, I keep calling you Your Honor. Sergeant Yarrow, with defense exhibits number 23 through 28, you didn't see any butcher paper down, did you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So if any of those items that were on the table had to be retested, there was possibility of contamination.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Investigator Yarrow, since you're coming back on Monday anyway, will you check on the date? that the
Objection, Your
evidence-
Honor.
Let me hear the question.
Will you please check on the date that the evidence review took place in this case?
Yes, sir.
And will you also check to see if there's ever been any request to retest any of this evidence?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, that's not a proper question at this time.
Overruled.
Will you do that?
Check. You can answer.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Anderson,
I have nothing further.
may the witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor, we intend to recall first thing Monday.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir. Let me see y'all.
but not offered, we would select to just offer them for record purposes.
Okay, so you're wanting to offer 16 through 22 and 29 and 30 for purposes of the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so they are admitted for purposes of the record. Anything else we need to do for record purposes today?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, everybody, thank you. Y'all have been very good. We'll see you Monday morning.
All right, y'all. So that is it for today. That was day 4. Thank y'all so much for sticking around, supporting the live. I appreciate it. If you didn't hit the like button on the way in, please hit it on the way out. Double tap the screen. Also, if you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you hit the bell to be notified when I go live. We'll be live tomorrow morning. Now, this is the thing. I don't know if I'm going to actually stream tomorrow's live as far as because day 5 is happening tomorrow. I'm thinking I'm going to stream it live. Then again, maybe not, because the advantage to not streaming it live and just doing the replay, I can skip through the breaks. So I may just come with the Gucci Man content tomorrow and then stream day 5 actually Tuesday, so we can skip through the breaks and things of that nature. But I'll decide later on tonight. But anyway, thank y'all so much for joining today. I hope everybody have a blessed, beautiful rest of your day. Enjoy your Sunday. Love on your family. And please remember to pray, pray, pray. With that being said, y'all have a blessed, beautiful day, okay? Nevada heard of this. Oh, never heard of this case until you covered it. I missed the first 2. Thank you, love. You welcome. Did you, Brandy? You should go back. You should go back. 3. Well, actually, I shared them on my wall. I shared the other 3 lives that I did 3 years ago on my live. If you have time or you want to, kind of familiarize yourself even more, go back and look at those lives, because we covered this when it first happened. We actually covered it when it first happened. Okay. All right, Brandy. Thank you, sweetheart. All right. I love y'all. I'll see y'all later over in Sipperville. Okay. With that being said, y'all be safe, be blessed, never stress. And until next time, true seekers stand up and we out. Y'all be good.